cool project in React Native. So in this project, we'll be building a full stack Hinge Dating App in React Native using the AWS as backend. So if you find this interesting, please do the like button and also do subscribe for more such content. So let's get started. So if you remember, we had already previously built a similar app, that is the Hinge Dating App, but that was built using the MongoDB as backend. So you can actually find that video as well in the video section, and I'll also be putting up the link for that particular video in the description. You can check it out. Whereas over here we're going to make use of Amazon Web Services, that is AWS as the backend part. So here we're going to build a lot of features and functionalities, and it's going to be better than the previous app, of course. And for the backend part, that is for AWS, we're going to make use of the Amazon DynamoDB as well as Amazon Cognito, that is for your authentication part. And for storing all of the data, we're going to make use of the Amazon DynamoDB. So even I'm pretty new to AWS. So basically this is the first project that I'm building with AWS. And this is the first project on the channel as well, that is by making use of AWS as the backend. So like we might get into a lot of errors while writing the endpoints, because the writing is kind of strict. That is, if at all we make any kind of small issue, it might be even case sensitive as well, we would lead to errors. So we need to be very careful while writing all of the endpoints, that is for each feature and functionality that we develop. So let's get started. So this is going to be an amazing project to build, and you can develop different kinds of features and functionalities over here. And also before starting off, I'll be pinning up or pasting a link in the description, that is basically a PDF that's going to contain all of the screenshots of the app that we're going to build. So you can basically refer to that particular screenshot or the PDF, and you can look into the design and then you can develop along. And apart from that, whatever images you're seeing over here, that is basically directly taken up from the net. So I'll be sending all of the image links that we'll be using in the application, or any kind of profile images that I'm going to use. Even that I'll be sending it in the form of a drive link. You can access it. All of them will be available in the description itself. So now let's get started. So the first step is, let's look into the demo of the application. So this video will be entirely based upon the demo of the application that will be building up. Okay, so yeah, let's start off. So this is basically your initial home screen that's being rendered onto the iOS simulator. So once a user logs in, we're going to show all of the profiles for that particular user that are going to come directly from the backend part. So based on whatever the user's dating preferences are, we're going to show the profiles over here. So as of now, I've developed it in such a way that if at all it is a male profile, we're going to show all of the female profiles. And if at all it is a female profile, we're going to show all of the male profile. Okay, that's how it's going to come. So basically once you log in, as I said, you're going to show all of the profiles for that particular logged in user, and all of these profiles are going to come directly from the backend part. So now let's discuss about each profile. So each profile is going to have a name, as you can see over here, and it's going to have 6 profile images and then 3 prompts, and each prompt is basically going to be of a question, and for that particular question we're going to have a answer as well. So basically all of these details would be filled up by the user itself, that is while registering. Okay, so as I told, profile is going to have a single profile is going to have 6 images of the user as well as 3 prompts, and each prompt is going to have a question answer. And apart from that, we're going to have a basic details about all of the user, that is your date of birth, your gender, your dating preference, and your religion, your workplace, your job title, and your type of relationship that you're looking for. Okay, all of these details, and your hometown as well, that's going to be shown over here. And pretty much you're going to show the first image, first prompt, and all of these designs. So basically after this design, we're going to have the next couple of images coming, that is for that particular user. And apart from that, we're going to have the next prompt, that is the second prompt. And after that, we're going to have the next image of the user, that is the 4th image. And we're going to have the final prompt, that is 3rd prompt. And then we're going to have the remaining 2 images of that particular user. So as I told, a profile is going to have 6 images and then 3 prompts. So now for the currently logged in user, they have 2 options, that is they can either like the profile or they can dislike the profile. So over here you can either like any kind of photo, that is any of the 6 photos, whatever you like, and or you can actually like any kind of prompt as well, that is any of the 3 prompts that are present. Okay, and if all you press on the cross button over here, automatically this profile is going to be disliked. So I have developed in such a way that if all you press on the cross button, this profile is going to go off the screen, and let's say after 28 hours or 48 hours, again this is going to get refreshed, and this particular profile would be again shown to the user. That's how I've implemented it as of now. So as soon as you press on the cross button, this is gonna go off. That is, this profile is gonna go off, and then we're gonna show the next profile. And once after 24 or 48 hours, we're gonna show back this profile again that is being implemented. Okay. So now let's go and like a photo. Let's say I'm gonna like the third photo over here. So here, once you press on the heart button, this would basically take you to the send like screen where you would, send a like, or you can send a rose as well. So these are the number of roses that are contained by this particular user. So once the user logs in, you're going to give one free rose, and if at all they want more roses, they need to subscribe. Okay, or they need to purchase, not subscribe. And while liking, of course, you're going to have the image that you liked over here. And before pressing on the send like, if at all you wanna comment on the picture, you can comment that as well, but that is not a compulsory thing. You can just like it, or you can add a comment as well as like as well. So let's just add a comment. I'm just gonna say you look great. Okay, and then I'm gonna press on like. So once we press on like, so for a particular user that is not currently subscribed to any kind of plan, we're gonna just give 2 likes as of now. And if at all you want to give more likes, you can do that. Okay, so as soon as the user registers to the application, we're going to give 2 free likes, that is per day, and you're going to give one free rose, that is to send a rose to a particular person. So once you send 2 likes to a particular profile, you won't be able to send any more likes to any other person. So once you subscribe itself, then itself you're gonna get unlimited likes. Otherwise, you won't be able to see that. So once I press on like, this user profile is gonna get my like, and we're gonna go back to the previous screen, and then we're gonna refresh the next profile because this profile is already done, right? So I'm just gonna press on send like. You should be able to see a small kind of animation, that is the heart button, and once you press on that, once you press on the send like, the animation shows up, and then this profile is liked, and automatically we come back to the previous screen. So I'm just gonna press on send like over here. So as you can see, just like that, the like is done, and then we come back, and then we're going to show the next profile that is being shown over here. Okay, the first profile is gone because that is already liked. So these are the basic 3 features that you will be implementing, that is within a particular profile. Okay, so over here at the top we have just some basic designs that is related to your UI part itself. So this is your first tab, that is your home tab. The next tab we have is the likes tab. So if I press on the heart button, we're going to show all of the likes that the current user has received from other profiles. Okay, so let's press on the heart button over here. So as you can see, it's currently loading, and once the loading finishes up, we're going to show all of the likes over here that the current user has received. So the way this is going to work is, we're going to show the first like that is there inside of the likes array at the top, and we're going to show it in a big way with the picture of the person who has liked the current user that is logged in. And apart from that, we're going to show a comment if at all they've commented, and if at all they've not commented, we're just going to say a message that liked your photo or liked your prompt, something like that. If at all the comment is present, we're just going to show that over here. Okay, so this is your first profile, and even many other people have liked over here, that is for this particular user. So we're gonna give a message saying that meet Ishita and 4 others who like you. So actually this is the person's name that is present over here, and 4 others in the sense all of these 4 profiles. Okay, so that's how we're gonna show, and currently we're gonna blur out all of the images because the current user is not yet subscribed to any kind of plan that is there inside of the application. So once they subscribe, we're gonna give free likes, and then we can sort over here, and then we would be able to see the image as well. The blur would be gone once the user is subscribed. So just in case if the user is not subscribed, we're just going to show it in this manner, that is blur, and we're going to show the comment as usual, that is at the top. If all the user is commented, we're going to show the comment. If all the user is just liked your photo, it is just going to be liked your photo. Okay, so we have 4 comments, and then we have 1 photo that is liked. So basically this was it about your likes screen. Okay, where we show different types of likes that is being received by the current user that is logged in. So now let's look into the matching functionality of 2 users. So now let's say I'm going to press on this particular image. So this would take me to the next screen, that is the handle like screen, that is this one. So here we're going to show which profile, which photo of ours that they have liked, that is this one, that is this photo. And here we're going to show the user profile who has liked this. Okay, you can basically check out the profile, and if you like it, you can just accept the request. So this is the entire profile of this particular person who has liked the current user. All right, And if you press on the heart button over here, we're going to say accept match with Alia. We have cancel and then okay. Once you press on okay, this match is going to get accepted and we should be able to chat with one another. Okay, so I'm just going to press on okay and then accept the request. So once I press on okay, we would match these two users and then we would go back to the previous screen, and over there the next like is going to be shown onto the top. Okay, so I'm just going to press on match. Okay, so matching is happening, and once it's done, it goes back over here, and as you can see, we just have the next picture that is being shown over here. Okay, so this was there in this particular place, so this came up to the previous one, that is the main picture. So that's how your matching is going to work like. So now as soon as I go into the chat screen, since I have a match, I should be able to chat with that particular person. So I'm just going to press on the chat screen over here, or the chat tab. So as you can see, it's loading, and there you go, we have the chat coming up over here, that is start chat with this particular person, right? And we have implemented chats in a different way this time, that is your turn and then their turn. So let's say if you have sent the last message, then it's gonna be showing up in their turn, and if let's say if they have sent the last message in that particular chat room, then it's gonna come under your turn. So your turn in the sense you should like initiate the message, their turn in the sense they should reply back to your message. That's how it's gonna work. So I'm just gonna press on this. Okay, so over here again we've implemented pretty simple functionalities of chatting, and it is real time as well, that is by making use of web sockets. So you can actually bring up another device onto the screen and then you can try it out. I've already tried it out. It is kind of real time, so whatever message you send over here, if the other person is online, they should be able to receive the message as well. So I'm just gonna say hey over here and then send. Okay, so as you can see, we were able to send that particular message to this particular user. So as soon as I come back, we are going to show the last message over here in the chat room. So as you can see, as soon as we came back over here, this changed to their turn, because this was initially your turn, and this was the last message that is sent by me. So now since the last message is sent by me, this chat would automatically go into their turn, right? That's how we're going to implement it. So that was it about your chat feature. Next one we have is the profile tab over here. That's the final tab. So as you can see, this is basically your profile screen, where we're going to show some basic design and the profile image of the current user that's currently logged in, and the name of the user. Okay, and we're going to have basically three tabs, that is get more, safety, and then my hinge. So basically all of these three tabs are related to the design part as well, so you can basically check it out. So if you press on the image, we should be able to go into the subscribe screen, that is if you want to subscribe to any kind of plan. Okay, so we have two plans, that is Hinge Plus and then Hinge X. Okay, we'll go through that in just a minute. And apart from that, we have two more options, that is boost your profile and then roses. So you can basically purchase roses if you want to add more roses to your profile. Okay, so for that, just press on the roses over here. We should be seeing a bottom model being opening up just like this, and we have 3 roses, 12 roses, and then 50 roses, and we can purchase each of them, okay, based on the pricing. So actually I forgot to change the price. We need to make that different for the second and the third one. We could do that later. Okay, so these are the three kinds of roses you can purchase, and once you press on select, you should be able to do the payment, and then once the payment is confirmed, we're going to store that particular payment receipt in the backend, that is the invoice, and then we're gonna add that particular roses to the user's profile. So now let's check out the subscription screen. So once you press on the image, you're going to navigate to the subscription screen. So here we have a bunch of plans, that is basically over here, and here we have two plans, that is Hinge Plus and then Hinge X. So for Hinge Plus, we're going to have all of these four plans, that is let's say 1 week, 1 month, 2 months, and then 6 months, and these are all of the features you get once you subscribe to this particular plan. So let's say I'm going to select this one. So once I select this, we're going to show a nice design over here, saying that this particular plan is selected, and we also got the button to proceed with the payment. So you can select basically any kind of plan you want, and then you can proceed the payment. So let's say I'm going to press on HingeX over here. This is your second kind of subscription. Okay, so this is again a beautiful kind of design that's designed over here, and even you can subscribe to this plan as well. Again, we have a bunch of plans over here under HingeX, that is 1 week, 1 month, 3 months, and then 6 months, and we have all of the different kind of features that we get for this particular plan. So currently we'll just be implementing all of these, that is see unlimited likes, see everyone who likes you, and then dating preferences, sort all incoming likes, and all of the other features as well. So over here also you can select any plan and then you should be able to get the payment button. So now let's say I want to subscribe to HingeX. So as soon as I press on this button, the payment would be initiated. So let's do that. So here I've implemented the Razor payment gateway, and once the payment is successful, we're gonna hit the endpoint, and once everything is sorted, that is once we have stored all of the subscription details in the backend, this particular payment is confirmed, and even the subscription is confirmed as well, and the user should be able to see the subscribe status onto the profile. So let's implement this. I'm just going to press on get 1 month. So it's loading. So you should be seeing the Razor Pay gateway opening up just like this. And let's say I'm gonna make the payment through UPI. So currently the payments are in test mode since we're just developing a random app. Okay. So I'm just gonna press on UPI over here, and I'm gonna enter my number, and I'm gonna choose this one, that is okay HDFC Bank, and then I'm gonna press on continue. So this is basically gonna process my payment on the Google Pay app, and once it's confirmed, it's gonna show us the confirmation screen, and after a couple of seconds it's gonna hit the endpoint, and once everything is successful, as you can see it's loading. As you can see, success, you have been subscribed to HingeX. So once I press on OK, I would be navigated back to the previous screen. So I'm just gonna press on OK over here. So as you can see, I came back over here, and we're just gonna say that this particular user is subscribed to HingeX. So now since this particular user is subscribed to the HingeX plan, now we should be able to see all of the images in a clear way, that is inside of the likes tab. So previously, if you had observed, we had that blur functionality being implemented. So now since this particular user is a current subscriber of that particular plan, that is HingeX, now we should be able to see the images being clear in the like screen. So it's currently loading over here. So now if I would just scroll down, and you should be able to see, so there you go, we are able to see all of the images in the clear manner because the current user is a subscriber of the HingeX plan. So the same thing would have happened if you would have subscribed to Hinge Plus as well. Okay, so both are pretty much the same, just that the price is being different over here. Okay, so as you can see, we are able to see everything, and over here if you press on any profile, directly you should be able to navigate to that particular profile, whereas initially that feature was not being implemented because the user was not a subscriber. So let's say I'm going to press on any profile, this one. So there you go, we're able to automatically come back to the handle like screen. So similarly, let's say I'm going to press on this profile as well. So there you go, we're coming automatically to the next profile as well. Okay, where we can create the match with the help of the like button over here. So let's say I'm gonna like the top profile that is present over here, this one. So I'm gonna press on like over here. I'm just gonna go through the profile over here, and then I'm gonna press on heart. So here it gives the alert box which says accept match with this particular person. I'm just gonna say okay over here. So it should create the profiles in the backend, and automatically we come back to the previous screen over here. Okay, where we have the next updated received likes onto the screen, and even over here we have the updated text over here which says meet Manisha and then two others who like you. So this is the profile person, and these are the two other people who have liked the current user. Okay, that's working absolutely fine. So now that was it about your like screen and how we change the functionality, that is once the user becomes a current subscriber. Okay, so apart from that, let's also try to purchase some roses. So currently the user has, if at all we check out over here, we have two roses. So now let's make that some more. Okay, let's come back over here, and I'm gonna press on roses. No, not this one. I'm gonna scroll up and then roses. So let's say I'm gonna purchase 3 roses for now. I'm gonna press on select over here. So once I press on this, we're gonna get an alert box saying that buying roses and then buying 3. I'm gonna press on OK. So this should basically initialize the payment gateway again, and we're gonna again make the payment through UPI itself, and we have the amount that is 283.33. Let's press on this, and let's enter our number over here, and we're gonna choose the bank, and I'm gonna press on continue over here. So once the payment is confirmed, that is on the Google Pay app, we're gonna show the confirmation status onto the screen, and after a couple of seconds we're gonna hit the endpoint, and then we're gonna increase the roses for this particular profile person. So let's wait for that. So as you can see, you have successfully purchased the roses. So now let's check that out. So now I'm just going to press on the initial image, that is the heart button, to just verify that if the roses have been actually added or not. I'm just going to press on this. So there you go. We have 5 roses. Initially we had 2, if you would remember. So we purchased 3 roses just now and it became 5. Okay. So let's also send a rose to this particular person. Here I'm just going to say a message saying that amazing profile, and then I'm gonna press on the rose. So once you press on this, again we're gonna show a different kind of animation, that is for the rose, and then we're gonna send the rose to this particular person. I'm gonna say rose. So there you go, that animation is done, and then we come back to the previous screen, and this particular uh, profile is updated to the next profile that the user has to deal with. So that's basically all of the different kinds of functionalities that we'll be implementing onto the front end part, that is once when we log in. Okay, so that is, you have 4 tabs: your home screen, your like screen, your chat screen, and the profile screen. I think I forgot one more thing, that is if at all you press on the profile, that is this image, you would be navigated to another screen, that is your profile details screen. So here we have 2 tabs, that is your edit tab and the view. So in the view tab, we're just going to show the profile of the current user. Okay, so this is basically your current user profile. Alright, so that's pretty much it about your profile screen, that is your view tab. That is once you press on this particular icon, I mean not icon, the image. Okay, you would be navigated to the profile details screen. And basically, as we already went through this, we have 3 tabs basically focusing on the design part. You can scroll this, and this is the 3rd tab. Okay, so that's pretty much it about the profile tab. So now let's look into the registering part as well. So if I press on the settings, I've just implemented on press on this, and if I press on this, you would be able to log out and we would be able to come back to the initial home screen, that is the login screen, that is this one. So this is a simple kind of login design that I've implemented over here. So now let's look into the process of creating a user, that is registering any kind of user. So here we have 2 buttons, that's the create account and the sign in. If at all you're a new user, you're going to press on create account, and if at all you're already registered, you can sign in over here. Okay, so let's press on create account. Since we're going to create a new account, let's go through the registration process. So this is the initial screen that we are going to be shown over here, which is your one of a kind, and then your profile should be 2. Okay, I'm going to press on enter basic info, and it's going to ask your name. So let's say I'm going to create a female profile now. Okay, so I'm just going to pass in the name over here and any random last name, and enter your email. I'm just going to enter my test mail that I've created. So this is basically my test mail. I'm going to press on next. It asks us to choose a password. Okay, I'm going to choose a basic password, and then next. So now it's going to ask us to confirm the email, that is by entering the OTP that I got to that particular mail, whichever I had entered. So I did receive the OTP, that is 187760. So it auto confirms it once I enter all of the 6 digits, and it's going to ask for the date of birth. So let's say I'm going to enter a random date of birth, and then next. So once we come to this particular screen, this is basically your location screen. So this is basically going to capture the user's current location, and it is going to show onto the screen. So the current location is HBR layout Bengaluru. So that is basically my current location. I've just used basic coordinates of latitude and longitude, and then because of that, it's going to show up over here. Okay, so this is not my original location though. So this is basically your initial implementation of the location screen. So let's press on next over here. So this would take me to the gender screen. I'm just going to say woman over here. Next, this would ask for the sexuality. I'm just going to say straight, and then next one I'm going to say who do you want to date. I'm going to press on men. Next, and the dating intention, I'm going to choose this one. So the next one is for the hometown. I'm going to say Bengaluru. Next, and place of work, let's say Microsoft, and then next. So what's your job title? Let's say software engineer. So I'm going to say software engineer, and then next. So it's going to ask us to choose the photos or pick your photos. So I've just made it easy by entering a link over here. That is, while developing, it becomes easier to enter the link, and then automatically you should be able to see the photo being entered over here or photo being accessed over here. So I'm just going to enter all of my 6 photos over here. Let's say I'm going to paste the first image over here and then add image. So as you can see, as soon as I pressed on add, that particular image was added to the first block. So similarly the second one got added. So I'm just going to add the final photo over here and then add image. Alright, so basically we've added all of the 6 images. I'm just going to press on next. So this is for your prompt. So as you can see, by default we have empty 3 prompts. So once you press on this, you would be navigated to the show prompt screen, and based on whatever topics you select, we're gonna show that particular prompt over here. So we have a bunch of topics over here, and for each topics we're gonna have a bunch of questions being shown up. Okay, that is self-care, getting personal, let's chat about, the date vibes, and then my type. So let's check out the easiest ones. Let's say typical Sunday. I'm just gonna say chill or Netflix and chill. I'm gonna press on done. So once you press on done, only the first blank would be filled. That is this one. So let's select the second one. So I'm gonna say my simple pleasures. So I'm just gonna enter some random thing. I'm gonna say watching sunsets and let's say road trips. Okay, I'm gonna press on done. Or let's write it for date vibes. So I'm gonna press on the first one, together we could. So here I'm gonna say for together we could. I'm just gonna say let's say some random string or random text. Visit new places in the city, something like this, and then done. Okay, so let's press on next. So as you can see, this is the final screen that is before registering. We're going to say all set to register and then setting up your profile for you. So let's press on finish registering. So it's loading. Once it's done, automatically the user is navigated to the next screen, that is your home screen, where we're going to show all of the profiles. Okay, so I think previously I didn't show the disliking of the profile, so let's do that over here. So let's say I'm going to press on dislike for this particular user. I'm going to press on the cross button. Again, animation is going to be shown onto the screen, and this profile is going to go off of the screen. Let's try that out. I'm going to press on cross. So there you go, because we saw the animation and then we were able to see the next profile being shown onto the screen. So again, next profile we have pretty much same things, 6 images, all the 3 prompts, and then some basic information regarding the user. Okay, that's how this is going to work. And you can even like the prompt as well. Let's check that out. Okay, so as you can see, we're just going to say send like. So it's liked, and after coming back we're going to show the next profile that is onto the screen. Okay, that's pretty simple. So that's how it's going to work. And also there is one more feature, that is in the like screen, if at all there are no likes, we're going to show this particular kind of design, that is you are new, no likes yet, we can help you to get your first one sooner. Same thing goes for the chat as well. If at all there are no chats, we're going to show no matches right now. Okay, so let's come back over here, and here let's press on log out, and let's log in as the first profile that I had initially logged in while explaining the demo. So after I press on settings, I'm going to log out. So I'm just going to press on sign in and then enter my email and password and then log into the particular user profile. So I'm just going to press on sign in over here. It would show me this particular simple and nice design. And here I could, press on, enter the email and then the password, and then I can log in. Okay, I'm going to enter my password over here and then sign in. So once everything is correct, I should be able to navigate again to the home screen itself. Okay, so as you can see, this was the latest profile that was created, that is just a while ago, and I'm able to see that onto the screen. Okay, so now if I would go back to the like screen, so I wanted to explain about this button, that is the recent button. So if we press on this, we should be able to see the bottom model being opening up, and we're going to show a bunch of options, that is sort your likes, and these are the options, that is recent, your type, last active, and then nearby. So we could actually think about how to implement this in the later part of the video, that is once we have developed all of the important features. And currently, as you can see, just the design is being done, because since the user is already a subscriber, we should not be able to show this text, that is subscribers only, and then upgrade to sort. Okay, so we can actually try to implement this as well. That is, if at all the user is a current subscriber, and if at all the user selects any one of the option and then presses on upgrade to sort, we should be able to sort the likes that are being shown onto the screen. Okay, that is it about the final feature of the application. Okay, so that's how it's gonna work. So you can send roses, you can send likes, and you can like any kind of photo, or you can like any kind of prompt as well. And you can send likes, you can receive likes in the likes tab, and we can chat with one another. That is based on the real time chatting that is developed using WebSockets. And in the profile screen, we can subscribe with the help of this particular two plans that we have, that is Hinge Plus or Hinge X. Okay, and we can even buy the roses as well. All right, so that is it about the features and functionalities. I could have developed some more, but I think this is a lot. I think the video is going to extend to too much time, I guess. Well, that's all right. So now, yeah, let's look into the implementation in the coming video. So this is just going to be the demo of the application that we're going to build. So if you find this interesting, please do the like button and then also subscribe for more such content, and more good and amazing projects are going to be put up onto the channel. So let's see in the next video, that is starting off with the implementation of the Hinge dating app. Until then, stay safe and then keep coding. So by the time you have come to this point of the video, you must have already seen the demo once again, because the demo was already put up on the channel in a separate video. So I thought that for the new users that are directly seeing this particular video, that is the implementation video, I thought it would be better to show the demo first and then go on with the implementation part of the video. So that's the reason I initially put up the demo. So now let's continue. Let's start building up the application. So as usual, the first step is to create a fresh new React Native project. So let's go do that. So as you can see, I've just currently opened up my blank VS Code, and then I've just opened up my terminal over here. So I'm currently inside my build folder. Okay, so here I'm just going to execute the command, that is npx add react native community /CLI init, and I'm going to press on enter. So this is basically going to ask your project name, so you can give anything. So I'm going to say Hinge Connect, and let's say YouTube, and let's press on enter. So as you can see, it's currently processing our project, and this is the version, that is 0.76, and it's currently downloading the template, that is our project structure for us. And currently it is asking, do you want to install Cocoa Pods now? So by default it would be set to no. I'm just going to press on enter now. So there you go, our project has been set up for us, and these are the required instructions for Android, and these are the required instructions for iOS. So for the Android, just make sure you have an Android emulator, that is over here, and currently I'm using an iOS simulator for the iOS part. So for Android, make sure you have an Android emulator and then or a device connected, and you just need to go to your project structure and then run this particular command, that is npx react native run Android. All right, and these are the instructions for iOS. So currently I am in the iOS, I'm going to follow these instructions. So for this, you need to install Cocoa Pods. For that, we need to go into the iOS directory, and then we need to do bundle install, and once this completes, we need to do bundle exec pod install. So after that command, we just need to run npx react native run iOS. Okay, so make sure you follow the steps for your specific OS, whether or not it is Android or if you're using iOS. Okay, so let's get started. I'm just going to press on file, and then I'm going to say open folder. I'm going to go into my build folder, and I'm going to open up the latest project, that is Hinge Connect YouTube. So this is basically your initial project structure, or your initial file tree that comes towards the left hand side when you initialize a fresh React Native project. Okay, so for now we're going to make use of JS. So first thing is I'm just going to rename this to JS, and you could actually delete the tsconfig.json file over here. So this is basically your initial app.js that shows up once when you initialize a fresh React Native project. So let's do some basic cleanup over here. So let's remove this code and even this one. And apart from that, yeah, this also should be removed. Yeah, and then we could save the file. All right, so now let's first of all run the application. So for that, I'm just going to press on terminal and then new terminal over here. So here make sure you're into your correct project directory, that is Hinge Connect YouTube. So here since I'm on the iOS, I'm gonna follow the steps, that is basically the instructions that were given previously. So I need to go into my iOS folder. I need to do first bundle install and then enter. So as you can see, it's installing all of the required dependencies. So let's give it some time to complete this command. So yeah, this command is completed. So now I'm just going to say bundle exec pod install, again into my iOS directory itself, and then enter. So as you can see, this is currently processing. Let's give it a couple of minutes to finish this. So there you go, this is completed. So let's just do one pod install again in the iOS directory, and then we could go back to the original directory and then we could run the application. So let's wait for this to complete. Yeah, so this is completed. So let's go to a new terminal, and here I'm just going to say npx react native run iOS. Whereas if at all you're on the Android part, just go into the project directory and then run npx react native run Android. Okay, so I'm just going to press on enter now. So this should start off our launch package command, that is just like this, and it should ask us for some options, but I think we got some error. So let's look into that. So yeah, so it says too many files open. So let's look into that. So sometimes you might get this, whereas sometimes you might not get it. Okay, so if at all you do not get this error, there would be some options to open the application, that is on Android emulator or on the iOS emulator or on the web as well. So depending upon whatever OS you're using, you can basically open that up. So currently I've got this error. I need to solve this. That is, it says too many files are open. I think there is a command for that. I'm just going to look for the command and then execute that, and then this error should be gone. So I'm just gonna cut the terminal over here, that is Control C, and then execute the command, that is ulimit -n and then 8192 and then enter. Yeah, so that got executed. So I'm just gonna clear the cache and then start off the app once more. So this is just building over here, but it wouldn't actually install the application onto the simulator. So I'm just gonna cut the server over here as well and then execute the command with clearing the cache. So here I'm gonna say npx react native start React Native start with your reset cache. So enter. Okay, so it says welcome to Metro. I think again we got the same issue. So I think probably that command didn't work correctly. Alright, so I'm just going to execute this command, that is watchman watch delete all, and then I'm going to press on enter. Okay, I think this is done. So I'm just going to restart my application. So quit the terminal, and then I'm going to say npx react native run iOS. I'm going to press on enter. Alright, so there you go. That was the solution. So if you get that error which says too many files are being watched, just execute this command, that is watchman watch delete all, and then you should be able to see the options coming up. So as I told previously, we have 4 options, that is run on iOS, Android, open dev menu, or open on dev tools. So in my case, I'm going to press on I, since this is an iOS simulator. So this is going to take in a couple of minutes, let's say about 5 minutes, to install the application onto the simulator, and then whatever is there inside of your app.js, that is basically inside of your return block, that is going to be shown onto the screen. So as you can see over here, founded Xcode workspace, that is this one, and it founded the booted iPhone, that is iPhone 16 Pro, and is currently building it up. So let's wait for 5 minutes and then we should be able to see the application being loaded onto the simulator. So as you can see, the app has been currently loaded onto the screen, and basically whatever is there inside of your return block, the same thing is being reflected onto the output part of the screen. So now let's say I'm going to change something. Let's say the first line, that is edit app.tsx, to change this. I'm just going to remove this entire part and then save the file. So automatically in the screen also that is going to get reflected. So that's how it's going to work. So now let's first of all create few folders inside of our file tree. So just make sure you're on the root level, that is at the initial level, and then let's create our screens folder. Press on new folder over here. I'm gonna say screens, and then again press on app.js, new folder. I'm gonna say components, and again press on app.js and then new folder. This time it's gonna be for the navigation part. So I'm gonna say navigation. So enter. So first of all, let's handle the icons part of it. That is, we should be able to render any kind of icon from any kind of family. So for that, we need to install the dependency that is React Native vector icon. So let's go do that. So first of all, let's head back to Chrome and then let's search for React Native vector icons. That is the GitHub one. So let's search for this, enter. Let's go to the first link. So here I think they have changed the method to install the icons. Previously we were just doing yarn add React Native vector icons, but now they have converted it into each kind of family. So based on whatever icons you want, you can press on that and then you can install. Okay. So as you can see, we can install the common package or we can install the package for the icons you want to use. So I'm gonna use the second one. So I'm gonna get the list of all of the icons that I've used while developing the application, and then I'm gonna install it inside of my application over here. So I'm gonna say new terminal over here, and I'm just gonna paste in the code. So this is gonna be the bunch of icons. So it's gonna be yarn add React Native vector icons. That's gonna be as is, and forward slash. So whatever family name you want to add, you're just gonna add that. Okay. So I've added and design, and then typo, evil icons, and then feather, then font awesome, fontisto, iron icons, as well as material icons, and then material design icons. So let's press on enter. So as you can see, it's installing all of the icon families. So once installed, you can verify it in the package JSON just to see that all of them have been installed or not. Alright, so this step is complete. So let's just head back to our package or JSON once just to verify that all of them have been installed. So you can just pause a second and then just look into this, and then you can also install all of this into your project, right? So yeah, this part is done. So let's come back over here. The next step basically is I think pretty much you just need to use it in this way to render it on into your application. Okay, so yep, I think pretty much that's it. Or I think there are some specific steps for iOS or Android. Okay, so for iOS, I think it's just to do a pod install. So let's do that. So let's come back to the iOS directory, and then over here, I'm just gonna do pod install, enter. So now let's try to reload the application. So I'm just gonna clear off the application and then just press on I so that it reloads again. And let's try to render a simple kind of icon onto the app. So I'm just gonna scroll up over here, and then I'm just gonna import it like this. That is, I'm gonna say import endtypo from at React Native vector icons / endtypo. Now let's paste the icon over here. That is right after the header part or after the section. So I've just pasted the icon over here. So let's check it out if at all it's exactly working or any changes needs to be made in the iOS part. So I've just rendered the heart icon. Let's give it a black color so that we could see it on the screen. Save. And yeah, so the app is currently building. Let's give it a couple of minutes to open up onto the screen. So yeah, we do have an error. So let's solve this. So it says that vector icons could not be found. So I think we need to make the change in the info.playlist. So make sure to go into the iOS and then your particular folder and then your info.playlist. And let's say right after this one, that is the false tag, let's paste in the array of fonts. And let's also provide a key to this, that is UI app fonts. So let's format this. Okay. Yeah, I think that's fine. So let's save this file. So after saving this file, let's do another pod install into the iOS directory. So I'm going to say pod install and then enter. Alright, so I just saved the file and then again reload the app. Again, we're getting the same error. So let's do one thing. Let's also install the main thing, that is the common package. that is given over here in this particular step. That is the first step. Also, I just forgot about one more step that is written over here, that is we could actually install the way we were installing previously itself. That is actually pretty simple as well. That is over here. I think I forgot to read that. So as you can see, if you're still using the old single package, you can visit this one. So you can actually directly follow this and then you can install all of the vector icons. So it's going to be the same step. That is for the iOS I'm talking about. Install this, do npx pod install into the iOS directory, and add all of this list into the info.plist. That is what we have done currently. Okay, so since I've built my app using this package, that is a new one that they have developed, I'm gonna first of all solve the issue and then continue. So I've just installed this. I've just copied this code, and then let's press on enter. Alright, so after installing that common package, that is this one, React Native vector icons / common, make sure to do a pod install over here. That is at this point. Okay, so I just came into the iOS directory and then I just did a pod install. Okay, just like this, and as you can see over here, it just installed the React Native vector icons package, and yeah, this step is completed. So now let's try to reload the app, and hopefully now we should be able to see the icon that is being rendered in the app.js. That is this one, that is the end typo icon. Again, come back to the terminal, press on I to reload the app. So it's going to build up from scratch, so let's wait for that. So hopefully this time we should not see that error, that is vector icons is not defined or it's not included. So let's wait for that. So there you go, finally we're able to see the icon onto the screen. Okay, so this part is done. So we have set up the React Native vector icons. So currently we can use any kind of icons that is from this particular family that we have installed, right? So we can get any icons from all of these families, and to get the list of icons, you're gonna go over here and then you can search it. So, and if you go on to, let's say, icons, so this would take you to that particular website and then you can search for any kind of icon. So let's say search, and then you can use this. Okay, that's how we're gonna work. And basically if you have any kind of doubt, you can actually scroll down a bit and you can see this particular link. It says see migration.md if you're migrating from React Native vector icons to the package, that is this particular one. So you can check that out over here. So specifically for Android or iOS, we have the steps given over here, and even this step is also given, that is how you need to render the icons. You can just have a look at it, and you can remove any entry in the React Native config.js because this was being done previously. Or if you want to use the old icons itself, you can go to this particular link and then you can install it. That's pretty simple actually. Okay, since I've built the application using these icons, I'm gonna stick to this package itself, that is the current developed one, right? So you can actually check out these steps as well. That is if at all you're using Expo, React Native or the web. So let's press on React Native, and for the iOS part, these are the steps. Okay, so just install that main common package and the list of all of the icons that you want, and then add all of this into your info.plist. That is what I've done previously, and then just do a pod install. Okay, so that's pretty much it. So I think for Android, just rebuild your app. No extra steps needed for Android. That's a good thing. You could do that. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. We have completed setting up the vector icons. So now yeah, the next step is let's start off with the design. So I'll also be following the PDF, that is this one. So I have already linked the PDF in the description. You can check that out. That is basically, this includes all of the screens that you're gonna build. Okay, so that becomes easier for you to look at the screen and then you can build along with, right? So this is the start screen, and this is the login screen, the home screen. So pretty much we have n amount of screens, that is whatever is there inside of the application from starting to ending. So you can follow along all of this. I'll be sending it in the description. You can use this and then we can design the application. So let's start off by designing the navigation part, that is by structuring the navigation. Okay, so for that we need to initialize few dependencies for handling or installing navigation. Let's head back to Chrome over here. So I'm just gonna search for React navigation, enter. So let's go into the first link and then read docs over here. So first of all, we need to install let's say navigation native. So since we're using yarn, I'm just going to copy this piece of code and come into your terminal and then paste it. Okay, so while this is installing, the next step is we need to install this one, that is React Native screens and then safe area context. So since we're making use of a bare React Native project, we're going to make use of this piece of code. And if at all you're using an Expo project, copy this code. Okay, I've copied down this one. So let's come down to the terminal. So this is still progressing. So let's wait for this to completely install. And after this finishes up, we're gonna execute the next one. That is this one. That is React Native screens and then React Native safe area context. So now the next step is let's move on to the next tab, that is Hello React Navigation. So here copy down this one. We need to install the React Navigation native stack. So let's enter that over here. Enter. So apart from that, we also need the bottom tabs as well. So let's install that. So I'm going to say React Native bottom tabs. Let's go on to the first link and let's install it using yarn. So I'm going to copy this piece of code and I'm going to enter it over here. So I'm going to say yarn add React Native bottom tabs. Alright, so all the initial setup for the navigation has been completed. So these are the required dependencies. Alright, so let's first of all do a pod install since we have installed few dependencies. So here I'm going to say pod install and then enter. So as you can see, it's installing the required dependencies, that is React Native screens and the safe area context. So now the next step is let's initialize a new file, that is our stack navigator. So I'm going to open up my file tree. Let's press on navigation, new file. I'm going to say stack navigator.js. So RNFES to get the shorthand code snippet. So to get all of the shorthand code snippets, you need to have installed ES7 inside your systems. So if at all you check out the extensions tab over here, so make sure you install this one, that is ES7 React Redux and then React Native snippets. Okay, that is basically this one. So make sure you install this, and apart from that, you could install IntelliCode, that is for the AI suggestions, and install Prettier for the code formatting. Alright, so pretty much that's it. Make sure also you install tab 9 as well. Okay, so these are the required extensions to be installed. So let's come back to the file tree and then let's initialize the code for the stack navigator. So here first of all, let's initialize our bottom tabs, that is over here. I'm going to say function bottom tabs. Okay, yeah, so inside the bottom tabs, we're going to have basically 4 tabs, as you can see in the home screen. That is your home tab, your likes tab, chat tab, and the profile tab. So inside of the bottom tabs, I'm just going to say return. First of all, let's initialize 2 things, that is the stack and the tab. So I'm going to say const stack equals to create native stack navigator, and I'm going to say const tab equals to create bottom tab navigator. All right, so here since this is a tab, we're going to make use of the tab.navigator. I'm going to say return tab.navigator, and inside of the tab.navigator, we're going to have all of the screens showing up. Okay, let's initialize our first screen. I'm going to say tab.screen over here. So this is going to contain the name. I'm going to say name is going to be home. And apart from the name, we're going to have the component. So we currently do not have any components being initialized. So let's go into the screens folder, create our first screen, that is the home screen. So I'm going to say home screen.js. So RNFES to get the shorthand code snippet, save the file. Similarly, let's create the next screen, that is the likes screen.js. RNFES, save the file. The next one is for your chat screen. So I'm going to say chat screen.js, RNFES to get the shorthand code snippet, save. And finally, we have the profile screen. So a new file, I'm going to say profile screen.js, RNFES, and then save the file. So now let's come back to the stack navigator over here. So yeah, apart from the name, we're going to have the next field, that is going to be the component to render. So here it's going to be the home screen. So make sure to import the home screen from the screens folder just like this. Let's format once. Yeah, so apart from component, we're going to have the next set of options for this particular tab. I'm going to say options. So here we're going to pass in the tab bar style. So tab bar style, it's going to have a background color. So I'm going to say background color. It's going to be of this color code, that is 101010. So apart from the tab bar style, we're going to have the next one, that is header shown is going to be false for this particular tab. Apart from header shown false, we're going to have the tab bar icon being rendered for that particular tab, right? So I'm going to say tab bar icon. This in turn is going to take in a prop known as focused. Okay, so whether or not it is focused, we're going to show some icon based on this particular value. So here I'm going to say if at all it is focused, then show some icon, else show some other icon. So here if it is focused, I'm going to render my iron icons. So I'm going to say iron icons. The same thing over here as well. So here I'm going to give the name. It's going to be shuffle outline. So I'm going to say shuffle outline, and the size is going to be 30. Okay, and we're going to give it a color of white. So the same thing over here, copy that down. We're going to show the same icon, and the color is going to be different over here. Let's pass in gray. Okay, so yeah, save the file. So yeah, this is basically your initial code for the first tab that's being shown. So let's save. Now let's try to import the iron icons. So I'm just going to go at the top, and then I'm going to import all of the required icons for this particular screen. So I've imported iron icons, material icons, and endtypo icons from that particular dependencies. Okay, that is from that particular family. So now let's look into the next tab, that is your likes screen or the like tab. Let's just copy this a couple of times, that is 3 more times, and then make the change. Let's format once. So this one, the name is going to be likes. Okay, and inside of the component it's going to be like screen. Make sure to import like screen from the screens folder. This is going to remain same, that is a tab bar style, and even this is going to remain same. And for the tab bar icon, if it is focused, we're going to show the end typo icon over here. I'm going to say end typo, same thing over here as well. All right, and the name is going to be heart over here, same name over here as well. Size is going to be 30, and color is going to be white if it's focused. If it's not focused, it's going to be this color code, that is 989898. Okay, so let me provide the same color over here as well. Instead of gray, I'm going to use this. Let's move on to the next one, that is the chat. So let's initialize that. I'm going to say chat over here. Component is going to be chat screen. So import chat screen from the screens folder just like this, and again everything is going to be similar except for the icon. Here I'm going to make use of the material icons. So I'm going to say material icons over here as well, and the name is going to be chat bubble outline. So chat bubble outline, and for this also it's going to be same thing, chat bubble outline. Size is going to remain the same, and over here it's going to be 989898. So let's move on to the next one, that's the final tab, that is your profile tab. So here I'm going to say profile. Let's make the change for the component. It's going to be the profile screen. So make sure to import the profile screen from the screens folder just like this. Okay, so after that, let's scroll down, and then let's make the change for the icon. Here it's going to be iron icons itself, whereas we're going to change the name of the icon. So it's going to be person circle outline. So the same thing is going to be over here as well, person circle outline. So here let's make the change, that is 9898 and then 98. Okay, so now inside of the stack navigator, initially let's show the bottom tabs. So let's format once. Here we're going to initialize our navigation container instead of the view. So I'm going to say navigation container, import that from react navigation / native. Okay, so inside the navigation container, first of all let's show the main stack. So currently we do not have a main stack. Let's initialize the main stack. Here I'm going to say function main stack. I'm going to say return. This is going to be a stack of screens. So for that reason, I'm going to make use of the stack.navigator. Inside this is going to have the stack.screen. This is the first screen. So again, name, let's provide it main over here. And let's provide the component. So for the component, I'm going to provide the bottom tabs. That is the function that we just initialized. That is this function. So once the user loads into the application, we're going to show the bottom tabs, that is all of the 4 tabs, starting off from the home screen as the initial tab that is going to be focused. Okay, so after that we're going to provide the options over here. Also we're going to pass in header shown as false. So I'm going to say header shown is going to be false. So yeah, that's pretty much it. That is your initial first screen inside of your main stack. So here let's just show the main stack for now. So format once and then save the file. Yeah, so now the next step is let's render the stack navigator into the main app.js so that we could see it onto the screen. So first of all, let's clear off the app. We're going to reload it from the starting point. So let's come back to the app.js, remove everything that is there inside of the return block, and then show your stack navigator over here. So I'm going to say stack navigator. Let's save the file. So hopefully if you have done everything correctly, we should be able to see the 4 tabs being shown onto the screen. So let's give that a try. Let's come back to the terminal and then I'm going to press on I to develop the app into the iOS simulator. So let's give it some time to install. So once it opens up, we should be able to see all of the 4 tabs onto the screen. Okay, so the app has been loaded, but I have an issue over here. It says that unable to resolve this particular module, that is React Native vector icons / material icons. So let's check that out in the package.json once. That is over here. Okay, so we do not have material icons, so let's install that. So let's come back over here, and here I'm just going to say yarn add React Native vector icons / material icons. Yeah, so now this is installed. So again, I'm going to reload my application, and then hopefully now we should not be able to see that issue. And apart from that, I think we have iron icons and then end typo. Both of them have been present. Yeah, both of them are there. So let's wait for this to load so that we should be able to see the output. That is basically all of the 4 tabs. Alright, there you go. We're able to see all of the 4 tabs that we had initially designed. Okay, but I think there is a problem with the height as well, because it's almost touching the text and the third icon is not visible correctly. So let's look into that. Okay, so yeah, that is material icons, and we do have the chat bubble outline. That's the correct spelling. So probably I think we should do the pod install. Not sure about that. So let's do a pod install. And since each of the icon is almost touching each of the text over here, I'm going to do a padding top for each of the icon over here. I'm just going to say style, let's say padding top of 3, and I'm going to do the same thing for all of the other icons as well, so that we could see that space coming up between the icon and the text that is present, and even over here as well. That's for the final one. Then format, save. Alright, I think I need to reload it again because we just did a pod install. Okay, so as you can see, now we're able to see the icon. Once we did the pod install, we're able to see that chat bubble icon being shown onto the screen, which is good. So I think let's increase the height of the tab. Because of that, I think it's not correctly being shown. I mean, the design is not looking good. So let's scroll to the topmost part where we have the tab.navigator, that is over here. And then I'm going to provide some screen options to this. I'm going to say screen options. So this in turn is going to take in a function, and here we're going to provide the properties. First one is going to be tab bar shown label. So tab bar show label is going to be false. Okay, and we're going to say tab bar style, we're going to provide the height of the tab over here. I'm going to say tab bar style is going to be height of 90. Okay, not the equals to, it's going to be colon over here. Format safe. Okay, I think not sure why it's not showing the updated changes, because if you would notice over here, we just have the icon and not the tab bar label which is home, likes, chat, and then profiles. Okay, so yeah, we have given the correct properties, that is tab bar show label as well as your tab bar style as well, but not sure why we're not able to see the updated changes. Let's reload it once and then open it up. Probably we should be able to see it now. Let's give it one more try. Okay, so still we're not able to see the updated changes even after the app has been reloaded. Okay, so okay, I think I made a spelling mistake over here. It should be screen options. Okay, not screen options, and then let's format once. So probably now we should be able to see the change. So there you go, now it's looking really good. So we have all of the 4 tabs: the initial home tab, the chat screen or the chat tab, and I mean this is the likes, sorry, not the chat. This is the likes tab or the like screen, and then this is the chat tab, and this is your profile tab. Okay, so over here we have an issue, that is if I only press on the profile, we are not able to see the correct icon. So it's going to be person circle outline. So it's going to be person circle outline. Yeah, wrong spelling of circle. Circle. Save. Yeah, so now we're able to see that onto the screen, which is good. Or let's decrease the size for this. Let's say 28. Then 28. Yeah, I think that's looking fine. Okay. Yeah, I think our tabs has been set up and it's looking actually good. So now the next step is, let's actually create a fresh project in the backend part, that is in AWS, and then after that we're going to start designing all of the required screens for registering, that is starting off from the basic screen till the prompt screen. So these are all of the required screens for registering, starting off from the basic screen till your prompt screen. Okay, so first of all, the next step is, let's head back to AWS, and then let's create a fresh new project over there, and then let's configure the required things to build up the application. So now let's head over to Chrome, and then let's create a new instance inside of our AWS. So as I told previously, we're going to make use of 2 services, that is basically DynamoDB for storing all of the data in tables, as well as your Amazon Cognito for storing all of the users that are enrolled in the application. So these are the only 2 things we're going to explore as of now. Okay, so let's head over to AWS over here. I'm going to search for aws.amazon.com/console, and make sure you create account. Okay, so I've already created my account, and I'm going to press on this button, that is sign into the console. So once you sign in, it's going to show up this particular page, and towards the left hand side it's going to show up the recently visited services, that is whatever you have done, and towards the right hand side it's going to show up the applications over here. So basically we're interested in 2 things, that is the DynamoDB over here, as well as the Cognito and the IAM as well. So you can actually search over here as well, that is Amazon DynamoDB, and you can press on this, or you can directly search for DynamoDB, that is this one, or you can directly search for IAM, and pretty much the same thing goes with Cognito as well. Alright, so now the first step is to create a unique user of inside of the IAM, so that they have all the access to the tables in DynamoDB as well as the Cognito as well. So for that I'm going to press on IAM. So I've already created my user. Okay, so if I check out over here users, and as you can see over here as well, users is 1, and policies is 1. So let's press on users over here. So make sure you create a new user. Okay, this is my user which is created previously. I'm going to use this itself, and also make sure to have the access for console login. I mean the console access, that is, as you can see, it's currently enabled. Okay, so I'll show you the process of creating a new user. So this is the previous user which I created while developing the app, that is, let's say, November 30. Okay, so let's create the new user. So as you can see, let's press on the create user button over here, and here let's enter the username. So let's say Sujan over here, and I'm just going to press on next. So this I'm going to leave it as default. Later we're going to add some policies to this user, and then I'm going to press on next. Okay, so the same thing goes over here, create user, no more changes required. So there you go, we have the new user being created. Okay, so let's basically check out the policies added to this. Yeah, so we need to give DynamoDB full access, and DynamoDB full access with the data pipeline, and then IAM user change password. So let's do that. So let's come back over here, go into the newly created user. So you also can do the same things over here, and then I'm going to press on add permissions, and then add permissions over here, or you can directly search over here, I guess. Let's search for DynamoDB. Nope, it's not coming. All right, so let's say add permissions, and then over here, yeah, let's press on this, that is attach policies directly, and I'm going to say Amazon DynamoDB full access, and then Amazon DynamoDB full access with data pipeline, and then IAM user change password. I think that is this one. Okay, so make sure you press all of these three things, select next. So as you can see, these are the three permissions added, that is the policies is given to this user that I just created, and I'm going to say add permissions. So there you go, three policies added to Sujan. So same thing it would be showing to your username, whatever you have created. Okay, so yeah, that's pretty much it. And inside the security credentials, make sure to enable the console access, that is to this entire console access. I've already done that for my previous username that you just previously saw, that is Sujan underscore Anand. Okay, so let's press on this enable console access, and you can actually create a custom password, whatever you want, and you can press on enable console access, and that would enable your access to the console. All right, I've already done that part, so I'm not going to do that. Okay, so that is one part of it, that is creating a new user and adding the permission, that is the policies required, and then enabling the console access. These are the three things I've done as of now. So now the next step is we need to create a access key as well. So as you can see over here, this is my access key. So if I would show you my previous one, that is this one. So there you go, this is my access key, and once you create this, you would also be getting a secret key as well. So make sure to copy that, because we're going to make use of that in the code. Okay, so to create that, let's come into my recently created username. So I'm going to press on create access key. So this is going to ask you for what reason. So let's say I'm going to choose this one, local code. You plan to use this access key to enable application code in a local development environment to access your AWS account. So press on that and then check this. I'm going to say next. So you can actually add a description if you want. This is basically, not compulsory, it's an optional value. I'm going to press on create access key. So there you go, this is my access key, and this is the secret key. So make sure you copy these two down, and then you can paste it in your code, because I'm going to use my previous one itself. I already have pasted in my code. Okay, so make sure you initialize these two things, and then done. Okay, I'm just going to press on continue. Yeah, so there you go, this is created and it is never used as of now, that which is true. Okay, so that these are the three things you need to do once you come back to AWS, right? So go back to IAM, create a new user, and then enable the, give the permissions of policies, and then enable the console access, create your access key, and while creating the access key, you would be able to get the secret password as well, which we'll be using in the coding part. That is just once while registering. So that's the only thing. So let's come back over here. I'm just going to delete the user. This was just shown to how to create the process. So I'm going to press on this and then delete. So confirm deletion and then delete user. So yeah, as you can see, user Sujan has been deleted. So that's it. So now let's come back to AWS over here. Yeah, so now the next step is in the DynamoDB over here. So here basically we are gonna store all of the data in different kinds of tables. Okay, so this is the dashboard, and if I go to my tables over here, these are all of the 4 tables we're gonna create. Okay, and over here each table is gonna have something known as a partition key, which is gonna be unique. So I've just given the ID for that particular table as the partition key, and if you want you can even add your sort key as well. Okay, so here we have 4 tables, that is users, subscriptions, payments, and then messages. Okay, and yeah, this is pretty much your DynamoDB, and we're going to store all of the data inside this particular service. And if you go to explore items, you should be able to see the data that is stored inside of your particular table, right? So let's say I'm gonna choose on subscriptions over here. So it's currently fetching items. So these are the particular subscriptions. So it's going to basically have the end date, the payment ID, the plan name, the price, the start date of the subscription, and the status of the subscription, whether it is active or not. And this is the type. Okay, so yeah, basically this is how we're gonna store the data. So this is it about your DynamoDB. Let's head back, and final thing we're going to use is the Cognito. Yeah, so this is basically going to work like the user pools. So you're going to create your user pool, let's say your application, and under that you're going to have all of the users being stored. Okay, so these are some of the applications I've developed, and this is the recent application, that is Hinge. So if you go over here, you should be able to see all of the users that have been created, and yeah, you should be seeing if at all their email is confirmed or not. Okay, something like that. So we're going to use Amazon Cognito for the storing of all of the user data that is basically related to the authentication part. So now let's head over to the VS Code, and then let's create the backend part, that is basically our API folder. So I'm just going to press on app.js and then new folder. I'm going to say API. So first of all, I'm going to say cd API. I'm going to say npm init. This to create our package.json. So I'm going to say package name is going to be API. For the description, backend, and for the remaining parts, I'm just going to press on enter. Okay, so now if you check out the package.json, you should be able to see the package.json being created inside of your API folder. Okay, so here first of all, let's add the start script. Okay, so that we could start the application. So it's going to be equals to nodemon index.js, and let's create our index.js file where all of our endpoints and the backend code is going to go into. So now we're going to add the type that is below the author. It's going to be type of module this time. So I'm going to say type. Yeah, it's going to be module. So apart from that, let's install all of the dependencies at once. That is whatever we are using in the backend part. So let's come back over here, save the file over here, and into the API folder we're going to install a few dependencies. I'm going to say yarn add Axios. So after Axios it's going to be bcrypt, and after that we're going to say course, then body parser. Apart from that, day.js, and we need access to express as well, and we need JSON web token. Yeah, so apart from JSON web token, we need access to nodemon socket.io uuid. So the next one is related to the AWS. So it's going to be AWS SDK / client cognito, then identity provider with the hyphen in between. Apart from that, we're going to have the next one, that is at AWS SDK / lib, and it's going to be DynamoDB. And the next one is going to be pretty much the same, that is we're going to make use of the client DynamoDB. So I'm going to say at AWS SDK / client then / DynamoDB. So let's press on enter. These are all the required dependencies that we're going to install into the backend part. So there you go, all of the dependencies have been installed, and you could be able to see that over here. That is all of the dependencies inside of the dependencies object. Alright, now let's get back to the index.js. Okay, and then let's initialize the initial starting point of the code. So first of all, we need to import the required things. Okay, so let's import first of all express from express. And we need access to the body parser as well. I'm going to say import body parser from body parser. So we are importing in this way because you've given the type of module, because previously if you remember we were making use of the require method. So since this is a type of module, we need to import it in this format. Okay, so apart from that we need access to bycrypt or bcrypt. So import bcrypt from bcrypt. Okay, then we need access to JWT as well. So import JWT from JSON web token. Then we need cors, so import cors from cors. Apart from that we need access to HTTP as well. So import, or we could do that later while implementing the socket part. Okay, and import day.js from day.js. Alright, so now let's initialize this. So basically over here I'm gonna initialize my app. I'm gonna say const app equals to create an instance equals to express, and I'm gonna make use of app.use of cors. Then here I'm gonna say app.use body parser dot URL encoded, and I'm gonna say extended as false, and we're gonna say app.use body parser dot JSON. All right, apart from that we're gonna say app.use express dot JSON, and we're gonna choose a specific port. So let's say I'm gonna choose 9000. You can choose any port you want. I'm gonna say const port equals to 9000 over here. And yeah, the next step is let's first of all initialize the DynamoDB client as well as the Cognito client. Or before that, let's create a db.js file where we initialize our db. I'm going to say db.js, enter. So here first of all let's create a DynamoDB client instance. This is for the registering part. So I'm going to say const client equals to new DynamoDB client. Okay, so import DynamoDB client from this one, that is AWS SDK / client DynamoDB. So this in turn is going to take in two things, your region as well as your credentials. So let's pass in the region. So my region is this one, that is US East 2. Okay, and yeah, apart from that we're gonna pass in the credentials. So I'm just gonna paste in my credentials, and then I'm gonna go back of the screen. First of all we're gonna pass in the access key ID, and we're gonna pass in the secret access key. Okay, so yeah, just make sure you paste in both of your values over here, or you can create a .env file and then install .env, and with the help of process.env the value name in that particular env file, you can access it over here. Okay, so now the next step is, after this I'm just gonna create the DynamoDB document client. So here I'm gonna say const doc client equals to, it's going to be DynamoDB document client. So DynamoDB document client, import that as well, and it's going to be .from of client. So here export two things. I'm going to say export the doc client as well as the put command. So make sure to import your put command from the AWS SDK / lib, and then DynamoDB, that is this one. Okay, I think the spelling is wrong over here. It should be capital P. So format once over here and then save. Alright, so make sure you add both of your keys over here. I'm just going to add it over here and then come back to the index.js file. Alright, so I've just added both of my keys and I'm in the index.js. So here now the next thing is let's initialize the listen method. Okay, so over here I'm going to say app.listen. Let's say on the port, and over here we're going to initialize a function. So here let's give a console message. I'm going to say console.log server is listening on port or server running on let's say HTTP localhost, and then we're gonna make use of the port, that is the port whatever we have chosen. Save. Alright, so now let's run the API folder. I'm just gonna say yarn start. So there you go, server running on HTTP 9000. Okay, that's good. So now the next step is let's first of all focus on initializing all of the screens that are required for the authentication part. That is all of the screens starting off from the basic screen, that is this one, till the prompt screen. And once that is done, we're gonna register the user. Okay, and after that we're gonna initialize the endpoint for creating the user. So now let's head back to basically our Stack Navigator. Here we're going to create a bunch of screens that is required for the auth context. So we're going to have two contexts, one is auth context and one is auth stack and one is the main stack. So let's come back to our Stack Navigator over here. So main stack is created. Let's initialize our auth stack. So here I'm going to say const auth stack equals to a normal arrow function. Here we're going to say return. So this also is going to be a stack of screens. So for that reason it's going to be stack.navigator. Here let's define all of the screen. I'm going to say stack.screen. So here the name is going to be login. Okay, it should be capital L. And I think let's first of all create all of the screens that we're going to design, and then let's create it inside of the screens folder. First is your login screen. I'm going to say login screen.js, rnfes together should run code snippet, save. The next one is your basic info .js, again rnfes, save. After basic info we have the name screen. I'm going to say name screen.js, rnfes together should run code snippet, save. After name screen we have the next one, that is basically your email screen. I'm going to say email screen.js, so rnfes. After email screen we have the OTP screen, so I'm going to say OTP screen.js, so rnfes together should run code snippet, save. After OTP we have the password screen, so I'm going to say password screen.js, so rnfes and then save. Apart from password screen we're going to have the date of birth screen, so here I'm going to say date of birth screen.js, rnfes. Okay, together should run code snippet, save the file. Apart from that, after date of birth we're going to have the location screen. I'm going to say location screen over here, so location screen.js, rnfes again, save. After location screen we're going to have the gender screen. I'm going to say gender screen.js, rnfes together should run code snippet, save it. After gender we're going to have the type screen. I'm going to say type screen.js. Alright, after type screen we're gonna have basically the dating type. I'm gonna say dating type.js, again RNFES. Alright, apart from dating type you're gonna have the looking for. So I'm gonna say looking for .js, RNFES together student code snippet, save. So after looking for we're gonna have the hometown screen. So here I'm gonna say hometown screen .js, RNFES, save. After hometown screen we're gonna have the workplace of the user. I'm gonna say workplace.js, RNFES, save the file. So apart from workplace you're gonna have the job title screen. I'm gonna say job title screen.js, RNFES together run code snippet, save. After job title we're gonna have the photo screen, so initialize that. So photo screen.js, RNFES, save. After photo screen we're gonna have the prompt screen coming up. I'm gonna say prompt screen.js, so again RNFES and then save. Apart from prompt screen we're gonna have the show prompt screen, so new file, show prompt screen.js, RNFES together run code snippet, save the file. Apart from that we're gonna have the write prompt where the user is gonna enter the answer for the question. So it's gonna be write prompt.js, so RNFES. Okay, so after that again new file, it's going to be the final screen of the auth stack, that is the pre-final screen. Okay, .js, so RNFES and then save. I know this is a lot of screens to develop, but yes, we are going to do it. Okay, so let's start off from the first one, that is the initial login screen. Okay, so first of all let's initialize all of this into the auth stack. Yeah, name is going to be login, and then we're going to pass in the component that's going to be login screen. Import login screen from the screens folder, just like this. Okay, so we're going to pass in some options, that is basically header shown as false. So I'm going to say header shown is going to be false. So format, save. Alright, so now what we're going to do is I'm just going to copy this a bunch of times and then make the changes for all of the remaining screens. So after login we have the next one, that is basic. So component is going to be basic info. Import basic info from the screens folder, that is properly. And after login, after the basic, we're going to have the name screen. So initialize your name, that's the name for the screen, and initialize the component. Import the name screen from the screens folder correctly. And after name we're going to have the email. So here I'm going to say email. Component is going to be email screen. Import email screen from the screens folder. And then after email we're going to have the OTP. I'm going to say OTP over here. And the component is going to be OTP screen. I'm going to say OTP screen. Import the OTP screen from the screens folder. After OTP, initialize password. And similarly change the component, it's going to be the password screen. After the password we're going to have the birth screen, that's the name given, so I'm going to say birth, and the component being rendered over here is the date of birth screen. So date of birth imported correctly from the screens folder. After birth we're going to have the location, so I'm going to say location over here. Here it's going to be the location screen. Import location screen from the screens folder. After location we have the next screen, that is the gender, so that's the name given. And let's initialize the component, that is the gender screen, so import correctly from the screens folder. Alright, that's done. Apart from gender we're gonna have the next one, that is the type screen, that's the name given to the screen, so I'm gonna say type over here. So component is gonna be it's going to be type screen itself. So type screen, import that correctly. Just copy this a couple of times for the remaining screens. After type, you're gonna have dating, and let's initialize the component over here. It's gonna be dating type. Okay, after dating, we're gonna have the looking for screen. I'm gonna say looking for, and component is gonna be looking for. So format. All right, so yeah, below looking for, I'm gonna have the hometown screen. That is this one. So this is gonna be hometown. Component is gonna be hometown screen. So hometown screen, import that correctly. This one. Yeah, let's copy this some more times. Apart from hometown, we're gonna have the workplace. So change the component is gonna be workplace.js, import that. Apart from workplace, we're gonna have next one, job title. So I'm gonna say job title, and yeah, let's change the component. It's gonna be job title screen. After job title, we're gonna have the photos. So this is the first job title. Yeah, this is the photos. Let's initialize the photo screen, and apart from photos, we're gonna have the prompts. I'm gonna say prompts over here. So prompt screen, import correctly all of the components from the screens folder. And yeah, apart from prompt screen, we're gonna have the show prompts. So show prompts, and the component is gonna be show prompts. Okay, import that. Again, we need few more screens. Yeah, so basically after show prompts, we're gonna have a write prompt and then the pre-final screen. So I'm gonna say write prompt, and then this is gonna be your pre-final screen. I'm gonna say pre-final screen. Okay, that part is done. So yeah, next one is, sorry, this should be write prompt, my bad. So write prompt, this is gonna be pre-final. So enter that pre-final screen. Yeah, I think it's already imported. Yeah, it's done. So save, format. Okay, so now instead of initializing the main stack, we're gonna start designing the auth stack, because first of all, we're gonna design all of the auth stack from starting to ending, because we want to register the user first, right? So let's remove this, and I'm gonna initialize my auth stack over here. Save the file. So let's try to reload the app. Yeah, so hopefully the basic info is being rendered. Okay, so let's start designing the first auth stack. That is the basic info. I think it's login screen. So for now, let's remove the login screen, or let's comment it out. So we're gonna start designing from the basic info. So I'm just gonna comment this out, save, and then reload. Yeah, so as you can see, the basic info is being rendered onto the screen, which is good. So let's start from the basic info. So first of all, we're going to make use of the safe area view over here. So I'm going to say safe area view. So as you can see, we're able to see that being shown on the screen. And for Android, for some reason, it wouldn't work correctly. So you can actually check the platform.os. If at all it's equals to Android, then give some padding top value. I'm not going to do that because I'm currently developing it for the iOS part. Okay, so I'll just show you how to do that as well. So here, let's target the style. Yeah, so here basically for the safe area view, I'm just going to give the style. So this is basically for your Android part. Okay, because for some reason the safe area view doesn't work as expected in the Android part. So for that reason, just providing the padding top over here. So save. So let's check out our design. That's for the basic screen. So this is pretty simple. You're gonna have two big texts, some kind of animation over here, and a basic bottom button which says enter basic info. Okay, you can look through this and then you can design it. So let's start off. So here I'm going to initialize my view. So this view in turn is going to have a text. Okay, this text is going to say you're one of a kind. And then save. So as you can see, we're able to see that being shown onto the screen, which is good. So initialize another text, that's for the second one. It's going to say your profile should be to save. Yeah, so we are able to see both of the texts being shown onto the screen. So now let's first of all give the style to this. I'm going to give it a basic margin top. So let's say margin top of 80 and then save. All right, so for this, let's start giving the style. It's going to be pretty large. I'm going to say font size of 32 and we're going to give it a font weight of bold. So I'm going to say font weight of bold, font family of this one. So you can actually add whatever font family you are familiar with or whatever font family you like. Okay, and some font families work only for iOS. It might not be applicable to Android. So based on that, you can add your own font family. Save. So as you can see, that's looking good. And apart from that, let's provide some margin left of 20. Okay, yeah, that's looking fine. So yeah, pretty much same style to the next piece of text as well. And let's provide some margin top because it's almost touching the top text. I'm going to say margin top of 10. Save. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking nice. Yeah, so now the next step is we're going to focus on the animation part. So for that, we're going to make use of the Lottie React Native. So let's come back to the terminal over here. And I'm going to say yarn add Lottie React Native and then enter. Yeah, so this has been installed. Let's do a pod install over here. Okay, so as you can see, it's installing the Lottie iOS as well as the Lottie React Native. Once it's done, I'm just going to clear off the app and then reload it. I'm just going to press on I to start off. So in basically the assets, I'm going to create a new file that is known as, let's say, love.json. So where is the assets exactly? Yeah, assets is not there. I think we need to create the folder. So app.js, new folder, assets. Inside this, I'm going to say love.json, enter. So here I'm going to enter all of the information related to the animation part. So I'll be sending this entire file that is love.json. You should be able to access it in the description in the form of a drive link. Okay, so we're going to use a bunch of loading animations over here. So first let me enter the value over here. So I've just pasted the code for the love.json. So I'll be sending the entire file over. You can just download it and then you can access it. Okay, so let's save the file. Let's come back to basically our basic info screen. Okay, yeah, first let's wait for the app to load. I think it's currently building it up. Alright, so the app is being loaded. So now let's continue with the design of the animation part. So after this view, I'm going to initialize my another view. Yeah, so within this, I'm going to access my Lottie view, import Lottie view from Lottie React Native, and it's going to be a self-enclosing component. And for this, we need to provide the source. Okay, so here I'm going to make use of the require method. I'm going to say require. So it's going to come from basically the go into the assets folder, and this is the love.json. Okay, so yeah, we need to provide some more options to this. I'm going to say autoplay is true, and then loop is also true. Apart from that, we're going to provide the speed, which is going to be 0.7. Okay, and let's provide the style for the animation. So here I'm going to say style. So it's going to have a height of 260 and let's say width of 300, and we're going to provide some align self of center. Yeah, so apart from that, we're going to say margin top of 40 and justify content of center. So let's save the file. Okay, not sure why it's not coming. Let's try to reload the app. Yeah, so there you go. Now it's working absolutely fine, and the animation is in loop as well. Okay, that's good. And for the safe area view, let's give some background color of white because it's not looking white now. So here I'm going to say flex of 1 and a background color of white. So yeah, as you can see, now it's looking nice. So format over here, save. And yeah, after the view, we're going to have the final button that's going to come up at the bottommost part, which says enter basic info. So here I'm going to say pressable. We're going to have a text, and we're going to say enter basic info. Save the file, and let's give the style for the pressable. It should come towards the bottommost part. So for that, first of all, I'm going to give a margin top of auto. I'm going to say margin top auto, and I'm going to give it a background color of this color code, that is 900C3F. Apart from that, give some internal spacing padding of 15. Save. So as you can see, just like that, it went to the bottommost part. So now let's give the style for the text over here. I'm going to say style. So text align of center, and color is going to be white. Apart from that, font weight of 600, and we're going to give it a font size as well, that is of 15. Save. Yeah, so as you can see, the design is looking good. So this is your entire design for the basic info screen. So as you can see, it's looking exactly the same, which is good. Okay, so yeah, that part is done. So now let's move on to the next one. So if at all I press on the button, that is enter basic info, I should be navigated to the next screen, that is the name screen. So let's first of all initialize our navigation over here. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation, and let's initialize on press event over here. I'm going to say on press onto the pressable, taking a function, and I'm going to say navigation dot navigate. This is going to take in the name of the screen we want to navigate to. So we want to navigate to the name screen. I'm going to pass in the name of the screen, that's going to be name. So save the file, format, and then press on this. So as you can see, we're coming correctly to the name screen. So let's start looking into the design of the name screen. So let's come over here, which is the name screen, and first of all, let's initialize our safe area view over here. So safe area view, safe, and basic info. Let's initialize the same piece of styling that we had given to the basic info screen. Format, import platform from React Native, save. Yeah, so as you can see, now the background color is white. So this is how your name screen is going to look like. Okay, some basic text at the top, some unique design over here. It says, and a text which says what's your name, two input fields, first name, and last name is optional, and a button to move towards the next screen. Okay, let's design that. So yeah, after the safe area view, let's initialize the text over here. Yeah, we already have the text, so we're going to say no background checks are conducted. Save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, we're able to see that being shown onto the screen. Let's target the style for this, a margin top of 50, text align of center, and we're going to have a color of gray. So save. So yes, as you can see, we're able to see that being shown onto the screen. So let's save the file, format, and save. Okay, so apart from that, let's initialize the next piece of view. This view in turn is going to contain another view, which in turn is going to contain another view. So this view is basically for your icons, that's going to contain the newspaper outline icon as well as the image, that is this one. Okay, so let's first of all initialize the icons. So it's going to have a name, that is going to be a newspaper outline, and it's going to have the size of 26, color is going to be this color code, that is black. Make sure to import icons. Let's take it from here and paste it over here. So save. So as you can see, we're able to see that being shown onto the screen. So let's target the view. As you can see, it has some width and height, and it has some kind of border given. Okay, so let's give the style. Width of 44, height of 44, border radius of 22, border width of 2, border color of black, justify content of center. So let's write it over here correctly. Justify content of center, align items of center, save. Okay, so format once. So as you can see, that design is looking nice. So yeah, apart from the view, we are gonna have the image. So I'm just gonna get the link for the image. So I'm just gonna paste it over here. So I'll be sending all of the image links, whatever I use in the application, in the description. You can check it out in the form of a drive link. Okay, so format, make sure to import image from React Native as such, save. So as you can see, we're able to see that being shown onto the screen. So now let's target the parent view that contains these two children. So initialize the style. So here we're going to give flex of row. So flex direction row, align items of center. Okay, that's looking good. And let's give the style for this view. We're going to give it some margin top. It's almost touching the top text. Margin top of 30, and then margin horizontal of 20. Format and then save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, that is looking good. So now basically after the view, we're gonna have the next text which says what is your name. So here within the same view itself, that is within the outermost view itself, that is within this view itself, we're gonna add the next piece of design. So here we're gonna say text. This is gonna say what's your name. So I'm gonna say what's your name. Initialize the text over here, style, font size of 15, and we're gonna give it a font weight of, let's say, bold, and font family is gonna be pretty much the same thing that I've used previously. Okay, so that's looking good. So yeah, it's not 15, it's gonna be 25. Format. This view is gonna have a margin top of 30. So margin top of 30, save. Yeah, so that's looking good. So yes, so after that we're gonna have the text inputs showing up. So after the text, initialize a text input, import from React Native. Yeah, so this text input is gonna have the autofocus of true. It's gonna be true over here, and apart from that, we're gonna provide the placeholder, which is gonna be first name is gonna be required. Okay, yeah, that's done, and we're gonna have the placeholder text color. So this is gonna be BE and then BE. Format once. Okay, so yeah, let's try that correctly. Yeah, so as you can see, we're able to see that text input being shown onto the screen. Apart from that, let's give the style over here. So it's going to have a width, let's say width of 340, and we're going to have some margin vertical of 10, a margin top of 25, and border bottom black color. I mean border bottom color, not this thing. So it's going to be black. Apart from that, border bottom width. So border bottom width, that's going to be 1. Padding bottom of 10, and we're gonna give the same font family, this one. Yeah, apart from font family, font size. We'll give that in just a bit. Format once. So as you can see, that's looking good. Let's initialize the state to hold the inputs, that is first name and then the last name. That's actually optional, so you could do that or you could skip it. I'm going to say const first name comma set first name equals to use state, import use state from React, initially an empty string, and let's provide the value over here. I'm going to say value is going to be equals to whatever is stored inside of state, that is your first name, and we're going to pass in the on-change text. This in turn is going to take in the text and just set the first name. Okay, that's it. And for the font size, let's say font size over here, if we have the first name, then give it 22, else also give it 22. Save. So now as you can see, it's looking nice. Format. Okay, so now the next text input is for the last name. Let's design that. Just initialize this one more time and paste it over here. So yeah, you can actually skip both of these because we are not actually taking it. It's an optional value. Okay, and even you can remove autofocus of true. Placeholder is going to be last name. So I'm going to say last name over here. Save. And yeah, apart from that, everything is going to remain as is. That's it. This is your second text input. We're going to pass in a text over here which says last name is optional. Okay, so save. Yeah, so that's looking fine. Let's give the style for this. Font size of, let's say, 15. Color is going to be gray, and font weight is going to be of 500. Save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. So that's pretty much it. Apart from that, we're going to have a final write button. That is once you enter the right name, once you enter your first name, we're going to go into the next screen. Okay, so format for that, this is going to come right after your view. So I'm going to say touchable opacity, import touchable opacity from React Native as such. So this touchable opacity is going to have your iron icons. So let's copy this instance and let's paste it over here. The name is going to be chevron forward circle outline. Let's write that. So it's going to be chevron forward circle outline. Save. So there you go, we're able to see that onto the screen. Let's give some active opacity to this. I'm going to say active opacity is going to be 0.8. okay, and we're going to pass in the style for this. Again, margin top of 30, and we're going to give it a margin left of auto. Okay, let's format once and then save the file. So as you can see, that's looking good. Let's increase the size of the icon. Let's keep it to be 45. Yeah, that's looking nice. If you want to keep it black color, you can keep it, or you can change the color. Over here, I've given some purplish shade of CSS. So let's use that. You can add whatever color you want to. So I'm going to say 58, 18, and then 45. Save. So as you can see, that's looking nice. So yeah, we have finally finished designing the name screen. That part is done. So once you press on this particular touchable opacity or button, you should be navigating to the email screen. Okay, so let's initialize the on press. I'm going to say on press. It's going to be handle next. Let's initialize the function handle next. So const handle next equals to a normal arrow function. Let's also initialize our navigation. I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation, import use navigation from React navigation. Okay, so inside over here, I'm going to say first of all navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen, that is our email screen. So save. So we are going to implement the application in such a way that, so let's say we have 10 authentication screens and we need to enter at least some information in each screen. Okay, so now let's say the user enters information starting from the email screen, to the name screen. I mean, starting from the name screen to the email screen and further on. And let's say they refresh the app and they cancel the app. And once again they load the app, we need to store that data, whatever they entered in each screen. And then we need to further move on. So now let's say the user enters something over here and then moves on to the next screen, and then the data is refreshed or the app is refreshed. And if that happens, again, if they reload the app and once they come back to this screen, we need to prefetch the data and then we need to show it over here. Okay, so that's how we're going to implement it. So we will be implementing that functionality once we design all of the screens. So as of now, we're just gonna navigate to the next screen. So that's the reason I've just written navigation.navigate to email. Okay, so let's save the file and then let's press on the button. So as you can see, we're coming to the next screen, that is the email screen. So now let's start designing our email screen. So this is how our email screen is going to look like, pretty much similar to the previous screen. So two designs at the top, that is with icons, some text, and then a single input field, right? So let's initialize our safe area view over here. Import that from React Native. Save. And for this as well, background color of white and then a flex of 1. So initialize this. Import platform from React Native. Save. Okay, yeah, so that is done. So now let's initialize this view itself. That is this one, and we're going to make the changes. Okay, so let's paste it over here. So margin top of, let's say we're going to give it 80, and margin horizontal is going to remain 20 itself, and this is going to remain same, and we're just going to change the icon. So it's going to have the Fontesto icon. I'm going to say Fontesto. The name is going to be email. Let's initialize that as well. Instead of iron icons is going to be Fontesto, and this is going to be Fontesto as well. So let's remove everything apart from the image as well as the icon. Let's also import touchable opacity. Let's comment this out for now so that it doesn't error out, and let's remove this as well. I mean, I think we need this because this is going to be same for all of the screens. So let's again copy the iron icons. Save. Okay, image doesn't exist, so let's import image. So enter and then next. Yeah, so we do have that design being shown onto the screen. Okay, that's good. So now basically after your view that is going to contain this particular view, that is after this, we're going to have the text which says provide your email. Okay, so let's give the style for the text. Font size of, let's say, 25, and we're going to provide font weight of bold, and we're going to provide the font family. It's going to be pretty much the same, and margin top of 15. Save the file. So as you can see, that's looking nice. So below this text, we're going to have another piece of text. So this is going to say email verification. Helps us keep the account secure. So let's pass in the style for this. Margin top of 10, font size of 15, color of gray. So yeah, as you can see, that is looking nice. After this, we're going to have the text input being shown. So I'm just going to initialize the same text input that we had for our first name, and then I'm going to paste it right below the text. make sure to import text input from React Native, and let's initialize the state to hold the email. I'm going to say const email comma set email equals to use state. Import use state from React as such, initially an empty string. Alright, so here let's make the change. Value is going to be email. And here we're going to say set email. And autofocus is going to be true. A placeholder is going to be enter your email. First name doesn't exist because of this one, so here it's going to be email. So next, and then next. Yeah, so as you can see, we're able to see the text input being shown onto the screen, and below that we're going to have one more piece of text that is basically a note to the user. So I'm going to say note, we're going to say you will be asked to verify your email. So save. Alright, so let's give the style to this text. I'm going to say style over here, color of gray, and then margin top value, margin top of 7, font size of 15. Save. So there you go, it's looking nice. Yeah, so it's looking exactly the same. So this is your entire email screen. Okay, let's give a format once, save the file, and yeah, let's now initialize our handle next function. So let's scroll up over here. Let's first of all give our navigation. I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation, import from React navigation, and here I'm going to initialize the function const handle next equals to a normal arrow function. Here we're just going to navigate to the next screen, that is going to be your password screen, right? So for that I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen we want to navigate to, that is the password. And to this screen we're also going to pass the email as well, because while verifying it we need the access to email as well. Okay, so that's the reason I'm going to pass in my email information as well to the next screen. So save the file, let's press on this. So as you can see, we're coming correctly to the password screen. So over here let's start designing the password screen. So password screen is going to be again pretty simple. Two images, I mean a icon and an image, a text, and then the text input. Okay, so let's initialize our safe area view. Initially I'm going to say safe area view. So save the file. Again I'm going to initialize the same piece of styling, that is this one, for my password screen. Import your platform from React Native as such, format, save. Alright, so let's initialize this particular view and then let's make the changes. So let's initially comment this out and then initialize your touchable opacity from React Native, initialize your text input, and initialize your image. Okay, so this time we're gonna have the material design icons over here. So I'm going to say material design icons, import the required icons over here. I think we also need access to the iron icons as well. Copy both of them from any one of the screens and then paste it over here. So this is going to be material design icons. So material design icons here as well. Copy that particular family. Material icons. Okay, I'm not sure if that is installed or not. So package.json. Yeah, so I think that is not installed. So as you can see, only we have material icons, but we need access to material design icons. So I'm just going to install that once. So make sure you're in the main project. Okay, that is over here. I'm going to say yarn add material design icons. So once I do this, once I finish installing this, I'm going to do a pod install and then I'm going to reload my application. So let's press on enter. Alright, so the app has been loaded. So I'm just going to press on next. And over here, let's first of all get the material design icons. So as you can see, now we got that correctly. So save. Yeah, so this is your password screen. So now the next step is import image. Yeah, that's already imported, and save the file. So let's make the change for this. Not sure why we're not able to see anything onto the screen. So here it's gonna be the lock icon. So I'm gonna say lock. Let's reload once. So next, next, and then next. Okay, email doesn't exist. That's for the text input. So let's first of all initialize the state to hold the password. So const password comma set password equals to use state, initially an empty string. So here it's going to be password, and this is going to be set password, and even over here it's going to be password. And here we're going to pass in the secure text entry is going to be true. Save. So next, next, and then next. Yeah, so that's looking good. So here we're going to change the text. It's going to say please choose a password. Okay, so as you can see, that's looking fine, and we could actually remove the text, that is this text, that's not required for now in this screen. All right, yeah, so apart from that, we're going to say your details will be safe with us over here, that is over here. So we're going to say your details will be safe with us. Yeah, so that's looking fine. So yeah, that's pretty much it about your password screen. So here we need to import iron icons. Yeah, we need to change it over here. So iron icons, save. Yes, so we are able to see that onto the screen, which is good. So let's uncomment this. Let's initialize the handle next over here. I'm going to say const handle next equals to a normal function. So here let's initialize our navigation. Const navigation equals to use navigation. So import use navigation correctly from React navigation, and here I'm going to say navigation navigate to OTP. So navigation.navigate to the OTP, and here again we're going to pass in the mail. Okay, so to access the mail from the previous screen, we're going to make use of the root params. So initially let's initialize our root. So it's going to be const root equals to use route, import use route, and here we're going to say const email is going to be equals to root dot params dot the name, that is going to be email. Okay, so the way we access that is, if at all you come to your name screen, I mean the email screen, so whatever value is equal to this, that is how you're going to access the email. So since this is email, we're going to say root.params.email to access the right hand side of the value that you sent. So let's come back to the password screen. Yeah, so that's pretty much it. We're going to send again the email to the next screen, that is the OTP screen. So save. So let's press on next. So as you can see, we're coming correctly to the OTP screen. So let's start designing the OTP screen. So the OTP screen is going to look something like this. We're going to have 6 boxes of input, and we're going to have a button which says resend code, and we're going to have 2 pieces of text over here. So let's head to the OTP screen. Initialize your safe area view, and let's make use of this instead of the normal view that's currently present. Save. Okay, so here let's again pass in the style for your safe area view. So initialize your platform, copy it from React Native, import from React Native, and apart from this, I'm also going to say align items of center. So format and then save. So as you can see, that's looking nice. So first of all, let's initialize the state to hold the 6-digit OTP. All right. So at the top, I'm going to say const OTP, comma set OTP equals to use state, import use state from React. Initially, it's going to be an array of strings, and each string is going to be empty initially. So here I'm going to pass in 6 strings. That is just like this. So as and when the user enters each number of the OTP, we're gonna start filling this. Okay. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, we have 6 strings, and we're gonna say const inputs equals to initialize userref. Initially, it's gonna be an empty array over here. Again, let's initialize your root. I'm gonna say const root equals to use root. Const navigation equals to use navigation. Initialize your email. I think we could do that later, or let's do it now itself. It's going to be equals to again root dot params dot email. Okay, so let's save and let's look into the design of it now. So initially, inside of the safe area view, we're going to have a view. This view in turn is going to have a text which says verification code. Below that, enter the 6-digit code sent to your phone or sent to your email. Text, I'm going to say enter the 6-digit code sent to your email. Save. So yes, as you can see, we are able to see that text onto the screen. Target the style, target the view and give the style. Height of 60 and justify of center. Align items of center. Margin top of 50. Save. Okay, that's looking nice. Target the style over here for the verification code. So here, let's pass in font size of 18. And we're going to have font weight of 500. And for the second piece of text, I'm going to pass in style over here. This in turn is going to have font size of 14. Color is going to be gray and margin top of 5, since it's almost touching the top text, right? So format and then save it. So as you can see, the design is looking nice. Okay, so yeah, after the view, you're gonna have the next part where we are gonna map over the OTPs that are currently present. So let's initialize that below the view. So give another view over here, and for this, inside this, we're gonna first of all map over it. So I'm gonna say OTP dot map. Okay, so index over here. So we're gonna render a text input for each OTP that's present. Import text input from React Native, and over here we're gonna pass in the key. It's gonna be index, and we're also gonna pass in the reference as well. So reference. So for each element, we're gonna say inputs dot current of that particular index is going to be equal to the element. So let's format once, and we're going to pass in the keyboard type. That's going to be number pad. So number pad. Yes, so apart from this, we're going to pass in the max length is going to be equals to 1. That is for each text input, and we're going to pass in the value. So value is of course going to be whatever is there inside of this particular space or this particular string, and to access that, we're going to make use of the index, right? So we know that indexing starts from 0 to n, and we're going to access with the help of OTP of index, right? So similarly, it's going to be value is going to be equals to OTP of index. Index is going to come from this particular point. Okay, so that's done. So on change text, that is over here. So on change text, this in turn is going to take in the text, that is whatever the user is typing, and we're going to say handle change of the text as well as the index. We're just going to define that in just a bit. So here we're going to say const handle change equals to, it's going to take in two things, the text, that is your OTP number, as well as the index value. Alright, so apart from your on change text, we're going to have the next one, that is on key press. So on key press, this in turn is going to take in the native event. So this is basically for your backspace. So here we're going to say if my native event dot key equals to, let's say, backspace, then that means we need to remove that particular OTP from that particular index, right? So for that, we're going to initialize a function that is handle backspace of the index, and we're going to say autofocus index is going to be equals to 0, that is to start from the initial one. So let's initialize this as well, that is handle backspace. This in turn is going to take in the start, the text as well as the index. Okay, so yes, so now let's first of all initialize the handle change. So here we're just gonna add each OTP number that the user enters inside of the input field. So I think before that, let's save the file once, and let's actually design the boxes for the text input. So we're gonna have the style given over here. So let's say style, it's gonna have a width of 40, height of 40, and then border width of 1, border color of this color code, border radius of 8, text align center, font size of 18, and then color is going to be this color code. Format once, and the style for the view, because this is going to come in a column fashion, we need to put it into a row fashion. So style for that, here I'm going to give flex direction of row. So flex direction row, align items of center, or justify content of space between, a width of 80%, and we're going to pass in a margin top value as well, margin top of 30. Save the file. So there you go, that's looking nice. Let's format over here, and by default the first OTP box is auto focused, right? That's looking nice. So you can give a height of 50 and check, or let's keep it to be 45, and even this as well, 45. Yeah, I think that's looking nice. So now let's scroll up and then initialize the function that is handle change. So here, as I told, we're just gonna add each kind of OTP number into the OTP list, that is into this particular array based on the index. So here first step is we're gonna check, we're gonna access the new OTP. I'm gonna say new OTP is gonna be equals to whatever is there initially of the OTP, just get that the value, and here we're going to say new OTP of the index, that is by default it's going to be 0 initially. So in the first position, add the text that is going to come, that's the first number of the OTP, right? Yeah, so that's it. So initially we're going to make a copy of this one, okay, and then we're going to say new OTP of index is going to be equals to text, and we're going to say set the OTP to be of the new OTP. So that's it. Apart from that, the next thing is we need to move the next input if the text is entered. Okay, here we're going to say if the text is present, and if index is less than 5, because if index is almost equals to 5, then almost we have entered all of the numbers. Then in this case we need to access inputs dot current, access the current value, and we're going to pass in the index minus 1, and then we're going to focus it. Okay, so that's pretty much it. So this is to focus the next input after entering the first input field. So let's save the file. So let's also write the function for the next one, that is handle backspace. So here basically we're gonna first of all check the condition, that is if at all there is no text and if at all the index is greater than 0, then only we're gonna focus. Okay, so here we're gonna say if index, if not of text and index is greater than 0, then over here we're gonna focus. Okay, I think I've made a mistake over here. This should be +1, not -1, because we are moving one step forward while entering the OTP, and while backspacing we're gonna enter one space backward. So in that case we need to minus. So here I'm gonna say inputs dot current of index -1 dot focus. All right, so yeah, apart from this we're going to say const new OTP equals to whatever was there initially in the OTP, and then new OTP of index equals to text, and set OTP to be of the new OTP. Okay, so that's it. Let's format once. So if all you want to console.log the OTP, you can do that. I'm going to say console.log OTP as well as the OTP. Okay, so for now we're just going to console.log the OTP that's present. So as you can see, by default it is empty. So let's say here I'm going to enter my first digit, that is 3. So as you can see, as soon as I entered the first OTP, it captured the value and it went on to the next text input. So basically over here it got a copy of this. Initially it was empty, and new OTP of index is going to be equals to text. Index is 0, so fill the first position, that is 3. Okay, and then set the OTP. So as you can see over here, the first input is being filled over here. So similarly you can enter pretty much all of the remaining ones. Okay, and you can check the condition that if at all of the digits have been filled, then you can confirm the OTP, that is if at all it is correct or not. So for that we're gonna make use of the use effect. Okay, that is over here. I'm gonna say use effect, import use effect from React as such. So we're gonna just check if OTP dot every digit, I'm gonna make use of this, that is if the digit is not equals to an empty string, then that means we're just gonna say handle confirm sign up. Okay, so we need to define this. We could do that once we initialize the backend part, and this is going to be dependent upon the OTP. So yeah, let's keep this at the top. And let's just initialize a random function, that is handle confirm sign up. So const handle confirm sign up equals to a normal function, then save. I'm just going to give a console message, console.log. This is working. Save. Okay, so currently as you can see, let's give that one more try. So I'm going to enter all of the digits one by one, and as you can see now in the console it's working. So as you can see, as soon as 6 digits completes, you should be able to see this function getting triggered off. So inside this function we would be hitting that endpoint to confirm the OTP whether it is correct or not. Okay, so here as of now I'm just going to say navigation.navigate to birth, to the name of the screen, that is the birth screen. So save. So as you can see, since 6 digits were present, automatically we came into the birth screen. So now let's start looking into the design of the date of birth screen that is over here. So it's basically going to look something like this. 3 fields that's going to be in this format: date, month, and then year. That's pretty simple. So let's implement this over here. So first of all, instead of the date of birth screen, let's initialize our safe area view over here. And then let's make use of that over here instead of the normal view that's present. All right, and yeah, let's actually give the basic styling. So let's go to any one of the screen that's already designed, and then let's get the initial part of the code, that is this one. So let's come back to the date of birth screen, and I'm going to paste the code over here and initialize the platform from React Native format and save. All right, so below this again, let's get the view, that is this view. It's going to be similar for all of the screens, and I'm going to paste it over here. So let's also get the icons as well. So these 2 icons for now. So make sure to import an image from React Native, and yeah, text input is required. Okay, so let's also first of all initialize the text input to hold all of these 3 things, that is day, month, and then year. So at the top over here, first of all, I'm gonna say const day comma set day equals to use state, initially an empty string, and I'm gonna say const month comma set month equals to use state, and this also an initial empty string, and the final one is for the year. I'm going to say const year comma set year equals to use state. This also initially it would be empty. All right, let's initialize the refs for everything. I'm going to say const month ref equals to use ref of 0, not 0, it's going to be initially null. And similarly for the year ref, I'm going to say const year ref equals to use ref of null again. All right, so now let's come down over here, that is after your image, make sure image is imported, and for the text input, actually this is not required, you can remove this. Yeah, so after the view, we need the text. Okay, yeah, instead of please choose a password, we need to enter what's your date of birth. So what's your date of birth? All right, so now below this we're gonna have the first view, and within the view we're gonna have the text input. So yeah, let's make use of this itself. So let's provide in the value. So value is going to be equals to day, and on change text it's going to be equals to handle day change. And let's provide the style. It's going to have basically border width. I'm going to say border width of 1, and then it's going to have a border color of black, padding of 10, and yeah, apart from that we're going to have a width of 60. All right, and font size we're going to make just one change, that is for the state name. We're going to check for the day. Okay, so format once. So similarly I'm just going to do that for the remaining things. So after this I'm going to have 2 more text inputs, one for the month and one for the year. So this is going to be, value is going to be month, all right. On change text, again it's going to be handle month change, all right. And yeah, autofocus is going to be true. Okay, and apart from that we're going to have maximum length. Okay, max length feature. Over here we can only give a length of 2, not more than that. Okay, so format, So apart from max length, we're going to provide in the keyboard type. So I'm going to say keyboard type is going to be numeric. Okay, and yeah, for the font, for the styles, it's going to have again border width of 1. We're going to provide actually border bottom width, not just the border width. So it's going to be border bottom width, and same thing over here as well. So format. All right, so apart from that, we're going to provide we're going to change it over here, that is instead of day it's going to be month. So for the next one, value is going to be year, and on change text is going to be handle year change, and autofocus is going to be true, and we're going to provide reference over here. So ref is going to be equals to year ref. For this one, ref is going to be equals to, it's not yet added, so ref is going to be equals to month ref. All right, so over here instead of day it's going to be year, and apart from that all of the remaining styles are going to remain as is. And for this, the maximum length is going to be equals to 4. So max length is going to be 4. And again, the keyboard type, we're going to write that as well. It's going to be numeric. And the placeholder is going to be equals to capital Y. Okay, so let's change the password over here. Okay, so let's change the placeholder over here. So it's going to be YYYY. And yeah, for the previous one, it's going to be month. And this is going to be day. So let's define the functions, that is handle day change, month change, and then the handle year change. So over here, first of all, let's define it. Const handle day change equals to, it's going to take in the text that the user is typing, and similarly const handle month change, take in the text, and we're going to define this in just a bit. And I'm going to say const handle year change, again take in your text, and over here we're going to render it. Okay, so before that, let's look into the style of it so that we could see it onto the screen just like this. So let's save. So use state doesn't exist. All right, so import use state. So next, and then next. Let's enter some random OTP over here. Next. Material design icons doesn't exist. All right, so let's take that as well. Let's see if anything else is required. Yeah, this one icon and image is already imported. Yep, apart from that, yeah, pretty much that's it. Touchable opacity, and let's comment this out. And icons is already imported. Save. So next, and then next. Enter a random OTP. Okay, text input doesn't exist. Okay, again we have to do that. So text input. Yeah, so we are able to see that onto the screen. So for the third text input, we just want it to come towards the bottom part, that is the border width, and this is going to be here. Save. Okay, so let's format. I think we need to increase the width for the year part because it contains 4 digits. So for this, we're going to give it a width of 75. Save. So yeah, that's looking fine. So now let's actually give the style for the outermost view, that is over here. So I'm going to say style, give it a flex of row. So flex direction row, align items of center, and we're going to give it a gap of 10, some margin top of let's say 80, and justify is going to be center. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking okay. So let's format. and we do not need the text that is there below this. We can remove that. Alright, and let's change the width to be 80 for the final one, that is for the year, so that we could see all of the placeholder text. Okay, so yeah, that's it. So now let's start defining the handle day change, handle month change, and then handle year change. So for the first one, we're gonna say first of all, set the day to be of text. So here basically we're trying to store the text inside of the state. That's the only thing. And apart from that, we're going to check if at all my text dot length equals to 2. Then here we're going to say month ref dot current dot focus. Okay, so that means once you enter 2 digits over here, automatically this condition is going to get checked. That means if text dot length equals to 2, then that means automatically the focus is going to go from day to month. That's it. And in the handle month change, we're going to first of all set the state. I'm going to say set month to be of the text, and I'm going to say if my text dot length equals to 2, then in that case we're going to say year ref dot current dot focus. So we're going to implement the same way for the month field as well. That is, if at all we're going to enter, let's say 10 over here, and first of all we're going to set the state, and we're going to check if that 10's length is equals to 2, which is true, then we're going to automatically shift the focus from month to year, right? And for the year, we're just going to look into the state. That is, we're going to just set the state, and we're not going to look into the reference part because this is the last input. Okay, so set year of text. That's it. Save. So now let's initialize the function. So this is it about your date of birth screen. I think I forgot to change the icon over here. That is in this point. So we need to have a calendar icon. So here instead of lock, I'm just going to say calendar blank. Save. Okay, not sure why we're not able to see that. Let's just try for calendar once if it is visible. Okay, not sure why we're not able to see that onto the screen. So let's check the import. Okay, my bad. So this should be material design icons. Save. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking fine. So we're able to see that being shown onto the screen. So now let's define the handle next over here. Let's uncomment this one. So here I'm going to say const handle next equals to a normal arrow function. So here the next step is we're going to move into the location screen. So here I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. So I import use navigation from React navigation, and here I'm just going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen. That's going to be location. Save. So let's enter some values. Let's say 12. Okay, I think secure text entry is set to be true. Let's remove that. This one, and then this, as well as for the final one. Save. Yeah, so 12, 23. Okay, not here. 23, and then let's say 2001, something like this. Okay, so as you can see, we have come into the next screen, that is the location screen. So let's start styling out the location screen, which is going to look something like this. So a basic icon and an image, a text, and then this is going to be a view where we're going to show the map, and we're going to track the current location of the user. All right, so yeah, first of all, let's initialize our safe area view. So here I'm going to say safe area view, and yeah, let's make use of the safe area view instead of the normal view that's present. Save. Okay, so just get in the initial style, that is this one, and import platform from React Native as such. Yeah, so that's fine. So after this, let me just get this particular view as well. So you can remove this entire view, that's not required. Import touchable opacity from React Native. Just comment this for now, and get in iron icons as well as the material design icons. Okay, so these two things. So paste it over here. So that's it. Make sure to import image from React Native, and yeah, pretty much that's it. I guess everything is imported. Save. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking fine. So now over here we're gonna have the map marker icon initially. So let's make the change, map marker. Okay, that's looking good. Apart from that, this text is gonna say where do you live. Yeah, that's looking nice. So after that, we're gonna show the map view, right? So for this, we're gonna make use of something known as React Native Maps. So let's install that dependency over here. That is into a new terminal. So here I'm gonna say first of all yarn add React Native Maps. This is the first dependency, and the second one is at React Native community / geolocation. So we're going to make use of these two dependencies, for initializing and getting the user's location. So let's press on enter. And let's do a pod install over here into the iOS directory. So there you go. It's installing both of the required things, that is React Native geolocation as well as the maps. So let's reload the app from the start, since we have installed few dependencies. I'm just going to say I over here. Okay, so the app has been loaded. So let's get back to the location screen. Yeah, so we are currently in the location screen. So here, first of all, let's initialize the use effect to fetch the user's current location coordinates. So I'm going to say use effect. So import use effect from React as such. And here, first of all, at the top, we're going to import the map view as well. Here I'm going to say import map view, and also import the marker as well. So marker. And yes, apart from that, we are going to import the geolocation from React Native community / geolocation. So let's come back to the use effect over here. So here, first of all, we're going to make use of geolocation dot make use of the get current position. So this in turn is going to give you the position of the current user. So position, and then over here we're going to take in two things from the position dot coords, that is the latitude and the longitude. So here I'm going to say const destructure the latitude, and the longitude equals to position dot coords. And apart from this, let's initialize the initial region. So I'm going to say const initial region equals to latitude, longitude, and let's provide in the latitude delta. That's going to be equals to 0.0922, and your longitude delta. That's going to be equals to 0.0421. All right. So apart from this, let's first of all initialize the state to hold this. So I'm going to say const region comma set region equals to use state. All right. Apart from that, we need access to the location. So const location comma set location equals to use state. Initially it would be pointing to loading, so I'm just going to say loading. Yeah, so that's it. So once we get the latitude and longitude, first of all we're going to set the region. Here I'm going to say set region to be of the initial region. So apart from the set region, we're just going to say fetch address. So fetch your address for the latitude and longitude. So this method would basically give you the coordinates, that is latitude and longitude, whereas this method which we're going to define would give you the string address, right? So let's define this, and if at all there is any kind of error, we're going to catch that over here. We're going to say error console.log error fetching location for that particular error, whatever it is, and here we're going to say enable high accuracy, it's going to be true, and we're going to say timeout, that's going to be 15,000, and maximum age is going to be 10,000. Okay, so let's format once and then let's save, and I think we should define the function that is const fetch address. So I'm going to say const fetch address equals to latitude, and the longitude is going to take in two things because we have passed in two things over here, right? So let's initialize a function over here, save the file. Okay, the save doesn't seem to work, and we're not able to see that refreshing happening. So let's reload once. Yeah, so as you can see, as soon as we came to the location screen, it's asking for the location. So it says allow Hinge connectivity to use your location. I'm just going to press on the second option, that is allow while using the app. Okay, so now once you allow, this would have been set up. So since now we have given the permission for the location part, so this would have got triggered off, and we should have been stored the set region, and also we should have access to these two things, that is the latitude and longitude, and even this function should have been triggered off, right? So now let's implement the function, that is this one. So I'm just going to get the link for the fetch. Okay, so I've just pasted in the link for the fetch over here. So it's going to be https://maps.googleapis.com/maps/API, then geocode/JSON, and we're going to pass in the latitude longitude value, and you're going to pass in your key. So the key would be obtained from any part of your Google Cloud project. So you can create a new project in Google Cloud and make sure you have enabled billing, and you can go ahead and then create an API key. Okay, so currently I've just put in ABC. I'm going to put in my API key over here once I define the function. So we're going to say fetch and dot then of the response. So convert it into JSON. I'm going to say response dot JSON and dot then of data. So dot then again of data. Yeah, so here we're going to first of all check the condition that if at all the data.results.length is greater than 0. So I'm going to say if my data.results.length is greater than 0, then in that case, this would actually give you a long form of string address, whereas we are only interested in, let's say, 2 or 3 words. That is basically your locality name or your, let's say, sub-locality level name. Okay, so here I'm going to say const address components. So you can basically, console.log the data.results, and then based on whatever address you want to add in the application, you can make use of that. So I'm going to say const address components equals to data.results of 0 dot address underscore components. So here I'm just going to say let formatted address initially be an empty string, and I'm going to make sure the for loop, I'm going to say for let component of your address components. Okay, so we're going to check if my component dot types dot includes, that's the built-in method in JavaScript, if it includes this particular key, that is sub locality level, I'm going to say sub locality underscore level underscore 1. If this is included, then in that case we're just gonna add the formatted address. That means make use of that formatted address plus equals to component dot long underscore name. plus we're just going to add the comma over here. That's it. And the next condition is if at all my component dot types dot includes the locality. Even in this case also we're gonna add into the formatted address. I'm gonna say formatted address plus equals to formatted address dot no, not this one. So plus equals to component dot long underscore name. Again plus a comma over here. Okay. So let's format over here, and furthermore over here we're just gonna say formatted address equals to formatted address dot apply the trim method, and we're gonna slice it from 0 to 1. Okay, that's it. And after we have done this, we're just gonna set the location. I'm gonna say set location to be of your formatted address. So save the file, and if there is any kind of error over here, we're gonna catch the error. I'm gonna say dot catch of error. I'm just gonna say console.log error fetching address, and we're gonna show that error. Let's format once, save the file. So now we wouldn't have got anything because the key is wrong, obviously. So now first of all, let's look into the design of the map view. So after your text, that is where you live, here I'm going to initialize my map view. So map view is already imported. Inside the map view, provide the style. So let's initialize the style over here. Width is going to be 100%, and we're going to provide a height of 500, margin top of let's say 20, a border radius of 5. Okay, so now inside of this, let's also provide the initial region. That is compulsory to provide. Initial region is going to be equal to the region itself, that is whatever was set initially when the user gave the permission, right? So this is the one which is set. Okay, so yes, apart from that, here I'm going to write the condition stating that if at all the region is present, then itself I'm going to show my marker onto the screen. Marker is also already imported from React Native Maps. So inside the marker, we're going to have a view, which in turn is going to have a text, which basically shows your location. Okay, so this location was set in the fetch addresses function, that is this one. This one. Okay, so yeah, let's target the style for the view. It's going to have a background color of black, and we're going to give it some internal spacing, padding of 12, and we're going to give it a border radius of 30. And for the text over here, I'm going to say style, text align of center, font size of 14, and then we're going to give it a font weight of 500, and we're going to give it a color of white. So format, and yes, I think pretty much that's it. So this should be able to show your location. So I think I forgot to add one more thing, that is for the marker we need to add the coordinate. Okay, so it's going to be of course the region.latitude and the region.longitude. So this is the format to add. So we need to pass in the latitude value and the longitude value. So latitude is going to be equals to region.latitude, and longitude value is going to be equals to region.longitude, just like this. So longitude. So format once, and then let's save the file. So there you go. As you can see, it's loading. It won't show anything because of course the key is wrong. So I'm just going to enter my key over here, that is in place of this, and I'm going to check the output. Alright, so I've just pasted my key over there, and then let's check it out once. Save the file. So there you go. We are able to see the correct location, that is HB allowed and then Bangalore. So this is working absolutely fine. So yeah, we're going to use this location as the user's current location, and then we're going to navigate to the next screen. So that's pretty much it about the location screen. So now let's uncomment this, that is this one, and let's define the function, that is const handle next. So const handle next equals to a normal arrow function. let's initialize navigation. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation, and here we're just going to say navigation.navigate to the gender screen. That's the next one. Save and then press on this. Okay, not sure why it is showing in this way. Let's try to reload once and then let's check if all it's actually showing the correct map view according to the location. So next. Okay, so it's actually not showing the correct way because it should be actually zoomed in, right? So let's look into that where we've gone wrong. Alright, so now it's working absolutely fine. So one issue was that over here we had given some other values. So we're going to pass in 0.01 and 0.01. So lesser the values, the more would be the zoom in. Okay, so that's the reason we're going to pass these values instead of the other values that we had passed initially. And apart from that, we're going to make use of the region and not the initial region. So I'm going to say region over here. It's going to be equals to the region. Save the file. So as you can see, now it's working absolutely fine. This is what we wanted, just to get the user's location, and then we're going to navigate to the next screen. So yeah, we've already written that, I guess. As you can see, navigation.navigate to gender. So yeah, we're coming correctly to the gender screen. So let's start looking into the design of the gender screen, so which is there over here. So basically this is your gender screen. Again, we're going to have three options to choose: men, women, and then non-binary. So let's design this part. Okay, so let's head back to our gender screen, which is this one, and let's first of all initialize our safe area view. So let's initialize it like this. Okay, save. Yeah, so that's working fine. So let's initialize this piece of code and make sure to import platform. Alright, so now first of all, inside of the safe area view, we're going to initialize the view. So I'm just going to get this view. It's again going to be super similar and paste it over here. So make sure to import touchable opacity as well as the required icons. Import the image as well, and you can remove the map view, that's not required. And the text is going to say which gender describes you the best. Okay, so here I'm going to say which gender describes you the best. Alright, let's comment this for now. And apart from that, I think everything is present. Touchable opacity, image, and both of the icons are present. So let's save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, we're able to see that being shown on the screen. And here I'm going to make use of the gender male icon. Save. Okay, so yeah, below this particular view we're gonna have not below this, below the text, I guess, below this particular text we're gonna have one more text. Okay, it says Hinge users are matched based on these gender groups. You can add more about gender after. Okay, after that nothing is there. So let's format once. Save. Let's say after registering. So let's provide the style for this particular text. It's going to have a font size of let's say 15, margin top of let's say 20, and color is going to be gray. So as you can see, that's looking good. And below that we're going to have all of the options to choose. So let's initialize a view. This view in turn is going to have another view, and this view is going to have a text, and towards the right the icon. So I'm going to say men, and I'm going to make use of the font awesome icon. So let's say font awesome, and here let's provide the name. It's going to be equals to circle, and let's pass in the size. It's going to be equals to 26, and color, we're going to write this based on a condition. Okay, so first of all, let's give a random color for now. That is this one, F0 F0 F0. Save. Font awesome doesn't exist. All right, so let's import font awesome. So this is going to be font awesome. Save. So let's press on next, and next over here, and then next. Alright, so we have that circle as well as the text which says men. So let's give the style for this. So font size of 15, font weight of 500, and for the view, margin top of 30, that is for the outermost view. Save. Okay, and for the inner view, we're going to pass the style. We want it to come in a row fashion, so I'm going to say style over here, flex of row, so flex direction row, align items of center, and justify content of space between. Okay, so let's save the file. Yeah, as you can see, we're able to see that being shown on the screen. Just copy this down a couple of times. So this in turn is going to have a margin vertical of 12. Okay, and the second one is going to be woman. And the third one is going to be, this is going to be woman. And the third one is going to be non-binary. So save the file. So now let's actually initialize the state to hold the gender. So I'm going to say const gender comma set gender equals to use state, initially an empty string. So whenever you press on each kind of icon, we're gonna set the state. So let's make sure each of the icon are there within a pressable. So I'm gonna say pressable, import pressable from React Native, and copy the same thing for all of the remaining icons present over here. And for the pressable over here, I'm gonna initialize my onPress, take in a function, and I'm just gonna set the gender to be of that particular text. I'm gonna say set gender to be of men. So similarly initialize this for the second one. So this is going to be for women, and this is going to be for the non-binary, for the final pressable. So here I'm going to say non-binary. So format once and then save the file. So now based on whatever you press on, if at all it is selected, we're gonna make this color, that is the purple color. So for that, we're gonna write the condition for the color that's provided over here. We're gonna say if my gender selected equals to men, then this is gonna be the color, that is 58 or 1845, else it's gonna be this itself. So copy down this condition, and it's gonna be pretty much same for the remaining two icons. This is gonna be woman, and over here this is gonna be non-binary. Save the file. Let's start selecting each one of them. So as you can see, we're able to select onto each kind of option that is present, which is good, and we have that state stored inside of the gender state over here. So now let's initialize the handle next. That is, once you select this, we're gonna press on the next button. So uncomment this, and here I'm gonna say const handle next equals to a normal function, and let's initialize the navigation. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation, and the next screen after this is going to be the type screen. So I'm going to say const, not const, navigation dot navigate to type. So save. So men is selected, and then next. So as you can see, we're coming to the type screen. So this is basically your type screen where you enter what's your sexuality. Okay, so let's initialize the safe area view, and let's make use of that instead of the normal view that's present, and let's get in the initial part of the styling and make sure to import the platform from React Native as such. Again, similarly, let's initialize our view, that is this one, and I'm gonna paste it over here. Okay, so yeah, start importing the required things. Let's also, first of all import the icons required, and we need to import the image from React Native. Let's import pressable as well, touchable opacity. Let's comment this for now. And this is going to have a different text. Let's start off from this point, that is for the type screen. So we're going to enter the top text that's present. So let's say what's your sexuality, question mark, save. Okay, so gender doesn't exist. All right, so I think this is because of this condition that's entered over here. So for now we're going to make use of another state, that is the type. I'm going to say const type comma set type equals to use state, initially an empty string. Okay, so on press of each one of the option we're going to set the type. So let's start off from this one. So instead of men we're going to say straight, and for the second one we're going to have this, that's K, and after that the third one you can go through the options and then you can enter it, and we would need one more view to enter, that's for the fourth and final option, that's for bisexual. Okay, so let's save the file, and on press we're going to set the type. So I'm going to say set type, this also set type to whatever value you pressed on. So just enter that value over here. Same thing goes over here as well for the second one, and let's make the change over here, set the type again to be of the value that you pressed on, and again over here set the type to be bisexual. And over here instead of gender it's going to be type, just copy this down, and then for each of the color you're going to make the change. So this is going to be for this one, and this is for the gay part. So this one is going to be for this option, that's the second option, that's gay. Okay, and this is the final one, that's going to be for straight. So let's say straight over here. So I think it's pretty much that's it. Save the file. Let's look into the screen. So next, enter some value, and then next. I think we need to look into this because we need to start focusing the month. We need to start focusing the day and then not the year. So this is working fine. Next. So there you go. Choose a men and then next. So we have this, and for the third option we're going to give the margin vertical, or instead of that let's remove that, and let's remove the margin vertical wherever it's present, and for the view that is present we're going to give it a flex of column. Okay, so flex direction is going to be column. Let's give a gap of 12, that's better. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking nice. So let's say you select any one of them. So as you can see, that's looking good. So this part is completed. I think we are forgetting to show this part that is visible on profile. Okay, so let's initialize that in the gender screen as well. That is going to come right after this particular view. So I'm just going to initialize the design for that. It's going to contain a view with the material design icons, and it's going to be checkbox marked. So save the file. Let's come back over here. So as you can see, we're able to see that being shown onto the screen. So next. So the same thing, we're going to add it to the type screen as well after the final option, that is after this view. So there you go. We're able to see that onto the screen and then save. So let's press on next. So first of all, let's uncomment this. That is this one. So here I'm going to say const handle next equals to a normal function. Let's also initialize our navigation. I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation, import use navigation from React navigation as such. And inside of the handle next, we're going to go to the next screen, that is your dating screen. So I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to the dating screen. Save, and let's choose any one of them and then next. Yeah, so we're coming correctly to the dating screen. So yeah, this is your gender, I think. Yeah, this is your type. Yeah, this is your dating screen. So now let's initialize the design for the dating screen. First of all, initialize your safe area view. This is your dating type.js. Okay, so safe area view, and let's make use of the safe area view over here as well. Let's add the style over here. Okay, imported correctly, format, save the file. Yeah, so we're able to see that being shown onto the screen. Initialize this entire view. It's going to be again similar, and paste it over here. So now the required things are, let's import everything. First of all, icons. Let's also initialize the type. Let's also initialize the state to hold whatever you want to choose. Let's say dating preferences. Comma set dating preferences. So here you can choose more than one option, that is men and women both. So I'm going to say preferences equals to use state. So for that reason, I'm going to provide an empty array. All right. So yeah, apart from that, let's import the required things, that is image, and then we need access to pressable. Then we need touchable opacity as well. Let's comment this out, and yes, apart from that, everything is present. So now we're going to initialize the on press, and it's not going to be this one, it's going to be choose type of the particular option. I'm going to say choose type, okay, of the options. So the options are going to start from men, women, and then everyone. Okay, so let's write that correctly. Where was I? Yeah, here. So this is going to be women. The second option, this is going to be men, and this is going to be choose option, not choose type, choose option. And the same thing for this as well, choose option. Yeah, this is going to be men, and we're going to only have three options over here, I guess. Yeah, only three: men, women, and then everyone. So this is going to be everyone. So for this, again, it's going to be choose type. Not choose type, choose option of everyone. All right, so that's it. Let's define the function, that is choose option. So I'm going to say const choose option equals to, it's going to take in the option that we pressed on or that we selected. First of all, let's try to save the file. Hopefully we should not get any errors. Okay, everything is imported, I guess. Pressable image. Yeah, let's save. Okay, the type doesn't exist. Okay, for this one we're getting error. All right. So yeah, here we're gonna write it in a different way. That is, if your dating preferences dot includes of men, then we're gonna give the purple color. So here I'm gonna say if the dating preferences dot includes of women. This is for the second option. That's the reason it's gonna be women. So same thing over here. If it includes men, and for the final one it's going to be for everyone. So save. So let's press on next. Next. And then next. All right, next. Choose anyone next. Okay, 116. So that is forgotten. Yeah, let's remove this. That's not required. So let's do it. So let's go back to the screen again. Yeah, so as you can see, we're able to see that. I think there is one more screen. Nope. Yeah, this is the final screen. So let's start off by changing the text. Here it's gonna say, who do you want to date? So who do you want to date? Save. And yeah, we could actually remove this, or you can just say select all people. You're open to dating. You're open to meeting. So format, save. Yeah, so that's looking good. And yeah, now let's define the choose option. So this is going to work in such a way that if at all the option is already selected, then you're going to deselect it. If at all the option is not selected, and if you're going to press it for the first time, you're going to add it to the dating preferences. Okay, so that's how we're going to implement this. So first, let's check the condition stating that if at all the option is already selected. So I'm going to say if dating preferences dot includes of my option that I pressed on. If this is the case, then that means we need to deselect it. So if that's the case, if this condition is true, we're going to say set dating preferences, and I'm going to say dating preferences dot apply the filter method, and over here the selected option should not be equals to the option. That means we're just trying to filter out that particular selected option from the dating preferences list. Okay, that's the condition. Else, if it is not yet selected, and if at all you're pressing on that option for the first time, you're gonna push that into the dating preferences. So you're gonna say set dating preferences, so include whatever is there earlier inside of the dating preferences, and then add that particular option. So save the file. So now let's say you're going to press on the men option for the first time. So it's going to go into this particular function. It's going to check if the dating preferences dot includes of men, which is false because by default it's empty. So it's automatically going to go into the else condition, and it's going to say set dating preferences to whatever is there inside of the dating preferences, which is empty as of now, and then add the option that is men. So let's say after men you press on women, again it's going to check the condition, that is if the dating preferences dot includes of women, which is false. So automatically it goes into the else condition. It's going to say set dating preferences to be whatever is the dating preferences at that point of time. So currently we have men, so include men and add the next option, that is the women that you selected. So by that time we should be able to have two options, that is men and women, into the dating preferences list. So let's give that a try. I'm going to press on the first option. So there you go, this is getting selected, and I'm going to press on the second option. Okay, not sure why that's not getting selected. Let's look into the condition. Yeah, because this is wrong. This should be women. Save. Press on this. So as you can see, we are able to select both of them. So now if I press on deselect, it's going to go into the if condition because it is already selected. It's already present in the array. Then we are just going to filter that out of the array. So let's press on women over here. So there you go, it's working absolutely fine. So now let's uncomment this, and we're gonna implement the handle next. So this was it about your final screen, not the final screen, this was it about your dating type screen. So let's initialize the next part. So here I'm going to say const handle next equals to a normal arrow function, and here we're going to go to the next screen, that is the dating intention. So it's going to be looking for screen. Let's initialize our navigation first. I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. This is going to be navigation dot navigate to looking for. Save the file. Let's give this a try. Okay, so it says navigation, the action navigate with payload looking for was not handled, so not sure. Okay, so I think I made a mistake over here. There is no space. Okay, just looking for, I guess. Let's press on next. Yeah, so as you can see, we're coming correctly to the next screen, that is the looking for screen. So let's start looking into the design of the looking for screen, which is going to look something like this. Okay, so let's start off the design part. So first of all, let's initialize our safe area view inside of our looking for screen, and let's make use of the safe area view over here. So save the file, and let's get the initial part of the style for the safe area view, and then I'm going to paste it over here. And make sure to import a platform from React Native. So save. All right, so apart from that, let's also initialize our view, that is this one, and I'm going to paste it over here. Let's also initialize our icons as well. So let's initialize the state to hold the looking for value. So I'm going to say const looking for comma set looking for equals to use state, initially an empty string. Okay, so let's make first of all, let's import the image, and the icon over here is going to be hand heart, and let's also import touchable opacity. So you can basically look into it. It's actually pretty similar itself. We're just going to have more options over here, and we can select any one option. Okay, so let's first of all change the text. So here it's going to say what's your dating intention, and apart from that, over here for the pressable, we're going to have the set looking instead of choose option. First of all, let's make the change for this. This is going to be life partner, and over here we're going to say set looking for to be of life partner. And over here we're going to write the condition stating that if at all the looking for equals to life partner, then it's going to be in this color code. Okay, yeah, so pretty much let's do the same thing for all of the remaining views. So for the second option, I'm going to make use of long-term relationship, and over here we're going to say set looking for of this particular value, and over here we're going to write the we're going to change the condition, that is this one. So here we're going to say long-term relationship. So after that one, we have the next one, that is long-term relationship open to short. So here I'm going to say a long-term relationship and then open to short. So copy that down, and we need to set the value. So this is going to be over here, and instead of choose option, it's going to be set looking for, just like this. And let's also change this one, that is for the color part. So let's copy down the same value and set it over here. Okay, I think for the previous one the spelling is wrong. It should be complete, that is long-term relationship. Okay, Let's format. Alright, so I'm just going to copy down this view a couple of times for the remaining options that are present. Yeah, so yeah, first one, second one, this is the third one. So next one is going to be long term, short term relationship open to long. So just copy this down and we're going to set the state if at all you press on this option. And same thing over here, condition, that is if at all looking for equals to this value, then the color is going to be that purple shade of color. Apart from that, the next one is short term relationship, that is this one. Let's remove this and here we're just going to say short. Copy that down and let's set the state over here. Yeah, this is already set looking for, and let's make the change for the condition for the color. Okay, if it are looking for equals to short term relationship, then only show this particular color. Okay, so yeah, we need one more view. Let's copy this down, and after this we're just gonna paste it over here. So this is gonna say figuring out my dating goals. So let's write that. So figuring out my dating goals, and then yeah, let's copy this down and let's set the state, and we're gonna make the condition change over here, that is for looking for, if it are looking for equals to figuring out my dating goals, then that means we need to show the purple color for that particular icon. So yeah, that's it. We have imported touchable opacity and then image. Yeah, pretty much it should work. Safe area view is also imported. Okay, yeah, so let's save the file. Okay, pressable doesn't exist, so let's import pressable from React Native. Let's head back to the same screen. All right, so let's enter. So there you go, we're able to see that. Let's try selecting each one of them. So as you can see, we're able to select any of the provided options over here, and even this has already been set from the previous design that is visible on profile. So that part is there over here. Okay, so yeah, that's it. So this was it about your dating for or the looking for screen, and the next part is work screen. So pretty much this screen is completed. Let's uncomment this once and let's refine the handle next. So here I'm going to say const handle next equals to a normal arrow function, and first of all let's initialize our navigation. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation, and here in the handle next I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen we want to navigate to. That's going to be hometown. Save. So select any one of them, life partner, and then next. So as you can see, we're coming correctly to the hometown screen. So let's go over here and then start designing it. So it's pretty simple. It's going to have a text input, and then the basic design that is pretty much there in all of the screens. Okay, so let's implement this. Let's initialize our safe area view. So copy that down, save. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking fine. Initialize some basic styling for your safe area view. Import platform from React Native. Okay, save the file, and I'm going to initialize my this view that is going to basically contain all of the remaining designs. Save. Okay, so here we are not going to include any of the options. Let's remove all of them. That is starting off from this. Import touchable opacity. Comment this out, and over here it is gonna say where do you work. I'm gonna say where do you work. Yes, and apart from that, yeah, there is no second text. Let's remove this as well. Let's import image from React Native, and let's import all of the required icons. and let's paste it over here. So yeah, safe area view is imported, and then we have material design icons imported, and touchable opacity is also imported. So yeah, let's save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see that being shown on the screen, which says where do you work, and over here the icon is gonna be different. Let's make the change for that. Okay, I think my bad, this was set up wrong, because after your dating intention, the next one is your hometown screen. So that is this one. Again, it's pretty similar, just change the text and then we're gonna have the text input being implemented. So this is wrong actually. So here we should say where's your hometown. After this the workplace comes up. So where's your hometown. Save. Yeah, so that's looking fine. So below this, let's initialize our text input. So below this, I'm gonna say text input, import that from React Native, and we're gonna provide autofocus true, and let's initialize the state to hold the hometown. So here I'm gonna say const hometown comma set hometown equals to use state, initially an empty string. So yeah, let's come down to the text input. I'm gonna say value is gonna be equals to hometown, and I'm gonna say on change text, taking the text, and here basically we're just gonna say set the hometown to be of the text. So format, and placeholder is gonna be hometown, and let's provide some style to this. So I'm gonna say style. So this in turn is gonna have a width of, let's say, 340, and we're gonna give it some margin top of, let's say, 25, and provide a border bottom color. So border bottom color of, let's say, black, and apart from that we're gonna say border bottom width of 1, and we're gonna provide some padding bottom. So let's say padding bottom of 10, font family of this one, the same thing that we're using from the starting point, and we're gonna pass in the font size. So if at all hometown is present, then 22, else also 22. Save. So there you go, we're able to see that text input being shown onto the screen, which is good. So yeah, that's it about your hometown screen. So we can navigate to the next part, that is the workplace. Let's uncomment this, handle next. So let's go at the top, and over here I'm going to say const handle next equals to a normal arrow function, and here I'm going to say navigation. First of all, let's initialize that, that's not yet initialized. So const navigation equals to use navigation, import use navigation from React navigation. Here it's going to be navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen, that's going to be workplace. So save the file. So I'm just going to press on this button, that is a touchable opacity. Okay, so the action navigate with payload workplace was not handled. So let's check out the spelling in the Stack Navigator, whatever we have given, it should be the same spelling. So yeah, after your hometown, yeah, it's a capital P, not small p. So let's come back over here, or let's make this small p, okay, in the Stack Navigator. So here I'm just going to say small p, save the file. So let's come down to the hometown screen, and over here I'm just going to press on this. So there you go, we're coming correctly to the workplace. Okay, so as you can see, this hometown screen and this workplace is pretty much similar itself. Okay, even the job screen is also similar. It's going to have some basic top design, a unique text, and then a text input for the user to enter the value. So let's check if at all we have made the change for the screen in hometown. Yeah, this is not yet done. So for the hometown screen, we need to change the icon at the top. So it's going to be the location enter outline, or just the location enter. So let's come down to the hometown screen, and here it's going to be location enter, save. So as you can see, that's the one. So I'm just going to copy down the exact same thing that is there inside of the safe area view, and I'm going to include it for the workplace over here. Make sure to import the required icons as well as use navigation. So import a platform first of all, and then import the image from React Native, text input, and the touchable opacity as well. Currently, as of now, I'm just going to comment this out, and yeah, let's initialize the state to hold the workplace. So over here, I'm going to say const workplace comma set workplace equals to use state, import use state from React as such, initially an empty string. Let's scroll down to this point, that is for the value. Here value is going to be workplace, and on change text, instead of set hometown, it's going to be set workplace. Yes, and apart from that, everything is going to remain as is. And over here also we need to make the change. Instead of hometown, we need to enter workplace. That's it. So yeah, a text input, touchable opacity, view, image is also imported. Yeah, so let's save the file. Let's press on next. Okay, safe area is not yet imported, so let's import that. Save the file, and let's head back to the workplace screen. So next, then next, hometown, and then workplace. So there you go. So we need to make the change over here. So here it's gonna ask, where do you work? Okay, so where do you work, and then question mark. Save. Yeah, so as you can see, that part is done. So we have finished implementing the workplace screen. So now the next step is, if at all you press on the touchable opacity, that is the button, we should be navigated to the next screen. So I'm going to say const handle next equals to a normal function. Let's initialize our navigation. I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation. Here inside the function, let's navigate. I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen, that is going to be job title. Save. So let's head back to job title. So as you can see, we're coming correctly to the job title screen. So again, it's going to be similar. As you can see, the job title is exactly similar to the hometown as well as your work screen, just that the text input is different, that is the state value is different, as well as the question over here is different. So let's again initialize our safe area view. Let's come back to the job title screen, paste it over here, import safe area view, and then platform from React Native, image, and text input. Apart from text input, let's make the change over here, or let's first of all import touchable opacity, comment this out, import all of the required icons, that is over here, and yeah, let's initialize the state to hold the job. Okay, so I'm going to say const job title, it should be a small j, and we're going to say set job title equals to use state, initially an empty string. Let's scroll down over here. So for the value, it's gonna be job title. On change text, it's gonna be set job title, and over here also it's gonna be job title. Okay, so yes, apart from that, icons have been imported, and yeah, image, text input, touchable opacity, and safe area view has been imported as well. So let's save the file. So there you go, we're able to see the job title screen. So we just need to change the question over here. So it's going to say, what's your job title? That is over here. Save. And I think even this is not changed. Yeah, so for the work, we need to change the icon, that is this one. So that's going to be briefcase outline. So let's come back to the workplace.js. and this is going to be different. Save. So briefcase outline. Okay, wrong spelling of outline. Yeah, so as you can see, we're able to see that being shown onto the screen. Next one is what's your job title. So for this, we're going to have again a different icon. So it's going to be a LAN icon. Okay, so it's just going to be LAN. Let's enter that over here. Save. Okay, so as you can see, it's looking good. So now let's uncomment the handle next, and let's move on to the next screen. So here I'm going to say const handle next equals to a normal function. Here after that, we're going to go to the photos screen. Okay, so I'm going to say initialize navigation first. Const navigation equals to use navigation. Import use navigation from React navigation, and let's initialize the function over here. I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to the photo screen. Save, and let's press on this. So as you can see, we're coming correctly to the photo screen, that is this one. So let's start designing the photo screen that is going to look like this. So as soon as the user comes to this particular screen, that is the photo screen, we're going to have 6 blank images being shown, and as and when the user enters the image URL, we're going to fill each of the blank, right? So let's start off with the design of the photo screen. So initially, let's again initialize our safe area view. So let's save the file. So as you can see, that's looking fine. So for the safe area view, again, let's get the initial styling. Let's import platform from React Native as such format. Save, and let's get this particular view now. Initialize it over here, and this doesn't contain any kind of text input except for the bottommost part that is actually different from the one which we are designing. So for that reason, let's remove this one, the text input. This is not required. Let's comment this out. Import touchable opacity as well as all of your required icons. So let's also import image, and here it's going to say pick your photos and videos. So pick your photos and videos. All right, so we are able to see that onto the screen, and here we're going to make use of material icons, that is over here. So this is going to be photo camera back. Let's design this. Let's import it firstly correctly. Let's also import the material icons. Save. So as you can see, that's looking fine. So now we're going to first of all initialize array or state to hold all of the image URLs. Okay, so here I'm going to say const image URLs comma set image URLs equals to use state. Import use state from React. It's going to be an array of strings, and by default everything would be set to be empty, similar to how we have developed the OTP screen. So 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, so it's currently empty over here, and here I'm going to say const image URL comma set image URL. This is for entering the link in the text input field. So this is going to be empty at the initial state. So now let's scroll down, and after your text, that is this part, I'm going to say initialize a view. So within this view, I'm going to have another view, and over here I'm going to map over my image URLs. I'm going to say image URLs dot, let's say, slice. I'm gonna just take in the first three. Okay, so that's the reason I'm passing 0, 3 and apply the map method for every URL and the index. I'm going to return a pressable over here. So within the pressable, I'm going to, first of all check the condition saying that if at all we have the URL present, then in that case, show the image. Else, we're just going to show this evil icon. So the name is going to be image and size is going to be 32. Color is going to be black. So first of all, let's import the evil icons, right? So over here, and let's also change over here as well. Alright, so let's try to save the file. Okay, so as you can see, since the URL was empty at the initial state, which you can see, we are going into the else condition and then we are rendering the icon over here. Okay, so size should be actually 22, not 32. So 22. And for the pressable, we're going to pass in the key. So let's also style out the pressable. I'm going to pass in the style over here. It's going to have a border color that is 581845 and then border width of this color code, that is if at all URL is there. So we're going to check the URL, not the color code. We're going to pass in the value because this is the border width. So if URL is there, it's going to be 0, else it's going to be 2. Apart from that, a flex of 1, justify of center, and then align items of center as well. And as you can see over here, each of the pressable is in a dashed pattern, that is for the border style. So let's format once. So I'm going to say border style is going to be dashed and border radius. So border radius of 10. And I'm going to say height of 100. Okay. So for the image, let's provide the style. I'm going to say style over here. Let's pass in the width of 100%, height of 100%, and apart from that, border radius of 10, resize mode of cover. So that's it. So save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see something on the screen, but it is not looking that good. Okay, we want it to come in this particular fashion. So let's target the outermost view and we're going to give it a flex of row. So I'm going to say flex direction row, align items of center, and we're going to give it a gap of 20 between each of the children. So as you can see, just like that, we are able to just match the design that is there over here in the screenshot, which is good. And for this, let's actually provide some margin top of 20 because it's almost touching the top part of the text, right? So I'm going to say style and then margin top of 20. Save. Yeah, so that's looking good. So I'm just going to copy down this view and then paste it down again. Okay, to show the remaining 3 elements. So now instead of slicing from 0 to 3, I'm going to slice from 3 to 6. Okay. So save. So as you can see, just like that, this is looking fine. So after that, let's initialize our next view over here. It says drag to reorder and then add 4 to 6 photos. Initialize the text which says drag to reorder, and we're going to have a text over here which says add 4 to 6 photos. So let's initialize the style for the view. Margin vertical of 10. For this, color of gray. Font size of 15. Okay, so that's looking nice. And for this particular text, we're going to give it a margin top first of all of let's say 4, and we're going to pass in this particular color, that is 581845, and a font weight of 500, and save the file. Let's also give a font size of 15 for this text. Okay, so font size of 15, save. Yeah, so that's looking nice. So apart from that, we're gonna have this text which says add a picture of yourself, and then the text input. So let's initialize our view over here with a text which says add a picture of yourself. For the view, I'm just going to give it a slight margin top of, let's say, 20 or 25. Save. So as you can see, that text is being shown onto the screen, and below this text we're going to have the view to enter the image. Okay, so it's first of all going to have your evil icons. Name is going to be image. Style, it's going to have some margin left, so margin left of 10 or 8. Apart from that, the name, okay, name is already provided. The size is going to be 22, and the color is going to be black. So yes, apart from the evil icons, towards the right we're going to have the text input. Import text input from React Native, placeholder. We're going to say enter your image URL, and let's provide the value for this. Value is going to be equals to image URL. The state for this has already been set, and on change text, we're just going to say take in the text and then set the image URL to be of that particular text. That's it. Format once. Apart from that, let's provide some style to the text input. So here we're going to provide a color of gray, and let's provide some margin vertical of 10 and then a width of 300. Save the file. So as you can see, it is being shown onto the screen, but we need it to come in a row fashion. So let's style the view, that is which contains the icon as well as the text input. Give it a flex of row, so flex direction row, and then align items of center, and we're going to pass in a gap of 5. Then apart from that, border radius of 5, margin top of 10, and we're going to give it a background color of this color code. Save the file. So as you can see, that's looking nice. So let's format once, and just below the view we're gonna have a button to add it, that is add image. Okay, so let's actually increase the padding a bit, that is for the text input, or we could give that to the view. I'm gonna say padding vertical of, let's say, 6. Yeah, so that's looking nice. So below the view we're gonna have basically a button, import button from React Native. So on press we're gonna say handle add image, and the title is gonna be add image. So now let's define the function, that is handle add image over here. So I'm going to say const handle add image equals to a normal function. Now let's try to save the file. So as you can see, we have that button being shown onto the screen, which is good. So first of all, we need to find the first empty slot in the array. That's the first step. So for that, I'm going to say initialize the index. So we're going to make use of the find index method, access the image URLs. I'm going to say dot find index for the URL, and for the URL, so the condition goes like this, that is URL should be equals to empty. So automatically this would be returned because that's the first empty URL. Okay, so we're going to check if my index is not equals to -1. Then I'm going to say const updated URLs equals to get in all of the image URLs, and I'm going to say updated URLs of my index, that's the first position, is going to be equals to the image URL, that is what is stored inside of state, that is what the user entered at the first time. So here I'm going to say is going to be equals to image URL. So apart from that, we're just going to set it into state. So set image URLs to be of the updated URLs, and we're going to clear off this one. So I'm going to say set image URL to be empty. So that's pretty much it. So this is how you add the image into each of the boxes. So now let's give this a try. So now let's say I'm going to add an image URL over here. So I'm just going to enter this. Okay, I'm just going to paste in my URL over here, and then I'm going to say add. So once I press on add, it's going to come into this particular function. It's going to firstly find the index where the image URL is empty. So of course we are in the initial state. So by default this should be returned because that's the first URL that is empty, which matches this condition which says URL should be equals to empty. So we're going to come into this condition, index is not equals to -1, index equals to 0. So we're going to say const updated URLs equals to take in whatever is there inside of the image URLs, that is basically all of this thing, and we're going to say updated URLs of index, that means at the first position add this particular value. After adding the value, set the image URLs to be of the updated URLs. Okay, so then this part becomes all of these things, and the first one should be included with this particular URL. Okay, so since this is included over here, this should get triggered off. That is the first part, slice of 0,3, and just for the first one the URL is present, so over here the image should be shown, and for the remaining two parts still the icon only should be shown. So let's try that out. Add image. Okay, not sure if that was a valid image because for some reason it didn't show up onto the screen. Or let's try to console.log the images once. I'm going to say console.log images and then the image URLs. Save the file. Okay, so as you can see we do have that image, but yeah, let's try it out with another image. Alright, so I'm just gonna go to the text input and then try to paste it over here. Add image. Okay, not sure, for some reason we're not able to see that onto the screen. Let's try to reload the app once and then let's give it another try. But over here the images are getting populated. Okay, I think my bad. I think I didn't give the source for the image. Okay, for that reason it's not showing up. So let's pass in the source, which in turn is going to take in the URI. I just remembered that only the style was given and then the source was not yet given, so that's the reason we were not able to see the image. Format once, save. So there you go, finally we're able to see those two images being added. So currently two images are present, so since for that reason just two blocks have been filled in the image URLs, the third, fourth, fifth, sixth is still empty. So based on how many ever you add over here, it keeps on filling this up. Okay, that's how we're going to implement this. So this part is done, so that means image the photo screen is completed. So now the next step is we're going to start styling out the prompt screen. So let's initialize the handle next function that is there over here. Uncomment this, and here I'm going to say const handle next equals to a normal arrow function. Let's also initialize our navigation value. I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation, import use navigation from React navigation correctly, and here I'm going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen we want to navigate to, that is your prompt screen. So I'm going to say prompts over here. Save. So let's give this a try. I'm going to press on the button. So there you go, automatically we're coming to the prompt screen. So prompt screen is going to basically contain three parts of it. Okay, one is all of these three blanks. So basically once you press on each blank, you would be navigated to the show prompt screen. I'm not sure if that has been added or not. Okay, so in the show prompt screen we're going to have a bunch of unique topics where the user itself can decide the question and give the answer for that particular topic. And once they give the answer for that question, automatically we come back to the prompt screen and then that particular blank would be filled. Okay, so basically we have three screens as I told. This is the first screen. The second one is to show the question and answers, and the third screen is where we write the answer to that particular question, that is the write prompt screen. So yeah, let's start designing the prompt screen over here. That is over here. So first of all, let's initialize our safe area view over here. That is for our prompt screen, and let's make use of that instead of the normal view that's present. And let's also initialize our starting style. So copy that and then paste it over here. Make sure to import platform from React Native as such. So save the file. So as you can see, this is the prompt screen and it is showing correctly. So now after that, let's initialize this particular view because we want that margin top and the margin horizontal value. So I'm just gonna paste it instead of the text that's present. So let's also import touchable opacity. Comment this for now. Let's make sure to import the required icons. So here it should say write your profile answers. That is for the text. So here let's make the change. It's gonna be write your profile answers, and this is gonna be the ant design icon. So let's change that. I think we need to import it as well. So instead of material icons, I'm gonna say ant design, and over here also we need to enter the family. That is this one. So apart from that, let's remove this entire view. That's not required. That's from the previous screen. So I'm just going to remove that and make sure to import image. Okay, so image from React Native. Yeah, touchable opacity is imported and then iron icons is also imported. Let's save the file. So there you go. Write your profile answers, and then instead of this particular name for the icon, we're going to pass in the I icon and then save. So as you can see, that's looking nice. So first of all, let's initialize the state to hold the question and answer. So currently we only have 3 blocks, and each block is going to have 2 states, that is in the form of a question, and for that particular question a answer. So for that, let's initialize our state over here. So I'm going to say const prompts comma set prompts equals to use state. So import use state from React as such, or let's import it manually. Alright, so here it's gonna be an array of objects. So inside each object we're gonna have 2 properties, that is your question and the answer, and by default each of them would be pointing to an empty string. So answer is again gonna be empty over here. So let me just copy this down a couple of times. So we have 3 of them. Okay, so apart from that, let's also initialize our route and the navigation. I'm going to say const route equals to use route, import use route from React navigation, and I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation, import even this as well. Alright, so now let's look into the design part. So I'm going to initialize a view and then I'm going to map over each of my prompts that is present. If at all we have any value for a question and answer, we're going to show the value. If at all the value is not present, we're going to show. Select a prompt and then write your own answer, right? So let's design that. So right after your text that's present over here, I'm going to initialize my view and let's access the prompts. I'm going to say dot map for every item and then the index. I'm just going to render a pressable, import pressable from React Native, and first of all I'm going to pass in the key over here. That's going to be index. Alright, so now within the pressable, first of all I'm going to check if at all my item dot question and for that particular question, if at all the item dot answer is there, then in that case I'm going to render the design. So I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all my item dot question and for that particular question, if at all my item dot answer is also present, then in that case we're going to render some design, else we're going to render something else, that is basically this hard-coded text, right? So here I'm going to make use of my fragment and I'm going to render my text over here. So the first thing is of course going to be the item dot question. That is, if at all it's present, then what question is it? We're going to show that. Below that, we're going to have the item dot answer. Okay. Else, if at all in this particular condition we do not have any question or answers, here we're going to make use of the hard coded value. So initialize the fragment again, and here let's write our text. So within this text, it's going to have a hard coded value which says select a prompt, and again we're going to have our second text which is going to say and write your own answer. So save the file. So as soon as I save the file, so there it goes. Since all of the question and answers were empty at the initial state, automatically it went into the else condition, and it is just showing select a prompt and then write your own answer. So let's format that once, save the file. So first of all, let's start providing the style for this. So I'm going to say style over here. It's going to have a color of gray and then a font weight of 600. And apart from that, we're going to have the font style. So font style of italic, margin top of 3, since it would almost touch the top part of the text. So for this also, it's going to be pretty much the same. So I'm going to target the style, and let's pass in a font size of 15. So font size 15, and even for this font size of 15. So yeah, let's format once and then save. So as you can see, we're able to see that text being changed and even the font style is being applied. So now let's target the parent view, that is basically your pressable, that is over here, style. So for this, first of all, we're going to give it a border color of this color code, that is 707070, and apart from that, we're going to give it a border width of 2, and we're going to say justify of center, and then align items of center as well, and we're going to give it border style is going to be dashed. So as you can see over here, it is in a dashed format. So for that reason, I'm going to say border style is going to be dashed, and we're going to give it a slight border radius as well. So border radius of 10, and then a specific height of 70. So let's format once, save. So there you go, just like that, it's looking fine. So let's also handle the spacing as well. So I'm going to target my view over here. So first of all, let's give it some margin top, because it's almost touching the top part of the container. I'm going to say margin top of 20, save. Yeah, so that spacing looks good. Apart from that, I'm going to give it a flex direction of column and a gap of 20 between all of the children. So as you can see, just like that, the design is looking nice. So let's also give the style if at all we have any kind of question and answer, that is for these two texts, that is inside of your if condition. So initialize your style over here. So we're going to give it a font weight of 600, and the font style is again going to be italic, and we're going to pass in a color of the font size of 15. So here we're just going to skip the gray color, and it's going to be in black color itself. Whereas for this one, let's pass in the style. So font weight of again 600, and we're going to have a font style of italic, and then font size of 15, a margin top of 3, text align of center. Format over here and then save. Let's also give text align for this as well, of center. Alright, so yeah, this part is done. So now let's first of all initialize the on press on each of the pressable. That is, if you press on any one of the blank, you should be navigated to the other screen. I think the design is not added over here. So in that screen, you're going to have n number of topics, and under each topic you're going to have n amount of questions. So based on whatever question you press on, you would be navigated to the next screen, that is the write prompt screen, where you would write the answer for that particular question. So first of all, let's initialize on press over here. I'm going to say on press. We're going to say navigation.navigate. So the name of the screen is going to be show prompts. And to the show prompt screen, we're going to pass in the prompts basically that is stored inside of state, and the particular index, as well as the set prompts as well. Okay, so these are the three things we're going to pass to the next screen. So save the file. So let's press on this. So as you can see, we're coming correctly to the show prompt screen, that is this one. So let's start looking into the design of the show prompt screen. So yeah, as usual, let's first of all initialize our safe area view, that is over here, and let's make use of the safe area view. So safe, let's pass in the initial design, that is basically your style part, and import platform from React Native. So format once, save the file. So as you can see, that's looking nice. So yeah, after this we're gonna initialize our scroll view, because we can have more questions. Import scroll view from React Native, and we're gonna have a view over here. Within the view, we're gonna have a text which says view all, and we have another text over here which says prompts. Save the file. So as you can see, you're able to see both the text being shown onto the screen. So let's target this particular view over here. I'm going to say style. It's going to have some internal spacing, padding of 10, flex of row, and then align items of center, and I'm going to say justify of space between. So as you can see, that's looking nice. So let's target the first text which says view all. We're going to provide the style for that. So font size of 15, font weight of 500, and then color of this color code, that is 581845. Save. So I'm just going to copy this down and then paste it for the second text as well, that is over here, and I'm going to increase the font size to be 16. Yeah, so that's looking nice. Let's format once, save the file. So I'm just going to get in my data for the prompts. So I'm just going to paste in the data over here. So this is basically your array of objects. So this is your prompts array, and for each object you're going to have a unique ID, and you're going to have a unique topic, and under each topic you're going to have n number of questions with a unique ID. Again the questions is an array of objects with an ID and then a question. Okay, so we have about 5 to 6 topics, I guess. So with the help of this array, we're gonna start designing the show prompt screen. So I'll be sending this entire array in the description, that is in the form of a drive link, so you can copy that and then you can paste it into your code base. Okay, so let's scroll down, and right after the view, I'm going to initialize my another view. So over here, I'm going to initialize my scroll view. So here I'm going to say prompts dot map. So for every item and then the index, I'm going to return a view, and within this view we're going to have the pressable being shown. Make sure to import pressable from React Native, and first of all, at the top, let's initialize some state to check which particular option is currently pressed on, and also let's initialize the route as well as the navigation. So I'm going to say const navigation equals to use navigation, and then const route equals to use route. Import use route from React navigation as well as your use navigation, and I'm going to say const prompts comma set prompts equals to use state, initially an empty array. Let's choose the option, so I'm going to say const option comma set option equals to use state, and let's say initially it would be pointing to this topic, that is about me. Let's also initialize our state for the answer. I'm going to say const answer comma set answer equals to use state. Initially it would be empty string again. Alright, so now let's scroll down over here. That is within the pressable. First of all, we're going to just show the text. Let's initialize the text. So here we're going to show basically the name. We're going to show all of the topics name. So to access the topic name, it's going to be equals to item.name, right? So here I'm going to say item.name. Save the file. So use state doesn't exist. All right, so let's import use state from React. Okay, save. So let's head back to the last screen, that's the prompt screen. All right, so there you go. We have all of the set of topics, that is about me, self-care, and then until my type. Okay, so let's look into the design part of this. So first of all, for the pressable, let's give the style. I'm going to give it some internal spacing, padding of 12, and then a slight border radius of 20, and background color as well. So if at all my option is going to be equals to item.name, that is pressed on, then in that case it's going to be this color code, that is 581845, else it's going to be in a white color. So format once and save. So as you can see, since about me was by defaultly selected because we had passed that value inside of state, that background color is going to be shown for just this particular option, that is about me. Okay, so now let's target the scroll view, and I want it to be in a horizontal fashion. So I'm going to say horizontal, and I'm going to give show horizontal scroll indicator, and I'm going to set it to be false. So as you can see, that's looking fine. So for the view, let's pass on the style. So initially margin horizontal of 10, margin top of let's say 20, flex direction of row, and then let's say gap of 10. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking fine. And let's initialize the style for the text. So I'm going to say style, initially text align of center, and color, I'm going to check the condition, that is if at all my option equals to my item.name. If that's true, then it's going to be in white color, else it's going to be in black color. Save. So as you can see, that's looking fine. So let's format once, and let's decrease the font size to be let's say 13. Yeah, so that's looking fine. So let's initialize the on press event on the pressable, and as and when you press on each option, we need to set the option to be of that particular option. So I'm going to say on press, taken a function, and we already have the state, that is set option over here. Let's make use of that. Here I'm going to say set option, and we're going to set it to be of the item.name. So now as and when I press on each option, the background color should change, and even this is horizontal as well. So now based on whatever option is selected, for that particular option, whatever questions is there inside of this particular array, we're going to show the questions over here. So now let's say by default about me is selected. So once the user comes to this particular screen, automatically the questions for about me should be showing below over here, right? We're going to implement it in that way. So let's minimize this. Let's initialize our another view over here, that is right after the view. I'm going to say view over here, and again I'm going to map over it. I'm going to say prompts dot map, so for every item and then the index. So here let's initialize another view. All right, so within the view, I'm going to check the condition stating that if at all my option equals to item.name, then render this particular view. Okay, so let's write the condition, that is if at all my option equals to item dot name, and let's initialize the view over here. So here within the view, we're just going to map over that particular questions for which the option has been pressed, because this condition is going to be true, right? So here I'm going to say item dot access the questions dot map. So for every question and then the index, so we're going to return basically a fragment, and I'm going to initialize my pressable over here. So within the pressable, we're going to have just the text, and to access the question, it's going to be question dot question. So I'm going to say question dot question. So let's save the file. So as you can see, since this particular option was selected, this condition was true for about me, and only those questions are being mapped over and then shown onto the screen. So let's say I select self-care, that particular question is being shown. Okay, so that's how we're gonna implement this. So let's look into the style part of this. So for the pressable, I'm gonna give it a margin vertical of 20, save. And for the view, that is the topmost view, this one, we need to provide it some margin horizontal, initially margin top of 20 and then a margin horizontal of 12, save. Or let's decrease the margin top to be 10, okay, or let's say 6, yeah, 6 is looking fine. And just below the pressable, we're going to have that kind of divider that is for each question. So it's going to be a self-enclosing view. I'm going to target my style over here. It is going to have a border color of E0, 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 and we're going to provide it a border width. So border width of 0.5. So let's save the file. So there you go. Now the design is looking nice. Okay, so yeah, that's it. So now let's look into the style of the text, that is this one. It's going to have a font size of 15, and it's going to have a font weight of 500. Color is going to be of this color code, that is 202020. Save the file. Yeah, so now as you can see, it's looking better than the previous one. So let's press on each one of the options, and the question should be changing over here. Okay, so just like that, we have finished designing the show prompt screen. So now if at all you press on any kind of prompt, automatically you should be navigated to the next screen, that is the write prompt, and that is where you enter the answer for a particular question that you press on. So initially, let's initialize the on press over here for the pressable. I'm going to say on press, take in a function, and here we're going to say navigation dot navigate to the name of the screen, that's going to be write prompt. Okay, and over here you're going to pass in a bunch of information. So let's write that over here. So first information is going to be question. So in this case, to access the question, it's going to be question dot question, and we're going to say prompts. It's going to be equals to root dot params dot prompts, that is coming from the previous screen, that is the prompt screen. So if you would remember over here, we had passed in two informations, I guess three, that is the prompts, index, and the set prompts. So the same thing we are passing it over here, right? So apart from prompts, we have set prompts. This is going to be equals to again root dot params dot set prompts. All right, and apart from that, the final one, that is index, it's going to be root dot params dot index. So let's format once and then let's save the file. So let's say I'm going to press for this one, that is I go crazy for. So as you can see, automatically we're coming to the right prompt screen. Okay, so let's design this first of all. I think the design is not yet added over here as well. Okay, so this is simple. We're just going to have the question, and we're going to have a below blank to enter the answer. So let's initialize our safe area view over here, and I'm going to make use of the safe area view instead of the normal view. Save, and let's copy down the initial part of the styling for the safe area view, and I'm going to paste it over here. Import platform as well. Okay, format, Yep, so this part is done. So let's start off the design part. So let's remove the text over here, and it's going to have a view. Within the view, we're going to have the iron icons. So let's get the iron icons from, let's say, the prompt screen. We also need to import it as well. So the icon is going to be chevron back outline. Save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see that onto the screen. The size is going to be 25 and the color is going to be black. So format once and then save. Okay, so yeah, within this we're going to have another text over here which is going to say right answer. Save. So let's target the style for the view, and we're going to pass in some padding over here. Not padding, flex direction of row, and then align items of center, and we're going to pass in let's say padding now, so padding of 12 and then a gap of 5. Save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking fine. And for the right answer, we need to provide a font size of 15. Okay, so let's say font size 15 and then save. Yeah, so that's looking okay. So apart from the view, towards the right side, we're going to have a button which says done. I'm going to say pressable over here. Import pressable from React Native. It's going to have a text which says done. Okay, I think I forgot to add one more view. So that is this one. So this view would contain this children and then this one. Okay, so these are the two children. Let's copy that down and then add it over here. Now let's give the style for this. So target the style. I'm going to pass in flex of row and then align items of center, and we're going to have the justify of, let's say, space between, and we're going to pass in the background color of white. Save. Okay, so for the done button, let's provide in the style. It's going to have a font size of, let's say, 15, and let's say it's going to have color of this color code, that is 5A0763, and we're going to pass in some margin right value because it's almost touching the right part of the container, and let's provide in a font weight of 500. Save the file. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking fine. Let's give a format once. So below this particular view, we're going to have the next part of the design coming up. Let's initialize this. This in turn is going to have the view. So at the top, let's initialize our question that's coming from the previous screen. For that, we need to initialize our route and the navigation. So const route equals to use route. Import use route from React navigation. And let's also, initialize our navigation as well. And apart from that, let's access our question first of all. So const question is going to be equals to root.params.question. That's how we access it from the previous screen. Or else you can actually destructure it as well. That is const index, comma prompts, comma set prompts equals to root.params. So this is how you destructure it. And if you want to get a single value, it's going to be something like this. All right. So within this particular view, we're going to have the text being shown. So initialize a text, and this is going to be taking the question. So format. So for the outermost view, I'm going to give some padding of, let's say, 12. And for this particular view, I'm going to give the background color of white, and it's going to have, let's say, padding of 15 and a border radius of 5. So save the file. So as you can see, I go crazy for, we are able to see that onto the screen. So I think for the safe area view, we do not have the background color of white. So let's remove that. Yeah, so as you can see, that's looking fine. So let's come down over here. So now below this text, we're going to have the text input to enter the answer part. So let's initialize a view for that, and I'm going to say text input, import text input from React Native. So we're going to make use of a self-enclosing tag, and let's initialize the state to hold the answer, that is the string that the user is typing. So const answer comma set answer equals to use state, initially empty string. Make sure to import use state from React. Let's come down to the text input, providing the value property. In this case, it's going to be answer itself, and on change text, take in the text and then set the answer to be of that particular text. Okay. Apart from that, it's going to have a placeholder which says enter your answer. Placeholder, enter your answer, save the file. So as you can see, we're able to see that text input property being shown onto the screen. So format once. So yeah, apart from this, let's provide in the style. So here we're going to say font family is going to be this one, that is Helvetica, and font size, if at all we have the answer, it's going to be 17, else also it's going to be 17. Okay, so let's target this particular view. I'm going to say style over here. It's going to have a padding of 10 and border radius of, let's say, 10, height of 100, and let's say margin top of 15, and we're going to give it a background color of white. Yep, so that's looking fine. Let's give it a format once, and we need to provide one more property to the text input, that is multi-line, because the answer can be in a multi-line format. Okay, so actually there should be a divider between the question as well as the answer, just to make the design look good. So I'm just going to copy down this, and I'm going to paste it just below this view so that we get a separate background color for this particular view. So as you can see, that's looking nice. So this is where you're going to enter your answer. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. So let's initialize the on press event on the done button, that is there for the pressable over here. On press. So I'm just going to say handle done over here. So let's define the function that is handle done. I'm going to say const handle done equals to a normal function, and over here, first of all, let's initialize our updated prompt. So I'm going to say const updated prompts equals to whatever is there inside of the prompts initially. So spread it and access the value, and I'm going to say updated prompts of your index, that is, in this case it's going to be the first one because we pressed on the first blank, if you would remember. So index is going to be 0. So I'm going to say updated prompts of index is going to be equals to question as well as the answer. So question is coming from the previous screen, answer is being entered by the user in this screen. So by doing this, the first object that is over here, the question would get filled, and the answer also would get filled because this is the index number 0. Okay, so yeah, after doing this, we're just going to say navigation. So navigation spelling is wrong. Yeah, so navigation dot navigate or navigation dot replace to the prompt screen, and we're gonna pass in the updated prompts. Okay, so let's save the file. So in the prompt screen, we need to check for this particular value, if at all we are getting it from this particular screen. So for that, we're going to make use of a use effect. So let's come back to the prompt screen, and let's initialize our use effect over here. So make sure to import use effect from React, and this use effect would be dependent upon your root params. Okay, so for that reason over here, I'm going to pass in my root dot params. So here we're going to first of all check the condition, that is, if at all we have the root dot params dot my updated params, because that was the value that we initialized in the right prompt screen. So if this particular value is present, then that means any kind of question and answer has been answered. So if this particular value is present, then that means we do have the question and answer for any kind of blank. Okay, so for that reason I'm just going to set the state, that is this one. So set prompts to be of basically root.params dot updated prompts. Okay, that's it. Let's format once and then let's save the file and let's give this a try. So I'm going to say I go crazy for, let's enter some answer, let's say road trips, and then I'm going to press on done. So there you go, automatically we came back to the prompt screen, and since this got triggered off because of the root.params, and it checked the condition, that is if at all my root.params.updated prompts were present, which is true because it came from the right prompt screen. So since this condition was true, we just set the prompts to be of the root.params.updated prompts. So the first one got updated, and since it got updated, this got triggered off, and just for the first question and for the first answer we had the value present. So for that reason only the first blank is filled. Okay, let's say I'm going to fill a second blank. I think I noticed the spelling of and is wrong over here, so it should be and. Save. Okay, so let's say greatest strength, let's say parents, done. Okay, let's say for the final one, the way to win me over, or a life goal of mine, travel and code, something like this, and then done. So there you go, we have filled up all of the 3 blanks. Okay, and we could now uncomment our handle next over here, and I'm going to define the handle next. Okay, so this was basically your complete implementation and functionality of your prompt screen, where we had to design 3 screens for that. That is your prompt screen, your show prompt screen, as well as the write prompt. So here let's initialize the handle next. I'm going to say const handle next equals to a normal arrow function. So here I'm going to write navigation dot navigate to the pre-final screen. Save. So as you can see, we're coming correctly to the pre-final screen, that is this one. So pre-final screen again is going to contain a basic kind of 2 texts, an animation, as well as a button. So this is actually exactly same as our basic info screen. So I'm just going to copy down my code from the basic info screen, and then we're going to make the change. So copy this down, and then let's come back to our screen, that is the pre-final. Initialize the code over here, and let's also import the required icons as well as the animation. Okay, I don't think there are any icons over here, so let's come back to our pre-final over here, paste it over here. Safe area view, let's import that, as well as platform, and then we need access to lottie view, that's imported, and pressable as well. Let's remove this, that's not required. So instead of enter basic info, we're going to say finished registering. So I'm going to say finish registering. Apart from that, we're going to say all set to register, and then setting up your profile for you instead of these 2 texts. And the second text is going to say setting up your profile for you. So let's initialize that. Okay, so let's try to save the file. So there you go, just like that we have finished designing our basic info, I mean not the basic info, the pre-final screen. So yes, we have designed all of the auth stack screens, that is starting from your basic screen to your prompt screen or the pre-final screen. So this step is done. So this is basically the major step, that is because we want all of the information from all of the screens, right? So this step is done. So the next step is, let's actually initialize the endpoint to register. Okay, that's going to happen inside of the index.js file. So let's head over to the index.js file, and then let's initialize the code for registration of a particular user. That's gonna happen over here, API folder, and then the index.js file. So first of all, over here, let's initialize our clients, that is your DynamoDB client as well as the Cognito client. So here I'm going to say const DynamoDB client equals to, it's going to be new DynamoDB client. Okay, it should be capital D. So we need to import it from this particular package, that is at AWS SDK / client DynamoDB. So this is basically going to take in your region. So I'm going to pass in my region over here. So it's going to be US and then East 2. So based on whatever your region is, you need to paste it over here. Okay. So let's similarly initialize our next one. So I'm going to say const Cognito client equals to new Cognito identity provider client, that is this one, and this also is going to take in the region. Alright, so these are the two things. That's for the initialization part. And here I'm going to say app.post. It's going to be /register, and it's going to have the async method with the request and the response in the callback. So initially, let's initialize our try and then catch block. So catch of error over here. I'm just going to say console.log error creating user with that particular error, and I'm going to say result dot status of 500 dot JSON with the error being internal server error. So yes, that's it about the catch block. So instead of the try block, we need access to the user data, that is the data from all of the screens starting from the initial name screen to the prompt screen. So that would be coming from the request.body. So I'm going to say const user data equals to request.body, and I'm just gonna console.log the data, that is the user data. And over here, the next step is we need to hash the password, that is whatever the user is typing inside of the second screen. We need to store it as a hashed password in the backend. So I'm going to say const hashed password equals to await. Let's make use of pcrypt dot hash. The value is going to be user data dot password. That's how we access it, and I'm going to pass in the value of 10 over here. The next step is we're going to generate a unique ID for the user. So I'm going to say const user ID is going to be equals to crypto dot random UUID. So that's it. So apart from this, let's prepare the user data. So I'm going to say const new user equals to an object. So we're going to pass in the user ID. That's the initial thing. Then the first name is going to be equals to user data dot first name, and we have the last name, that's going to be equals to user data dot last name. Apart from that, the email, again user data dot email. Then we have the password, that's going to be equals to hashed password. Then we have the gender, that's going to be user data dot gender. So apart from that, we're going to have date of birth, that's going to be equals to user data dot date of birth, and we're going to have the type, so it's going to be user data dot type. Then furthermore, the location, it's going to be user data dot location. Then we have the hometown, so it's going to be user data dot hometown. After that, we have the workplace, It's going to be equal to user data dot your workplace. Then we have the job title of the user, so I'm going to say job title. It's going to be equals to user data dot job title. And furthermore, your dating preferences, it's going to be equals to user data dot dating preferences, or it's going to be an empty array if at all nothing is added. Okay, and apart from that, looking for, it's going to be equals to user data dot looking for. And finally we have the image URLs. It's going to be equals to user data dot image URLs. And furthermore, the prompts, it's going to be equals to user data dot prompts. Then I'm going to pass in my likes. So by default you can provide any amount of likes, that is free likes. So just for testing purposes I'm going to provide 2. You can provide 10 as well. And apart from that, roses, we're going to give 1 free rose to the user as they register. And then liked profiles, initially empty. Received likes, initially empty as well. And matches, also initially empty when they register. And blocked users, empty. Okay, so let's save the file. So this is your user data. Okay, so now the next step is we need to insert the new user into DynamoDB. So for that I'm going to initialize my params. I'm going to say const params equals to initialize your table name. So table name equals to, so we need to first of all create a table and then only it's going to work. Okay, so let's head back to our console, that is Amazon, and then let's sign into the console. I'm going to say sign in using root user mail. Okay, so you need to go to DynamoDB and then you need to have the table created, then only the data is going to get pushed, right? So to create the table, so we have the tables part over here. Let's press on create table and enter a table name you want to insert the data into. Enter a partition key, that is your unique key. So in my case I've used user ID, and apart from that leave everything as default and then create the table. Okay, so as of now I'm just going to enter the same table, that is the users table. So I'm going to say table name is going to be users, and your item, this is how you add the item, that's going to be your new user. So format, so this should be in a colon, so I'm going to say colon over here. Okay, apart from that I'm going to say await doc client. So this is going to come from your db.js file. Okay, so let's import that first. So here I'm going to say import doc client, and as well as the next one that we're going to use, that is your put command from your db.js. So this is going to be equals to doc client dot send. We're going to say new put command, and this in turn is going to take in your params. So let's see why exactly it's not taking the value. So save the file. Okay, so we do have an error in the API part. Okay, it says cannot find module. Okay, not sure why that is happening. So if I come to the db.js, okay, I think I've made a mistake over here. So this should be basically DynamoDB document client, not just DynamoDB document. Okay, so it's going to be DynamoDB document client. So we need to import this one and not this. Okay, all right, so we have exported the required things. Let's check it out. Yeah, so we do still have that issue. Okay, I think it's because of the dot. Okay, that's not written correctly. It's going to be dot/db.js. Let's save the file. Okay, I think now it should take the value. Yeah, I think now it should work correctly. Yeah, so now after that, the next step is we need to generate a JWT token. So I'm going to initialize my secret key over here, and then I'm going to initialize my token. So we're going to say const token equals to gwt.sign. We're going to pass in the user ID and we're going to pass in the secret key. So I'm going to paste it over here. So basically you can actually create a .env file that was already previously created. Okay, and then inside of that create a proper value name, and then you can paste in the secret key of your whatever you're using. Okay, so currently I've just pasted it over here as a hard-coded value. So yes, this is how we create the JWT token, and you can import JWT. That's already done initially, right? So we're just going to send the token to the front end part. So I'm going to say result.status of 200.json of your token. Okay, so that's pretty much it. So this is your complete code for registering any user to the backend, that is into your DynamoDB. So I think we missed out one more step, that is while initializing all of our screens, we need to initialize the utility function. Okay, so that we should be able to access whatever data is present in each screen if at all the user cancels the app or refreshes the app. So that needs to be done, and we need to keep on storing data from the starting screen to the ending screen. Okay, so let's look into that part. That's the next step. So let's say we're going to create a new file, that is utils folder or utils file, and then initialize the functions over there. So now I'm just going to open up my file tree and then create a new folder that is for the utils. So I'm going to press on app.js, new folder over here, utils, and inside the utils I'm going to initialize a new file that is registrationutils.js. So here we're going to initialize two functions, that is to save the data for each of the screen. So the first one is going to be save registration progress, and the second one is going to be get registration progress. So for that I think I need to install React Native async storage. So first of all, let's install that dependency into our application. So here I'm just going to say yarn add at React Native async storage / async storage. So let's install this, and let's initialize or do a pod install in the iOS directory for the iOS part. Enter. So as you can see, it's installing the React Native async storage package. So let's wait for it, and now let's try to reload the app, and let's continue initializing the code inside of our registration utils file. So here first of all I'm going to say export const save registration progress equals to async. It's going to take in the screen name, that is whatever we are present in, and it's going to take in the data for that particular screen that is to be stored, okay, under that particular screen name. So here I'm going to initialize my try and then the catch block. So catch of error. So here I'm just going to give a console message, that is error saving the progress, and over here I'm going to show my error over here. And instead of my try block, first of all we need to initialize a key. Okay, so I'm going to say const key equals to make use of backticks. I'm going to say registration underscore progress and then underscore the screen name. So I'm just going to say make use of the dollar symbol, access screen name, that's going to be dynamic. And while saving in async storage, we have two things. We need to provide a key, and for that particular key we need to provide the data, right? So for that reason I'm going to say await async storage, import that from that dependency. I'm going to make use of the set item method, pass in your key, and then I'm going to say json.stringify of your data. So this data is going to come from this particular parameter, right? So that's it. So this is a function for saving the registration progress for any particular screen you are into. And apart from that, let's move on to the next one. So I'm going to say export const get registration progress equals to a async function. So here we're only going to take in the screen name because we are getting the data for that particular screen. All right, so here again I'm going to initialize my try and my catch block. So catch of error. So here I'm going to initialize my key again. So this time it's going to be the same key. So because once you set the key, let's say this is the key, and to get this particular data, we need to get in the same key with which it was set initially, right? So that's the reason I'm going to initialize my same key over here. That's going to be registration progress underscore screen name. So let's just copy that line and paste it over here. And I'm just going to say const data equals to, I'm going to say await async storage dot, we have the get item method to get the data for a particular screen, and this in turn is going to take in the key. So now let's say the key is going to be equals to registration progress underscore home. Let's say we have the home screen as the initial screen, and some data is initially stored over here. And while getting this particular data for the home screen, we're going to just pass this key, that is registration progress underscore home, and automatically whatever data was stored at that particular point of time, that is at this step, we should be able to get that over here. Okay, so here I'm just going to say return data is not equals to null. If that's the case, then I'm just going to say json.parse of your data, else just return null if nothing is if nothing is going to be present. Okay, yeah, so that's it. I mean, they should come inside of your try block, my bad. So inside the catch block, just give a console message saying that error fetching or error retrieving the progress. Save the file. Yeah, so this part is done. So let's format once. So now let's start initializing these two functions in each of the screens, that is starting off from the basic. I mean, I think there is nothing in basic to be stored. So after basic, let's see which is the next screen we have. Yeah, so that's your name screen. So let's head to the name screen over here. That is there over here. Yes, so here let's start initializing these two functions. So here in the handle next, apart from navigation.navigate to email, I'm going to check if at all my first name dot trim is not equals to an empty string. If that's the case, then that means we have something inside of the input field, that is the first name string. So in that case, I'm just going to save the data. I'm going to say save registration progress, import that function from this utils folder, and this in turn is going to take in two things, that is your key as well as your value. So let's say key is just going to be name, and the value, that is the data for this particular screen, is going to be your first name. That's what we want to store, right? So that's the reason I'm going to pass in first name. After that, just navigate to email. So save, and let's say if the user refreshes the app over here, and when the user again comes back to this particular screen, we need to prefetch the data because they have already saved it, right? So I'm gonna initialize a use effect for that. I'm gonna say use effect, which is gonna run on the initial render of this particular screen. So let's import use effect from React as such, and within the use effect, I'm gonna call the function that is get registration progress if at all it's present. So this in turn is going to take in only one parameter, if you would remember, that is your screen name. So in our case, it's going to be the name, right? And I'm going to apply the dot then. This in turn is going to give us the progress data or the data. So I'm going to say progress data. Here I'm going to check the condition, that is if at all my progress data is already present, then I'm just going to set the state by default. Okay, I need not allow the user to enter the name, so I'm just going to set the name over here, that is the first name. I'm going to set first name to be equals to progress data dot my first name, or an empty string if at all nothing is going to be present, right? So format once, save the file. So let's also give a console message such that we can confirm that the data has been saved for a particular screen. So let's come back over here, and just below this line, after saving, I'm just going to say console.log progress saved for screen, and access that particular screen name if everything is worked out correctly. So save the file, and now let's give this a try. I'm gonna go to my name over here, name screen, and I'm gonna enter my name over here. So there you go, that's done. And I'm gonna press on next over here. Okay, not sure why we didn't see anything in the console, so hopefully it should have been saved. Okay, so let's give that one more try. So if I refresh now, we should be able to get that save data. So I'm just gonna reload my application. So actually we should have got the console log because this function got triggered off. And yeah, we do have that console in this particular function, that is save registration progress. So let's give it one more chance. Alright, so the app has been loaded, so let's give this a try. That is, if at all we are able to see the data being loaded in the next screen, because we had pressed on the next button after entering the first name. Okay, so the data hasn't been stored, that means this didn't work properly. So let's give it one more try and let's check it out. And I'm gonna press on next over here. So there you go, now we are able to see the console log which says progress saved for screen name. I don't know what happened for the previous time, it didn't work out. So if anything of that sort happens, just try to reload the app or restart the app and then again give it a try. Okay, so as you can see, now we are able to see the correct console message. So now let's look into the next part, that is the email screen. So first of all, in the handle next, let's head back to the email screen, and over here in the handle next, I'm going to say if my email dot trim is not equals to an empty string, then in that case I'm just going to say save registration progress, pass in the screen name, in this case is going to be email, and the data to be stored is going to be email. And similarly, let's initialize the use effect. So this is going to run on the initial render. I'm going to say get registration progress of the screen name, that is email, dot then of your progress data. Here I'm going to check if at all my progress data is present. Then in that case, I'm just going to directly set the email value. So I'm going to say progress data dot email or an empty string if nothing is already present. Save. So let's give this a try. Okay, use effect doesn't exist. So now we should be able to see the data stored in the initial screen, that is the first screen, that's your name screen. So let's give that a try because we have stored the data. So I'm going to press on next over here. So there you go, automatically we are able to see the data being prefetched because this worked absolutely fine, that is we were able to save it correctly. So let's press on next. Let's also press on next for this because this implementation has been done after entering the email, of course. So I'm going to say my email, and let's press on next and let's look into the console. So there you go, progress saved for screen email. Okay, and the next one is a password screen. So we're not going to store the password over here because the user has to re-enter the password again if at all they refresh the app. So by default, let's first of all head back to our password screen. Okay, so here once we implement all of these functions for all of the screen, once we are implementing the backend part, we need to send OTP to the required email. So then over here we're going to initialize a function, that is handle send OTP. Okay, so let's save and let's leave this as default. Enter. Yeah, so even over here this as well, that is the OTP screen. Even for this we're not gonna save the OTP or something like that, just navigate to the next screen if at all everything is confirmed. So let's enter a default value over here. Yeah, so in the date of birth we're gonna store it. So let's head back to our date of birth screen. So that's gonna be over here. This is the date of birth screen. So here let's initialize the function that is in the handle next. Okay, so here we're gonna check if at all day.trim is not equals to an empty string, and month.trim is not equals to empty, and same condition for the year as well. So in this case I'm going to initialize my date of birth as a single string. So date of birth is going to be equals to backticks day, then / month, and it's going to be / year. And I'm just going to say save registration progress to be of your birth. That's the name of the screen we are giving, and this is your data to be stored, that is date of birth. So that's it. And now let's initialize, that is if at all we refresh the app and then come back to the screen. For that, a use effect. So here initially it's gonna call the function get registration progress of the screen name, that is your birth, and apply the dot then method, which in turn is gonna get in the progress data for this particular screen. We're gonna check if at all the progress data is present, then destructure the date of birth. I'm gonna say const date of birth equals to progress data, and from here get in each value by making use of the split method. We can split based on this particular /. I'm going to say const day value comma month value comma year value equals to date of birth dot split with the / over here. So once we get all of them, just set into state. So set day of the day value, set month of your month value, and set year to be of your year value. That's it. Let's save the file. Let's enter a date of birth. Use effect doesn't exist, so let's import use effect from React. So next, so as you can see the data is prefetched. Next, so there you go, here also it's prefetched. Here you need to enter it again, the new password. Next, enter a particular OTP for now. So date of birth, so 12/10/2001, and then let's say next. Okay, so as you can see, progress saved for screen birth, and we're able to come to the location screen. Alright, so over here in the location screen, first of all, let's head back to the location screen, that is this one. Here we're just not gonna get it, we're just only gonna save it. Okay, so over here in the handle next, I'm just gonna say save registration progress to be of your location as well as your location over here. That's it. I think we need to do the same thing for the password as well, because we need the access to the password in the final screen. So we need not fetch the password, we just need to save it from the password screen to the final screen. So let's do the same thing over here for the password screen as well. So let's just scroll back, and for the password screen, yeah, that is over here. I'm going to say if my password dot string is not equals to an empty string, then just save registration progress of the password, and it's going to be the password. Save. Yes, so let's come back to the location screen over here. So as usual, we're just going to save it over here, not get it for this particular screen. So let's move to the next one. So the next one is going to be the gender screen. So let's initialize the code for that. So let's come to the point where we have the handle next. So here I'm going to check the condition, that is if at all the gender dot trim is not equals to an empty string. Here I'm going to say save registration progress, pass in the screen name, that's going to be gender, and we're gonna pass in the data, that's going to be the gender itself, which is stored inside of state. So initialize the use effect over here to get the data if at all it is already present. So get registration progress of the screen name, that is gender. This in turn is gonna take in the then method, which is gonna give us the progress data. So here I'm gonna say if progress data, then set gender to be of progress data dot gender or a initial string. So make sure to import use effect over here. Save. Yep, so now let's give this a try. So I'm gonna press on, let's say, the first option, next. So as you can see, progress saved for screen, gender. Let's move on to the next one, that is your type, that is over here. Let's just initialize this piece of code. So in the type screen, let's initialize the condition inside of the handle next. So instead of gender, I'm going to say if my type dot trim is not equals to an empty string, initialize the save registration progress, pass in the function, not the function, the screen name, that's type, and the data is going to be type over here. And over here, this is for the use effect. Get registration progress of the screen name, that is type, dot then of your progress data so this in turn is gonna check if at all we have the progress data. If it is present, then just say set type to be of progress data dot type or an empty string. Make sure to import use effect. Save the file. So let's select any one of them, first option, and then let's press on next. So as you can see, progress saved for screen type, that's looking fine. So the next one is your dating screen. So let's move to that. So dating type.js. So here in the handle next, we're going to write the condition. Here I'm going to say if my dating preferences dot length is greater than 0, I'm going to say save registration progress, pass in the screen name, that's going to be dating, and we're going to pass in the data, that is dating preferences. That's it for the saving part of it. So let's initialize use effect, that is on your initial render. So here I'm going to say get registration progress of your screen name, that's going to be dating, and dot then over here, which in turn is going to take in your progress data, that's going to give it. And if at all we have the progress data present, then automatically set the dating preferences to be of the progress data dot dating preferences or just an empty array. That's it. Initialize use effect from React, import it, save. So let's give this a try. So over here I'm going to pass in, let's say, the first option and then next. So as you can see, progress saved for screen dating. Let's move on to the next one, that is looking for. So here in the handle next part, I'm going to check the condition, that is if at all my looking for is not equals to dot trim is not equals to an empty string, save registration progress of your screen name, that is looking for. Apart from that, just pass in the data for the screen that's going to be looking for, which is already stored inside of state. Okay, let's finally initialize our use effect, which is going to run on the initial render. So here I'm going to say get registration progress of your screen name looking for dot then of your progress data So if we have the progress data over here, I'm just gonna set looking for state, that is going to be equals to progress data dot looking for or an empty string. So import use effect, save the file. Okay, let's give this a try. I'm gonna press on long term and then next. As you can see, progress saved for screen looking for. Let's move on to the next one, that is the hometown screen. So here I'm going to write it, that is if hometown dot trim is not equals to a empty string, then save registration progress of the screen name, that's going to be hometown, and the data for this particular screen is already stored inside of state, that's going to be hometown itself. And yeah, that's it. Let's initialize our use effect. So here initialize get registration progress of your screen name, that's going to be not workplace, hometown dot then, which is going to give you the progress data. So if progress data is present over here, then in that case set hometown to be of your progress data dot hometown. That's it. Import use effect, save the file. So let's enter the hometown over here, Bengaluru. So as you can see, progress saved for screen hometown, that's working fine. Let's move on to the next one, that is your workplace. So let's come over here, that is to the point where we have handle next. Here I'm going to say if my workspace workplace string dot trim is not equals to empty string. Here I'm going to say save registration progress to be of your workplace, the data is going to be workplace. And inside of the use effect, let's first for initialize that. Here I'm just going to say get registration progress of your screen name, that's going to be workplace dot then method, which in turn is going to give you the progress data. Here I'm going to say if my progress data is present, then in that case I'm just going to say set your workplace to be equals to progress data dot workplace. So let's import use effect, save the file. So let's say workplace Amazon, and then let's say next. Okay, so progress saved for screen workplace, that's looking good. Let's initialize this, or just this. Let's move into the job title screen, that's the next one. So here in the handle next part, I'm going to say if my job title dot trim is not equals to an empty string, then save registration progress of the screen name, let's say job title, the data is going to be job title. And let's initialize the use effect over here, import use effect from React, and initialize get registration progress, change the screen name, it's going to be job title, then set your job title to be of the progress data dot job title. So that's it. Let's save the file. Let's say job title over here, I'm going to say software engineer, and then next. Okay, so progress saved for screen job title. All right, so let's come to the photo screen now. So here in the handle next, I'm just going to say save registration progress of the photos, and over here we're going to pass in the image URLs. And let's initialize a use effect. I'm going to say use effect over here. So here I'm going to say get registration progress of the photos. Yeah, import get registration progress, and over here pass in the screen name and dot then of your progress data. Here I'm going to say if my progress data is present, then in that case set image URLs to be progress data dot image URLs. Yeah, so that's it. Import use effect over here, save the file. So yeah, let's press on next. Yeah, progress saved for screen photos, even though nothing was there, of course. So let's initialize it for the final thing, that is the prompt screen. So here in the handle next, I'm going to say save registration progress for the prompts, and the data is going to be prompts and then prompts. Okay, so that's it. Let's save the file. Yeah, so we have implemented this saving functionality for all of the screens, starting from the name screen to the prompt screen. So this part is done. So once you go back to this particular screen, that is your pre-final screen, so here we're gonna get all of the screens data starting from the first screen to the last screen, and here we're gonna register the user. So before that, if you would remember, we have two things to implement, that is the saving the email of the user in the backend, that is in Amazon Cognito, as well as verifying that particular email, that is once they enter the OTP. So since I've entered my email over here, I'm going to press on next. I'm going to choose my password. So once I choose my password, OTP should be redirected to this particular email whatever I've given, and once we confirm OTP, then itself we're going to progress with the other informations of the screen. So first of all, let's initialize the endpoint to get the OTP or resend OTP, even that as well, and also to store this particular user's detail in the Amazon Cognito and then verify this particular email. So for that, let's head back to our index.js file. So we have already previously defined the endpoint for register. So now let's continue with the OTP part. So here I'm going to initialize my endpoint. So I'm going to say app.post method. So it's going to be /send OTP. So it's going to be an async method with the request and the response in the callback. Here we need two things to send the OTP, that is your email as well as the password, equals to request.body. Alright, and here I'm just going to give a console.log of mail just to check if at all we have entered the correct mail to which the OTP is going to go. So the next step is we're going to check if at all the email is valid or not with the help of some expression. So I'm just going to paste in the code for that. So you can actually Google this out and then you can get it, or you can pause for some time and then you can note it down, or I'll be sending it in the description as well. You can make use of that. Okay. So if not of email and if not of the .test of email that is based on this expression, then in that case we're going to say return result.status of 400.json, saying a message that this is an invalid email format. So after that, I'm going to initialize my signup params. So I'm going to say signup params is going to be an object. This in turn is going to take in the client ID. So I'm going to say client ID is going to be this. I'm going to enter that, and we're going to pass in the username. That's going to be your email, and password. That is going to be your password over here, and we need to pass in the user attributes as well. So user attributes, it's going to be an array of name and then value. So I'm going to say name, it's going to be email, and over here we're going to pass in the value as well. That's going to be your email. So now let's initialize our try and catch block. So I'm going to say try and then catch of error, console.log error sending OTP, and I'm going to say result.status of 400.json with error being failed to send OTP, then please try again. So inside of the try block, first of all, let's initialize the command. I'm going to say const command equals to new sign up command. So import that from AWS SDK, client cognito provider, and this in turn is going to take in your sign up params. And I'm just going to say await cognito client that is already initialized, that is this one, and we're going to say dot send of the command. Okay, that's it. Let's save the file. Let's head over to Amazon AWS once, and let's try to sign in over here. So let's head over to Amazon Cognito, that is this one. Alright, so I'm just going to create a new user pool that's required over here. I'm going to press on create user pool, and then let's select your name of the application. Let's say Hinge Connect, and yeah, let's press on create over here. Yeah, over here I think I forgot to select. Let's press on email, that's our configure option, and create. Alright, so we have set up our user pool. So let's try to rename this. Let's say Hinge Connect, and then save changes. So if you go to the app clients, you should be able to get the client ID. So just initialize that, and then over here I'm gonna paste it, that is at in place of this. Let's also write the endpoint for resending the OTP. I'm gonna say app.post and then / resend OTP. Here it's going to have the async method with the request and callback and response. Here first of all, take in the email from the requested body, and I'm going to say const resend params equals to pass in the client ID, that's going to be this, and username is going to be email. And over here let's initialize our try catch block. So try and then catch of error. I'm just going to say console.log of error, that particular error message. So inside the try block, I'm going to say const command equals to, I'm going to say new. We have the resend confirmation code command. Import that from this particular dependency, that is the AWS SDK / client cognito identity provider. Okay. So yeah, apart from that, I'm going to say this in turn is going to take in your resend params itself, and here I'm going to say await cognito client access that, and it's going to be dot send of your command. So that's it. Let's format, save. Now let's try to initialize the endpoint for confirming the sign up, that is to verify the OTP. I'm going to say app.post / confirm sign up. So it's going to take in the async method with the request and the response and callback. And here we need two things, that is the email as well as the OTP code. That's going to come from the request.body. Okay. And over here I'm going to say const confirm params equals to an object. So I'm going to say client ID, and we're going to pass in the client ID over here. Yeah, I think it should be a capital C. The next one is your username, that's going to be your email, and next one is your confirmation code. That's going to be your OTP code itself. So now let's initialize our try catch block. So try catch of error, console.log error confirming sign up with that particular error. In the try block, let's say const command equals to new. It's going to be confirm sign up command. That is this one. Again, import from the same dependency. It's going to take in the confirm params. And over here, we're just going to say await cognito client dot send of the command. Save the file. So now let's actually give this a try in the front end part. So once you enter the email and once you enter the password and then once you go to the OTP screen, we need to initialize that function. So let's first of all head to the email screen. That is over here. Yeah, so in the email screen, we're just sending the email to the next screen, that is the password screen. So that is going to be this one. So let's write this is a small s. Because that's my correct email. Okay. So over here in the handle next, we are not going to navigate initially. We're going to first call the handle OTP, handle send OTP function, right? So let's initialize the function for that. So here I'm going to say const handle send OTP equals to async function. So here we're going to say if at all there is no mail, if at all no email, then we're just going to say return, go back, and here I'm going to initialize my try and then catch block console.log with the error message which says error sending the OTP. With that particular error, inside the try block, we're going to initialize a response. I'm going to say const response equals to await Axios. So first let's check if Axios is already installed. So package.json, no, Axios is not there. So here I'm just going to say yarn add Axios. Let's come back to the password screen, and here I'm going to say await Axios, import Axios from Axios dot the post method. Here let's pass in the URL. So let's actually initialize our base URL. First of all, let's create a URLs folder. Let's say app.js URLs url.js. Export const base underscore URL equals to http / localhost. In our case, the port number is 9000. That's going to be our base URL. Let's come back to the password screen where we are calling it. So here it's going to be the base URL / send OTP. Base URL / send OTP. And over here, we're going to pass in two things, that is the email as well as the password. And if you want to console.log the response.data, let's do that. So console.log response.data the message. So then here we are going to navigate. Save the file. So now let's also simultaneously try to confirm the OTP, that is write the code for that. That is over here in the OTP screen. So here we're going to check the condition, that is if at all the OTP, so here we're going to check the condition, that is if at all we have all of the 6 digits of the OTP, then if that's the case, we're going to automatically call the function, that is handle confirm sign up, right? So yeah, here after this console message, I'm going to say const OTP code equals to, I'm going to say OTP dot make use of the join method, and we're going to join it so that we get the 6-digit OTP. Here I'm going to say if at all no mail, if no email, or no OTP code, then in that case over here I'm just going to say return or provide some kind of alert box or some error. Inside over here initialize a try catch block, console.log error confirming the sign up. Inside of the try block initialize a response, const response equals to await axios dot post of your base URL, import that base URL, it's going to be / confirm sign up. This in turn is going to take in two things, your email as well as your OTP code. So here I'm gonna check the condition that if at all my response dot status equals to 200, which means the OTP is being confirmed, that is it's correct, it's correctly written by the user or correctly entered, then in that case I'm going to say console.log response with that particular response, and here we're going to navigate to the birth screen. Save. So save the file. So yeah, we do have an error over here, that is in the OTP screen. Yeah, it should be async. So now let's give this a try, that is over here in the email screen. So once I press on this, I should be able to get the OTP to my particular email, that is whatever I've entered over here, right? So let's see if everything is set up correctly. That is over here in the handle. Next we have directly, okay, so this is the password screen. Let's move the email screen. So here we're just trying to save the email, that's it, nothing calling over here. Okay, so progress saved for screen email. So here we're gonna call the function. This is your password screen. Okay, so once we save the password, then we're gonna call the handle send OTP, that is gonna go over here, and then we're gonna call the OTP. Yeah, so let's give this a try. So let's change the placeholder. I just noticed that it's wrong. So enter your password. Right, so let's enter a password. And also one more thing that we need to keep in mind is that in the backend there is already a specific format that is already described for the password, and the user should follow that. And if at all you want to handle a normal password, that is to enter a password on your own, you need to make the change over there. So let's head back to our AWS, and where we have the, I think, the sign up or the authentication methods. Yeah, the password policy. As you can see, they have 8 characters, and these are the password requirements. Whereas just for the development purpose, I'm just gonna remove this. I'm gonna say custom. I'm just gonna say 6, and I'm gonna uncheck each one of them so that we could develop faster. And at the later point, you can come and change this at any point of time, and then you can create new users as well. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna say save changes. Alright, so our password format is being changed. Minimum is 6. You can enter any numbers or 1 to 6 as well. So let's come back over here and let's enter the password. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, some basic password. And I'm just going to press on next. Okay, so we do have an error in the backend part. Alright, so over here it says error sending OTP not authorized. That is client, this one is configured with secret, but secret hash was not received. Alright, so let's look into that. Alright, so this was actually a kind of minor issue because while creating the app, I had made a mistake. So because of that, this request was not working, and we were getting the error related to that secret hash. So if you would remember, while creating the application, I had selected the default one. I thought that was for the mobile, but that is for the traditional web applications. That is, if I show you over here, if I press on create user pool, I just left this as default, that is traditional web application, but we were supposed to press on the third option, Okay, so since we had created our user pool with the help of this option, that is traditional web application, so for this particular option, the secret hash is compulsory for all of the requests that are going to be made, that is for the sign up or the sign in as well. So for that reason, in our code, that was not present, because even when I developed the application, it this error I didn't get it. So for that reason, we need to shift back to the mobile app. So over here in the mobile app, there is no kind of client secret as well for that particular user pool, and only the client ID is present, and there is no requirement of your secret hash while sending or making requests. So for that reason, I'm going to create a new user pool. I've deleted the previous one, so even the ID is not valid as of now. So make sure to press on mobile app over here, pass in the name, and I'm gonna choose email as my configure option, and I'm gonna leave this as default and then create. All right, so I'm just gonna scroll down and then press on go to overview. So if I go to app clients now, yeah, so you have the client ID. This is my new client ID, and if I press on this, so there you client secret is not present. Whereas if you would have created your application using traditional web applications, here there should be a column. I mean, there should be a row with a string that is your client secret, right? And if you use your traditional web applications, you need to pass in the secret hash in the sign up params that is over here. Okay, so let's make the change. So here instead of the client ID, I'm gonna choose this one. That is, this is my new client ID. The old one is currently disabled. So let's enter that, save the file, and the same thing goes over here as well. Yeah, and even for the fourth one, I mean, even for the third one as well, that is confirm sign up. So let's actually check if at all we have correctly implemented the confirm sign up. So I would head over to my OTP screen. Yeah, so in the confirm sign up, if everything is correct, yeah, we are going forward with the birth screen, right? So let's give this a try. So now I'm just gonna take in my phone, and this is my email that's entered, that is as is. I'm just gonna enter my password over here, and I'm just gonna press on next. Okay, so we do have error. It says password did not confirm with policy, that is password not long enough. Yeah, so let's make this change. Let's come over here, and I'm gonna press on authentication methods, scroll down for the policy, edit. So by default, as I told, they have a custom policy format that you need to follow while entering passwords. So this is the cognito default value for the password, and these are the password requirements. So since we are just developing, we just want to write the password quickly and then move on to the next screen. I'm just going to choose the custom option, and I'm going to make the password length minimum, that is 6, and I'm going to uncheck each one of them, and I'm going to save the changes. So by default, I'm just going to use password 126 for faster development. So for that reason, I'm gonna I just made the change over here, right? And once after you develop all of your application, you can make the change over here as well, right? So let's come back over here. Let's give this one more try, and I'm gonna press on next. So there you go, no error, and we came back to the next screen because the OTP was sent to my mail. So I have received the OTP. So let me just write that over here. That is 488 and then 739. So automatically once I enter the last digit, it is gonna confirm it if at all it's correct, and if it's correct, it's gonna go back to the next screen. Okay, so we do get this working, but we are not able to verify it. Let's look into what went wrong actually. OTP is going to be equals to OTP code, safe. Okay, so we do have error, invalid code provided, please request a code again. Okay, so for some reason it is invalid. I think probably, let me just check once again. So it is 488739. Yeah, that is actually correct. Okay, so let's do one thing. Let's actually initialize a button that is for resending the OTP. So let's scroll a bit, and then in the OTP screen, let's initialize a button which says resend OTP. So let's say just below the view, that is over here, I'm gonna have another view. This in turn is gonna have a margin top of 30. Below this, I'm gonna say button, import button from React Native, and on press, I'm gonna say handle resend OTP. Title is gonna be resend code. Let's initialize the function that is handle resend OTP. So here I'm gonna say const handle resend OTP equals to normal arrow function. It's gonna be a async method, so let's initialize async over here. So let me do the first thing, that is once you press on resend, again we need to clear out the field, right? So for that reason, I'm just gonna say set OTP to be again whatever is there over here, right? So here let's say set OTP to be of all of the empty strings again. Yeah, so apart from that, let's initialize our try catch block. So try catch of error, and here we're gonna first of all initialize a response. I'm gonna say const response equals to await Axios, import Axios from Axios dot post method. It's gonna be the base URL. I'm gonna say base URL forward slash resend OTP. So resend OTP, and over here we need to pass in two things, that is, I mean just one thing, that is your email to which the OTP is gonna go. So yeah, that's it, and I'm gonna say console.log response, it's gonna be equals to response.data, and here I'm just gonna say catch. I think that's already done. Okay, okay, my bad, again I made a mistake. So this should come into your try block, and for the catch over here, we're just gonna give a console message, console.log error resending the OTP with that particular error. So let's save the file. Yeah, so we do have this. So first of all, let's check if at all this endpoint is actually correct, that is confirm sign up, right? So index.js, yeah, so we have the email and OTP code, and yeah, this is the correct client ID, I suppose. Let's verify that once more. So this is our user pool. Yeah, 7 minutes ago, this one. So let's try to rename this so that it looks better. So I'm going to say Hinge Connect and then save changes. All right, so app clients. Yeah, so this is my client ID. So yeah, this is my username and then the confirmation code. So even if there is a spelling mistake, I think it should error out. So let me just verify that once, if at all I have passed in the correct spelling in the confirm sign up endpoint. Okay, so confirmation code, that's right, and even email is also given. Okay, yeah, username spelling is also right. Yeah, I think it is pretty much right. So not sure why it didn't work in the first case. Okay, I think probably, yeah, I think we need to even send the result. So I'm going to say result.status of 200.json with a message being email verified successfully. Okay, so yeah, this is for the confirm sign up, and for the resend OTP as well. Let's write that. That is over here. I'm going to say result.status of 200.json with a message being new OTP sent to mail. Okay, so yeah, this part is done. So Yes, I think pretty much that's it. Let's give this one more try. I'm going to say save, and let's try to press on recent OTP, and let's hopefully get another OTP, and then we need to be able to verify this as well. So let's head back to OTP screen, and I'm going to press on the handle OTP. I'm going to press on the resend code button, and this would get triggered off, and then we should hit the endpoint, that is this one, and then let's check it out. I'm going to say resend OTP. Okay, so let's give that a try. Yeah, so I did get another OTP. Let's enter it from the start. That is over here. So it's going to be 412 and then 975. Okay, so we do have an error again. Okay, it says user cannot be confirmed, current user is already confirmed. Okay, so I think previously it worked because we didn't send the result. That's the reason it didn't work, I guess. So let's do one more thing. Let's delete the user and then let's redo this again. So we can actually confirm that the endpoints are working properly fine. So if you would go to the users over here, my email should be listed over here. So as you can see, this is my email verified yes, confirmation status yes, and then this is my user name, right? So I guess it didn't work because, as I said, I didn't write that endpoints properly for both of them, that is for send OTP as well as resend OTP, because I missed that one line, that is result.status. Probably that is the reason it didn't work, even though my OTP was correct. Okay, that is from the mail. Let's give this one more try. I'm going to delete over here. So select this, delete user, and then first of all disable user access and then delete it. And yes, apart from that, let's try to reload my application, and I'm going to give this one more try. And after this is succeeded, we're going to start registering the user. So enter basic info. Yeah, that's my name, and let's enter the email. That's my email. Password 123456, and I'm going to press on next. So there you go. Yeah, I did receive my OTP. So it's going to be 847271. So let's give this a try. Yeah, so there you go. Finally, we are able to confirm the OTP, and we are able to proceed to the next screen. So if I again reload over here, you should be seeing the email being verified again. So as you can see, new username, email ID, this is the one, email verified yes, confirmed yes. So once your email is verified, then only you would be able to save the data into the tables. Otherwise it wouldn't work, right? So that's the reason first only we are trying to verify the user's email address. Yeah, so this part is done. So now the next step is we can actually continue with the pre-final screen. That is where first of all we're gonna get in all of the data and then hit the endpoint. So now let's move on to the next step, that is the pre-final screen. So because this is working fine, I'm again gonna delete the user, that is once while registering freshly, right? So we could do that later. Let's head over to the pre-final screen where we get all of the data. So here first of all I'm gonna initialize my use effect. So I'm gonna say use effect. Here I'm gonna say get all user data, and let's actually define that over here. Yeah, make sure to import, let's also import use state and use effect. Here I'm going to say const get all user data equals to async function. So here let's initialize our try and then catch block. So try and then catch of error. I'm just going to say console.log of error with that particular error message. Inside the try block, we're going to first of all access the screens, and for each screen we're going to get the data and then we're going to store it inside of a user data object. Okay, so first of all let me get all of my screens. So I'm just going to paste in my screens over here. So these are all of my screens, starting from the email, starting from the name to the prompt, so you can make use of this. Okay, so yeah, apart from that, here I'm going to say let user data equals to an empty object, And I'm going to make use of my for loop. I'm going to say for const screen name of my screens. Here I'm going to say const, let's initialize our screen data. So with the help of the function that is get registration progress, we would be able to get all of the data for each of the screens. So I'm going to say await get registration progress of the screen name. Okay, so here I'm going to say if my screen data is present, user data is going to be equals to whatever is our initially of the user data. Use that and then add the screen data as well. So that's it. And now let's initialize our state to hold the user data. So over here I'm going to say const user data comma set user data equals to use state. Okay, initially it's going to be empty, nothing is going to be present, and I'm going to say const token comma set token equals to use context. So we have not yet defined this, we're going to define that in just a bit. So use context over here. So apart from that, let's also initialize our loading state. I'm going to say const loading comma set loading equals to use state. Initially it would be set to be false. And finally our navigation if required, const navigation equals to use navigation. Yeah, that's already imported, that's good. Okay, so now the next step is we're gonna initialize the register user endpoint. Not the endpoint, the function, that is if at all you press on this, I'm going to say on press register user. Let's go on to the top and then define the function that is over here. I'm going to say const register user equals to async function. So here I'm just going to initialize my try catch of error, and here I'm going to say console.log that particular error message if at all there is any with the error over here, right? Instead of the try block, I'm first of all going to say set loading to be true, and let me initialize my response. So const response equals to await Axios, import Axios from Axios dot post method, and this is going to be the URL, base URL imported / register, and this register is going to take in your user data. Okay, and apart from that I'm going to say dot then of response. So here if you would remember, we would get back the key from the backend, not the key, we would get back the token from the backend. So here I'm just going to say console.log of response, and apart from that let's initialize a token. I'm going to say const token equals to response dot data dot token, and this token we're going to set it into async storage. I'm going to say async storage dot again set item method. The key is going to be token and the value is going to be token, that is coming from the backend part, and we're going to say set token to be of your token. So that's it. So this is your endpoint for registering, and here I'm going to initialize one more function, that is we need to clear all screen data. I'm going to say all screen data. So I'm just going to paste in the code for that over here. So again it's going to be similar. So const clear all screen data, initialize your screens array and make use of the for loop. I'm going to say for const screen name of screens, initialize the key, this is the same key, and with the help of the remove item just remove the screen data, right? That's it, and give a console message over here. Save the file. So now let's initialize our auth context so that we could save the token as well as add some more states to it as well. So I'm going to create my new file, that is auth context.js. Let's say at the root level itself for now. So auth context.js. So here I'm going to import a bunch of things, that is create context, and we need use effect as well, and use state from React. Yeah, let's initialize our auth context. I'm going to say const auth context equals to let's say create context. I'm going to initialize my auth provider. I'm going to say const auth provider equals to a function which in turn is going to take none of the children, and over here I'm going to say return auth context dot provider, and this in turn is going to take in all of the children. And for the provider value, we can pass in the value prop and then access all of the states that we're going to use. So first of all, I'm going to access my token, const token comma set token equals to use state, initially an empty string, const user id comma set user id equals to use state, initially an empty string. Let's also initialize this, our user info, which we would require while designing the profile screen in the later part of the video. Set user info equals to use state, initially let's say point it to null. Afterwards the auth user, const auth user comma set auth user equals to use state. This should be equals to async storage dot get item of token if at all it's present, or it's going to be equals to null itself. So here I'm going to define a bunch of functions, that is use effect, okay, just to get in the user ID. So I'm going to say use effect, which is going to run on the initial render, and let's say fetch user equals to, it's going to be the async function. Here first of all initialize a token. I'm going to say const token equals to await async storage dot get item of token, and I'm going to say set token to be of the token, and let's say const decoded token equals to, for this I think we need to install two more dependencies, that is gwt decode as well as core.js. So let's install that first of all. Here I'm going to say yarn add jwt decode and core.js as well. Let's press on enter. Yeah, so it's installed. So here I'm going to say const decoded token equals to jwt decode, import that of the particular token, and here let's get in the user ID. So it's going to be equals to decoded token dot user ID, and here let's set the user ID to be of the user ID, and let's pass in the value over here. So here we need access to many things, that is token, set token, user ID, set user ID, set token, user ID, set user ID, auth user, set auth user, and then user info, and then set user info. Yeah, that's it. Let's format, and then let's export the required values, auth context and the auth provider. So export auth context and the auth provider. Save the file. So now we need to include the auth provider in the main app.js to access all of these values. So let's make use of that. Let's head back to the app.js, and here I'm going to say auth provider, import that, and let's put the stack navigator inside this. So save. And let's make one more change, that is inside of the stack navigator. First let's access the token. If the token value is present, show the main screen, that is the main tabs, or else show the auth stacks, right? So let's head back to our stack navigator. Here let's initialize the code, that is to check the token if it's present or not. So I'm going to say const token equals to use context of your auth context, import auth context as well as your use context from React. Yeah, so this part is done. So let's scroll down and then render the condition over here. So by default we are rendering the auth stack. Here we need to change the condition, that is if at all token equals to null or token equals to empty, show the auth stack, else show the main stack. Yeah, something like this. Format, save the file. So let's try to reload the app. I'm going to delete the user and then I'm going to start registering a user. Okay, so let's do a pod install since we installed few dependencies. And I forgot to import one more thing, that is in my auth context, that is over here. We also need to import core.js as well. So here I'm going to say import core.js / stable and then atop. Save. Yeah, let's try to reload the app. I'm going to press on I and let's remove this user because we are trying to register the user from start. So delete user, then delete. Also, yeah, I forgot to call the function over here, fetch user. Save. So let's come down to the pre-final screen, that is there over here. Yeah, so here is the place where the registration happens. So let's wait for the app to load, and then once the app loads we're going to try to register a new user. Everything has been set up. Hopefully everything should work out right. Let's give this a try. So as you can see, the app has been loaded. So let's give this one more try. So I'm just going to start registering the user, right? So let's say press on this, enter basic info. Yeah, so what's your name? That's already present. My email is already present. Let's try to register. Next. And then next. Yeah, so let me just check the OTP over here. Yeah, so it's going to be 305765. Okay, so that worked correctly, and this is my date of birth. Next. Yeah, so where do you live? It's going to be chosen as this location. So next. Which gender describes you the best? That's men. Next. Sexuality is already chosen. Who do you want to date? I'm going to choose woman, and then next. Long-term relationship is already selected, so next. Hometown is already prefetched. Next. Even this is prefetched. Next. So next. Let's enter the images. So I'm just going to enter all of my 6 images and then come back. Okay, so I've just entered all of my images, but not sure for the bottom 3 it's not being shown. So actually let's check out our a photo screen once, that is for the bottom part, if there is something else that is being shown. Yeah, here I'm going to slice from 0 to 3 and here from 3 to 6. Yeah, so basically the source is not given, so let me just pass it over. So save. Yeah, so the file got saved. I think probably I need to enter the images again, so let me do that. Alright, so I've just added all of the 6 images, so let's say next. So here let's also add our prompts. Let's say typical Sunday, gaming and full of vibes, something like this. Done. And then next prompt, greatest strength, let's enter something, let's say parents. Done. And then a life goal of mine, let's say travel the world. Done. So next. Okay, so over here we do have an error, so let's look into that. That is the pre-final screen. So this should be auth context. So as you can see, I've again entered the details and then I've come back to the pre-final screen. So first of all, let's try to log the data just to confirm that we have that being shown. So user data, save. Okay, so user data is undefined, not sure why. Get registration progress is already imported. Let's actually try to console.log the screen data once. So console.log screen data, and then screen data over here. Save. Yeah, so as you can see, we do have all of the information, that is with the help of a key value pair, that is first name, this one, email, password, date of birth, and all the other details. But not sure why we are not able to set it. Okay, I think we have not set it, that's the issue. So let's actually set it. So here we have just initialized it, okay, but it is not yet set. So for that reason it is not showing us correctly. So let's actually set the data. So let's say after your for loop, I'm going to say set user data to be of your user data. Save. So as you can see, now user is accumulated and we have all of the required data over here, right? So yeah, this part is done. So let's also initialize the loading UI indicator, that is once loading is set to be true, that's going to happen over here. So I'm going to say if at all it's loading, show the activity indicator, and small size is going to be small and color is going to be white, else it's going to say finish registering. So let's save the file. So once you press on finish registering, automatically the loading is set to be true, as you can see. And let's say after everything is implemented, I'm going to say finally set loading to be of false. So save. So let's check one more time if at all everything is correctly set up over here, that is for the register part. So let's check out our index file as well. So this is your register, and we have first name, last name, email, user data dot email. So after the email we have the password, and then genders. After gender, the date of birth, type, location, hometown, workplace, job title, then dating preferences, looking for image URLs. Then we have the prompts. Then we are setting the likes as 2, roses as 1, and these are the default uh, arrays that we are initially passing. And then the params is going to be your table name, that is users, and item is going to be your new user. Yeah, so let's say I'm going to change the users table name to, let's say, user data, or like users collection, because while developing the app I already had the users table. So let's save the file. So for this to work, you need to also have the users collection table already set up over here. So let's come back to AWS over here. Okay, this one, I'm going to press on this. Let's press on DynamoDB. So first of all, a table should be created for us to enter the details. So let's press on table. So currently these are the tables that was done for the previous app. So create table. I'm going to say user collection. Is that the correct spelling? Yeah, user collection, that's the one. And let's say we need to pass in a partition key, that's going to be user ID. Apart from that, leave everything as default. Create the table. So as you can see, it says creating the collection table. It will be available for use shortly. So let's wait for some time, and hopefully once it's done, again we should be able to see the status as active for this table. So there you go, we are able to see the user collection and the table is active, and currently there is no data added over here. Okay, so now let's try to add the data, that is by pressing on the finish registering button. Yeah, so final step is await docline.send, that is new put command of the params. Yeah, and this is my secret key, and then we are initializing the token, and new user id is, and the user id is going to be equals to new user.user id, and then pass in the secret key, and then we are passing the token to the front end part. Yeah, I think it seems to be right, so let's see, hopefully it should work. So let's press on the finish registering button, that is in the pre-final screen. So I'm going to say finish registering. So there you go, loading is happening, and finally we were able to register the user. So there you go, automatically we navigated to the home screen since the user got registered in the backend, and even the token also was sent from backend to front end, and the token was set over here. Since the token was set automatically, since the token is present, we are showing the main stack. So as you can see, finally we are able to register the user, which is a good thing, and these are all of the user details that came from the front end to the back end part. So now if I would check out my table, that is user collection, so you should be able to see one data present. If I would go to explore items over here, so it's fetching items. So there you go, we have the first user being selected over here. That is first user being added. This is the unique user ID. Press on that and you can actually, this is the form view and this is your JSON view. So you can check out the form view, which is this one, and JSON view is going to be something like this. Okay, so in DynamoDB there is something known as S and L. So L stands for list, S stands for your string, and I guess there is something known as map as well. M stands for your map and N stands for your number. Okay, so as you can see, yeah, this is your map and this is your list, and we have all of the details being stored. That is from prompts, receive likes, roses by default is set to be 1, type is present, and then images. Okay, let's go back over here, JSON view. Yeah, so even images are present, which is in a list. Okay, yeah, so we have finally implemented the registration part of the user. So this part is done. So basically the next step is we need a bunch of profiles to implement the remaining functionality, that is to show other profiles, to like a profile, to get the received likes, and to implement the subscriptions as well. So this is basically going to be the last topic in this particular video or this particular session. In the next video we're going to focus on the next part, that is to get all of the matches and to implement other functionalities as like the profile, showing the animations, receiving likes, chat with the user, and then buy the roses, subscribe to a plan, and all of these details. Okay, so yeah, I think that's it about this particular session, that is this video. So we learned about how to design all of the screens, that is all of the auth stacks, which was pretty simple, and we initialized the Amazon Cognito as well as the DynamoDB as well, and we were able to register the first user onto the backend part. So now the next step is I'm going to create a bunch of user profiles in my backend so that we should be able to see some profiles once we log into the application. So that's going to be the next step. So we're going to focus on the next thing, that is, let's say, the chat screen, the like screen, the home screen, the profile screen, the buy roses, the subscriptions as well. Okay, so we're going to implement this in the next part of the video or the next session. So if you found this video interesting, please do the like button and also do subscribe for more such content. So let's see you in the next session, and then thank you for watching.